Pope Francis has urged an end to the armed conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo at one of the largest masses ever. The Pope is in the Central African nation's capital, Kinshasa, for a 3-day visit to promote peace as he seeks to reshape the Catholic Church's global image. Special correspondent Chris Ochamringa has our report.
More than 1 million Congolese welcome Pope Francis to the Ndolo airport in Kinshasa to celebrate Mass.
My joy is too huge that I think I'm going to cry. It is so marvelous that the Pope has come to visit, and it will mean reconciliation for our country.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has the largest Catholic community in Africa. Half of its population of more than 100 million people are Catholics. In this country that has known so much war and suffering, the Pope's message of peace and reconciliation met open ears and hearts.
We are very happy with the message the Pope has brought to us. People came in big numbers, and we believe that his message will bring back peace in our country.
The 86-year-old pontiff had planned to visit Goma in the country's east, but intense fighting made it unsafe. The UN says there are more than 100 armed groups in that region. Today, the Pope called for the conflict to end.
May it be a good time for all of you in this country who call yourselves Christians but engage in violence. The Lord is telling you, lay down your arms, embrace mercy.
The Pope's message of peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo comes at a time when thousands of people have been displaced by conflict in the country's east. The region is rich in minerals which are being illegally exploited by armed groups.
Hello. Pope Francis held an outdoor mass today for thousands of faithful people in Juba, the capital of South Sudan. He told those who gathered at the mass to sue for peace. In a meeting with hundreds of South Sudanese religious leaders at the Cathedral of St. Teresa, the Pope encouraged them to raise their voices against injustice and abuse of power that oppresses. So South Sudanese walked for 9 days to the capital to see the Pope. Since gaining independence from Sudan in 2011, South Sudan has been fighting a civil war. More than 400,000 people have died in the war so far. In 2018, the factions reached a deal to end the civil war, but ethnic tension has continued. In 2019, South Sudan's bitter political rivals, President Salva Kiir and his deputy, Riek Machar, visited the Vatican. The Pope shocked many by kissing their feet, begging them to respect the terms of the 2018 ceasefire. Unfortunately, the violence continued. The Pope is visiting the world's newest nation on a peace mission with the heads of the churches in England and Scotland. Speaking at the occasion, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Webley, said that his heart breaks with sorrow over the continuing violence in South Sudan. Visiting South Sudan is a continuation of Pope Francis' Africa's tour that had taken him to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Over 1 million people gathered in Congo at the capital, Kinshasa, to celebrate Mass with the Pope. In the message, the Pope begged the people of Congo to forgive each other and start a process of healing. In his words, the Pope said Congolese should grant each other the great amnesty of the heart. He called on them to clean their hearts of anger and remorse, of every trace of resentment and hostility. To the outside world, Pope Francis urged them to end economic colonialism in Africa. Let's listen to the Pope.
Il libro finito del ritorno al passato È tragico che questi luoghi, in più generale il continente africano, soffrono ancora varie forme di sfruttamento. C'è quel moto che esce dall'inconscio di tante culture, di tanta gente. Africa va sfruttata e questo è terribile. Dopo quello politico si è scatenato infatti un colonialismo economico, altrettanto schiavizzante. Così questo paese ampiamente depredato non riesce a beneficiare a sufficienza delle sue immense risorse. Si è giunti al paradosso che i frutti della sua terra lo rendono straniero ai suoi abitanti. Il veleno dell'aridità ha reso i suoi diamanti insanguinati.
Hands off the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Hands off Africa. Stop choking Africa. It is not a mine to be stripped or a terrain to be plundered, the Pope said. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Anoma, is on assignment.
It is the responsibility of all Nigerians, including members of the APC, to wake up this presidency to live to the reality that Nigeria cannot be run by a PowerPoint presentation, that Nigerians would need a short-term program where the market woman, the poor man and the poor women on the streets, our farmers, will feel the impact of government. These railways will not be completed in the next 30 years. And that man on the street selling recharge card wants something that would affect him today.
All right. On our show today, it's the one and only, the Canary, Kayode Ogundamisi, a prominent commentator on Nigeria and international politics, who joined us from the United Kingdom. At this time in 2015, Kayode was in the thick of things in Lagos and Abuja. Today, he's watching from afar. We want to know why. Kayode, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good morning, good evening, good night to everyone across the globe. And Rudolph, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's wonderful. We are glad that you could make it. And this is very interesting time in Nigerian history. How do you feel?
Well, it feels okay to be watching from as afar. At least you can make informed decisions without informed commentaries, without any emotional attachment. You can be fair. You can just see things. You know, it's really interesting to actually sit like an umpire and watch things from afar. So yeah.
Now, the first question for all your fans is why? What happened?
So there are two things. One is quite personal. The last 2.5 years has been quite challenging for myself and my family. So I think the first thing is you have to first be a responsible family man. And when those kind of crises come in place, you have to take care of it. I've always said that any public servant that is unable to provide support for their family have no business providing support for the country. So that's where it starts from. So that's the first reason. So I have to take care of personal challenges, which we all go through once in a while, you know. And then secondly, I guess it was about time that in this particular election, I've got no interest in the presidential candidates. I was hoping that we would have two candidates, and once those two candidates didn't emerge from the two major political parties, there was no point really.
So that was it, that you have no a particular interest. Yeah, but as a commentator, you should be out there, even if you don't have personal interests, out there helping to shape the conversation.
Yeah, I am shaping the conversation by, sometimes you shape the conversations by just not saying a lot, because there are more than enough people out there taking different positions and having those conversations. People would expect me that at this particular time I'll be supporting a particular candidate. Not supporting is enough statements of intent. And secondly, at least at this point in time, you have to recognize there are young people who have emerged and they're doing a good job of expressing themselves. You know, we can't continue to babysit the younger generations. They're well versed enough to take care of themselves.
All right. We are going to go into several details and several conversations, but I wanted to show you the headlines today's newspaper. You see people fighting for fuel, people fighting to get new Naira notes, people fighting to get PVC. What is going on? How did we get here?
I think this particular season, I think the government has made what I call, I think it's in tennis, they say forced errors. You know, sometimes you have policies that are well intended in formulating it, but then the timing is wrong. I wonder how they came to the conclusion that you could change the Naira notes a few weeks to the election, particularly in a country where the infrastructure for distribution and value chain processes are quite weak, and not expect that there will be crisis. So I think it's just an own goal scored by the government. And it's unfortunate because a lot of people are suffering as a result of the lack of plan to execute these well-intended policies.
All right. Let's go to the main thing, the presidential election. I mean, how have you been watching this? What do you think is going on? Have you seen anything like this before?
No, it's actually interesting, and I'm actually quite happy because for the first time in the history of our country, we are literally, even if it's on temporary basis, going into a three-party or almost a four-party system. But at least three strong parties, I imagine, apart from two major parties and then a third contending party. And I think it's good for our democracy. We shouldn't be disappointed with the emergence of the third political force. So it's quite interesting. Look, Rudolph, let me make it clear. Before the primaries, I was hoping that the PDP, the major opposition party, would have Peter Obi as his presidential candidate, and the APC would be presenting Professor Osinbajo. I think in the Nigeria of today, it's quite unfortunate that the two political parties are presenting the candidates they are offering Nigerians. I think we should have turned the table by presenting these two gentlemen, and it would have been a good competition and sort of turning the page. From the old school to these new emerging leaders. It's quite unfortunate.
Why didn't it happen?
Well, two things. Credit, you have to, bourgeois politics, you have to give it to Atiku and Tinubu. They've come a long way in playing the dirty politics, the Nigerian political landscape. They invested so much in people and processes. And you can't take it away from them that to win the primaries of the two major political parties, you need to have networks, you need to have established those networks, and you need to bargain and make deals. And these two men are quite capable. So no matter what we feel personally about them, they won fair and squarely within the rules of their political game. Obi and Osinbajo are not quite up there when it comes to playing those kind of politics. And that is why these two candidates won the two major political parties. The ruling class are not ready to hand over power to idealists, if I put it that way, who have given indication that they will not play ball.
Now, you said that they played within the politics of the parties. Is it just that, or is it that also that there is this financial power that the two of them had that others may not have?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. You have to have the financial muscle. You have to have invested in people. You might have the financial muscle, and if you've not produced, look, let me name names now. You know, Tinubu has actually produced quite a number of individuals who had become state governors, senators, and what have you, and invested made political financial investment on candidates across the country. Atiku was a member of the PDM. He has network across the country, right from the Yaradua days. So you may not like them, but you have to acknowledge that truth. So you might have if it's just about financial muscle, Dangote will be the one that will be the candidate of the PDP, and Femi Otedola will be the candidate of the APC. So it takes more than just having the financial muscles.
Now, watching the campaign now, how do you think it's been going for the two major candidates? I mean, the candidates for the APC and PDP.
Interesting. I think they are facing the first major real challenge, in their political life, and that is why, if you notice, they are not campaigning against one another. They are campaigning against the third political force, which is the Labour Party, and to an extent, Kwakwanso's party. And I think that's actually good for our democracy. I think I don't think the game. I think the normal game in the general election has changed with the introduction of the BVN. And look, give Buhari the credit. Signing that electoral act into law is a masterpiece. And that actually gave Peter Obi an advantage, because you have almost 7+ months to sell yourself to Nigerians. Remember, if we're acting under the old electoral law, under 2 months, the campaign will be over. The third political parties, Kwakwanso and Obi, will not have had enough time to, push their narrative. So it's a long game. And with the introduction of the BVN, the game has changed. So I think they are facing a new challenge. And we have to wait for the results to see if they've captured this new game, or if we are seeing a turnaround in the way and process of electoral campaigns in Nigeria.
Now, in the last 7 days, we noticed that there was more like a fight within the APC. There was accusation that a cabal or a group within the APC, they are opposing the sabotaging, that's what they say, the candidacy or the campaign of Bola Tinubu. What do you know about that?
Well, the first thing I should say to you is that every ruling party after 8 years, when the incumbent president is not going to be a candidate, would have to face this kind of challenge. There will be gimmicks, there will be schemings within the political party. PDP had it when Obasanjo was not contesting. We were all witness to the emergence of Yaradua, Peter Ibori, and others. The kind of crisis APC is witnessing now. You would have to witness it. But I also think that there will be elements within the presidency, and the villa is not one villa. There will be, now that Buhari is going to be a lame duck president in the next 1 month, individuals becomes powerful and influential within the political party. And you can't throw away those conspiracy that there might be anti-Tinubu factions within the villa. You can't write it off, particularly when you have the governor of a state, El-Rufai, expressing that. You have the wife of the president, of the sitting president, sort of endorsing that statement from El-Rufai by retweeting that statement. So, it's all part of the crisis ruling parties face when the incumbent president is no longer going to be the candidate of the party.
Do you know who these people are?
I have an idea, but I can't comment on that.
You have an idea?
Yes.
Okay. What about Atiku? What do you think about his campaign? How is it going?
Oh my God, Atiku nemesis. Atiku. I think Atiku has two nemesis facing him. He's got Wike and the G5, and he's got Peter Obi. Whether you like it or not, Peter Obi, if Tinubu wins this election, it will be Peter Obi delivering the election to Tinubu, because the injury Atiku is receiving, particularly from the southeast and the south region, is quite huge. For him to carry those are pro-PDP regions, if you're being honest, and if you look at the statistics, really. And Atiku himself, I don't think he's spending the same amount of resources we have witnessed him spend in the previous election. Remember, he's contested about 4 to 5 times, and we know how he has doled out funds, established campaigns among the nook and cranny. But this time around, I think he's taking it slowly. Right. Maybe Buhari's government taking the Intel cash machine in the ports, is affecting him. But I don't think he's got the same financial muscle that he's been able to mobilize in the past. So it's running a quite a weak campaign. Having said that, seasoned politicians like that are more dangerous when it appears that they are weak. You never know the kind of negotiations he's having and deals he's making with governors from the northern part of the country.
What's your take on Peter Obi?
Oh man, look. Let me be honest. It's a phenomenon. I never gave Peter Obi a chance. I remember tweeting before I went on my vacation from Twitter that if Peter Obi gets 1 million votes, it will be an achievement. But I might be forced to eat that word. It's catching up. I think Peter Obi has the advantage of catching on the anger of the young people, particularly the NSAS segment of that part of the youth advocacy movement, civil society, elites. The elites are quite hungry. They're quite hungry for a change. Remember, under Buhari is the first time the elite actually knew what it means to be hungry. It used to be the poor versus the rich. But Buhari dragged them to get to realize that, when it comes to poverty and when it comes to hungry, then you can't be isolated from it. So Obi is a phenomenon. We have to acknowledge that. But let me be clear, he's not going to win this 2023 election. The roadmap is not there. The numbers are not there for him.
All right, let's watch this video from...
win any election. Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happen. Anambra is what? The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in south-south. Where else? He's not polling well in southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? How many? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be. This election is between the APC and the PDP because they have the footprint, they have the spread. Ethnicity and religious bigotry will not take you anywhere. And that's what the Labour Party campaign is about.
All right. Do you agree with Erufai?
I wouldn't agree with. I would agree with him to an extent, but first, I don't think Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor. He's a serious candidate. But I would agree with him that Peter Obi does not have the numbers. Look, let's be clear. You just have to look at the political map of Nigeria and where the votes are. The numbers you need for the popular votes. Taraba, Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Niger. Out Sokoto, Borno. I mean, Peter Obi will not get those states. It's not possible. He can't even get. I don't think he will get 25% in any of those states. But it will be politically naive to dismiss his impact. Any candidate that can deliver Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross Rivers, and the whole of Southeast is not a run-in-the-mill candidate. He's a serious candidate. And Erufai might eat his words if Peter Obi and Kwakwanso forces a rerun in this election. And that is why those kind of statements, it needs to come with a bit of caution. You can't just dismiss it. Also, you also can't take away the fact that even when you're talking about a Christian minority in certain parts of Nigeria, there are numbers that can take away the 25% you require to have that political spread. So I do agree with him that Peter Obi, I can put my yearly salary on it. He's not going to win the 2023 election, but he's a major political force, and I think he's a candidate that people should invest in after this election, so that we would have 3 major political parties and not 2.
Do you think that Peter Obi and the Labour Party, that they are ethnic and religious? I think he says something like bigotry, something like that. Do you see that in Peter Obi and the Labour Party?
So you have to separate Peter Obi and Peter Obi's supporters. So in campaign, look, I supported Buhari. I've been supporting Buhari for electoral campaign for 4 electoral sessions. You remember there was a time Buhari was almost untouchable in terms of in the southern part of Nigeria. He's a jihadist. We formed CPC. I was part of those who formed CPC. It was seen as a jihadist party. So what Peter Obi is going through now is not new. Buhari went through it for almost 3 consecutive political campaigns. It was seen as a jihadist, as an Islamist party. So with time, it's up to Peter Obi to sort of just shed this kind of this side of labeling. Yes, it is true that there is a segment of the Peter Obi campaign that makes it look like Peter Obi is a tribal Southeast Igbo candidate. But you have to look at that campaign and you know that it's not factually true. There are people in my family who support Peter Obi. There are people in my family who support Tinubu and Atiku. Particularly now that things are really, really tough for Nigerians in terms of their economic well-being. So Peter Obi is giving that kind of rhetoric that people want to hear. And people might just say, you know what, we don't care whether it's Igbo or it's not Igbo, and we're going to vote for him. So, but El-Rufai is right to an extent that there are a segment of his supporters. When you go online and you see their rhetoric, they hone him. But you can't blame them too, And I think it's a good thing if a majority of Southeasterners are feeling represented, that they are Nigerians. I think if Peter Obi is stealing away members from IPOB, it's something that we should celebrate and we should encourage. Rather than something that we should disparage. We should sort of encourage more people to believe in the Nigerian project. So with time, I think after another election cycle, Peter Obi might spread quite outside of the lower part of the Niger, up to the upper part of the Niger. So I don't think he's an Igbo candidate, to be honest.
Is there anything that the Labour Party is doing, or the candidate, Peter Obi, for the party to deserve that level that the PDP and Atiku or APC and Tinubu are not doing?
Okay, I'm going to be quite honest with you. Look, I'm not going to sit down here and pretend that everything is all right with the Obi campaign. If you go to the northern part of the country and some parts of the southwest part of the country, there is the mindset that Obi's campaign is engineered by Igbo people. There are some Igbo people sitting somewhere, and pushing this agenda and what have you. And it is also not helped by the first strand of campaign style of the Obi campaign, where in Lagos, when you see pro-Obi campaigns, you see that 80% of the people on the street are from certain parts of the country. Well, I think over time they recalibrated and stopped those mass street rallies, they recalibrated and things are improving. So there's that tendency for people to misread the mood. But you have to say, like I keep saying, you have to be fair. You have to separate the candidate, from the followers, and not all the followers, some of the followers, basically. And of course, if some people from southeastern part of the country feel this is the time for us to have a southeastern president, it's not an illegitimate request, to be honest. And also it is not an illegitimate perception if other people feel, oh, this is a pro-Igbo movement. You understand what I'm saying? It's up to the candidates to try to recalibrate the campaign. And I think they are making a better strategy of it. If you look at their campaigns in parts of the north now, there's a sort of, the campaign rhetoric is sort of pan-Nigerian, you see, you go to the streets and you see more people who are non-Igbo speaking people speaking positively about Obi's campaign, So I don't think there is I don't think they have a major issue there. But I also worry for the relationship between Peter Obi and the Labour Party going forward after this election.
Now let's go to your friend Omoyele Sowore. He's running again.
I thought we were never going to talk about Sowore. I can't, I can't have. Okay, yeah, let's try it.
Yeah. What do you think? What happened to his campaign? How is it going now?
Look, Sowore knows, he's my friend. We've come a long way. And when he decided to run the last time, I made it clear to him openly and privately that he can't win the presidential election. And I don't think that position has changed today. But I think today, Sowore is a more serious candidate than the Sowore of the last election, particularly now that they've toned down that revolution now thing, street, like they seem to sort of graduate from the activism side into real proper politicking. But I think Obi has taken the shine of the AAC. I think the majority of the people who would naturally have supported Sowore sort of migrated to Obi. But I also think Showore's participation and his candidacy is very, very good because there's a platform for him to continue to highlight the issues that matters, there's a platform for him to have a radical alternative to the regular politician. And Sowore and the SDP candidates are radically different from the other politicians. Obi is a compromise ruling class candidate, whether you like it or not. You might want to accept it or not. He left PDP like some few months ago, so he's not just suddenly turned out to be an angel. But you can separate Sowore and say this one is not a normal politician. He's radically different, and his ideas and views are radical. They are revolutionary, and they are revolutionary within the political context. Not that he's telling boys to go on the streets to go and burn down things and everything. So I welcome his continued candidacy, but I don't think his campaign is gaining the kind of stream that he had the last time. And that is no thanks to the emergence of Obi and the Labour Party.
You mentioned that Prince Adebayo of the SDP. Is there any candidates that we are underrating or we're not paying attention to?
No, you've got all of them captured. Look, it's Atiku. Not, how do they put it? I'm not saying it according to who is going to win. So it's Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso. That's the top four, yeah?
Yeah.
Then if you now look at Sowore and Adebayo, that's the radical perspective. They are not candidates that will get 1 million votes each. Both Adebayo and Sowore. I doubt they're going to have 1 million votes each. But after that, any other person after that is just basically make up the numbers. In this country, in the United Kingdom, we have people who contest election and call themselves the lunacy party. Because the field is open for you to come and contest. So the other ones are just going to make up the numbers. They won't have any serious impact in the election.
Do you think that Kwakwanso could change the outcome?
Kwakwanso, what Obi is to the PDP is what Kwakwanso is to the APC. Kwakwanso would eat APC's number in Kano and the surrounding states around Kano. And I think if the APC do not negotiate with Kwakwanso, is one of the reasons why we might have a rerun election.
So we have 20 days before the election. This time in 2015, where were you?
I was in the powerful control room of the APC presidential campaign team.
Doing what?
Strategizing, advising, reining in on some of the, if rhetorics are quite unpopular, I just say we need to tone it down. So it was quite fun. I was across the country this time 2015, but things are different now.
So if you were advising someone like Tinubu, what will you be saying now?
He should not open his mouth again until election day.
He should just go and dance booger.
He should just let other people speak, because each time Tinubu opens his mouth, it's like he's scoring another own goal, and it's quite unfortunate because look, Tinubu, you can't take it away for Tinubu is a seasoned administrator. He was a very good governor in Lagos State. and he is a very good investor on human resources. He's brought out a lot of, just name them, Aregbesola, Oshimbat, and he's got a high to form a good team. And I have no doubt that if of Tinubu of 10 years ago will form a very good team in the villa for Nigeria. But the Tinubu of today, I'm not too sure, and that is one of the reasons why I can't confidently say I'm going to support this campaign. So if he wants to really go ahead to win this election, his chances are a bit okay, but the more he opens his mouth, the more he sort of just make false errors. Even eating out, even people who are traditionally his friends will start wondering, is everything okay there? So my only advice would be for his team to just control him, and he should say less.
Do you think everything is okay with him?
I don't know, honestly. I'm not a medical doctor, and I can't speak for. Look, being someone who is very frail, all years of my life, right from my days in primary school, people will say to me, "Are you all right? You're not growing fat. You're lean." Every day, people are telling me you're growing leaner. People sort of made medical judgment about my well-being when I'm actually fitter, medically than most people that you see, that have got six packs, So I can't speak about his medical. It will be inappropriate for me to actually try to judge, but I am quite worried about his ability to communicate and translate his intentions, and then so that is quite worrying, and I'll be very sincere, and that is actually one of the reasons why I'm saying, like, I'm not really too sure, particularly when we see the impact, when we witness the impact of the current president is quite old, and the Nigeria presidency needs a president that will not sleep 24 hours. They will only have 3 hours sleep per night because the tasks are so huge. I don't see Tinubu as a president that would can afford not to sleep 8 hours in the night. The problems are quite huge. So I wouldn't say everything is not all right, but I wouldn't say I'm not worried, about his state.
Okay. What about Atiku? If you were advising him now, 20 days to the election, what will you be saying to Atiku?
Oh God, it's too late for Atiku to reconcile with Wike. It will make him look weak. I think Atiku will just need to continue to cut those deals. If he's doing so behind the scene, and he might pull up a surprise for everyone. I don't think Atiku is actually not doing a lot of things wrong in this election because he's not saying a lot. He has a very competent team. Even with the controversy about his former assistant or aide coming out with those
gates.
Those expose. Or any other candidate, he would have shaken them. It doesn't seem to have any effect on Atiku. And that is why I say the Atiku campaign is the most dangerous campaign in Nigeria now, because you don't know what they are doing, and you don't know what negotiations they are making, and you don't know. So, and it's more dangerous in politics when you don't know what the political moves of your opponents, so it's not, there's not a lot, it's not doing anything too badly, so there won't be any advice. If he continues to do what he's doing, the election is for him to lose or win, really,
What about Peter Obi?
Oh, Peter Obi. Yeah, I think Peter Obi is Peter Obi needs to. So the problem with the Peter Obi campaign is that a lot of the members of his campaign team and his supporters think they can win election by abusing everyone who doesn't support Peter Obi. Anyone who does not support, who have a different political view from Peter Obi, is either a sellout or unpatriotic. Nobody has monopoly over patriotism. To win election is numbers. And to win elections, if you're in the United States of America, the Republicans can't win elections on their own. They need votes from Democrats, right? They need votes from independents. So what the Peter Obi group are not doing well enough is to cut what I'll call disillusioned Buharists, disillusioned APC members, disillusioned PDP members. You need to find a way of cutting those people, and to make them feel part of the group. You understand what I'm saying? In order to get the numbers. But the more you continue to abuse anybody who does not agree with you or who have a differing point of view, you're just going to be like what we were with Buhari until Buhari saw the sense in aligning with the then ACN. I think that is where they need to now start. Look, in terms of Southeast and South-South, they have no problem there, but they need to start looking at spreading their tentacles, really. So I think that is one area they need to improve on.
All right. I want to make our audience know that in under 20 minutes, we let them in and they can join this conversation, and we'll expand that. Okay, now, what do you think about the impact of people like Pa Adebayo, Adebanjo, and Obasanjo, and all the groups that are saying that Peter Obi should be the candidate? What do you think? Does that count?
Pa Adebanjo or Obasanjo don't have any electoral value in Southwest Nigeria. I'm speaking first as a Southwesterner, I'm speaking as a political analyst and someone who has been involved in campaigns. None of them can deliver their polling unit to Peter Obi in an election. Like they've never, the only time Obasanjo won his polling unit was when the Southwest Progressive decided to just say, you know what, in the second time, let's give it to him. But what they have is nuisance value, and it gives advantage to Peter Obi. So there are some of Yoruba political elites who will see them and say, okay, if Obasanjo is saying this and Adebanjo is saying this, then I would agree with them. And but in terms of delivering votes, I don't think they have that ability to deliver votes.
Okay. All right. So the other question is about have you been able to do a kind of permutation and to see who has a pathway to the presidency, and what are you seeing?
Rudolph, I've done those permutations over and over again, and they keep changing. This is going to be the most.
What is making it change?
So because when you think the APC will get this election, they keep throwing spanner in the wheel of their own electoral victory. So it just sort of changes everything. So those factors outside of those permutations will change. What is clear to me is that we know that Peter Obi does not have. Well, I know that Peter Obi does not have the pathway, the numbers, right? But between Atiku and as of today, Tinubu still has an edge, but you cannot call the election until, because we're in uncharted territories. Forget all those polling numbers you're seeing. We are in uncharted.
So you think the polls are not right?
The polls are not. The polls are just polls. They are just commission polls by the different political parties. I've seen some polls giving Obi 60%, 70%. I'm just like, God, what are these guys smoking, really? So, but we're in uncharted territories. But what I think might happen if the numbers that are on the table are going now is if Kwankwaso and Obi's votes stay the way they are now, I think we might have a rerun. And if we have a rerun, Tinubu should forget the election. Because
that is between Tinubu and Atiku.
Yeah, of course, a rerun will definitely be the first two in this election is going to be between Tinubu and Atiku. But if those numbers hold as it is and Obi and Kwankwaso forces a rerun, that's the end of the APC. And I'll explain why. The core Southeastern and South-South votes, when they know it's a race between APC and PDP, and because of the kind of anger in the land now, they would vote for Atiku. Even they may not like Atiku. They will vote Atiku. And Obi is more likely to form an alliance, informal alliance with Atiku than with the Tinubu, to be honest. And there are, I don't know if you've heard of this term, close your nose and vote. That is, you just sort of like, I don't like him, but I'm just going to vote for this person, So Atiku is going to get a lot of those votes if we have a rerun election. So right now, I give Tinubu a bit of an edge in this election, just a bit, and that's why I say it's quite unpredictable. This is one election that you cannot predict the outcome.
So you think in a runoff that voters in the South will decide, we know the South-West will vote for Tinubu, that those in the South, South, and Southeast will decide that what will be the factor that will make them decide to vote for Atiku? What will be their main concern? Because we hear about religious divide, we hear about what is the main thing, like exit poll. What will be the
let's start from the north. So in the north, it will be like they fulfill their commitments. Whether you like northerners or not, they keep to their words. They've given a statement have given the award that in APC that is going to go to the south. They don't have that same moral burden anymore. We've given you the chance, you lost the election. So quite a number of people they'll just go ahead because quite a number of them are quite worried about Tinubu's status. They are doing what we call hold your nose and vote now because of the commitment, but they will no longer have that moral burden, in a rerun election, and they will just sort of vote for Atiku. That's my feeling. In the south and southeast, look, what the damage this election has done, this particular election, is the relationship between South Nigeria and Southwest Nigeria. The damage is quite huge, and I'm speaking as someone who speaks to people on the street, who commission research and get feedback, not on Twitter or social media, and Southeastern voters would rather vote, would rather get back to that relationship the Southeastern part of Nigeria has always had with Northern Nigeria, in terms of political alliance after the First Republic, and get back into power. And the Southwest Nigeria will just go back into opposition, So I think when it comes to a rerun, and the continued dislike for Buhari in Southeast Nigeria, I can't explain it. It's just still there. Just anything to get back at the APC would happen if there's a rerun election. Atiku would win a rerun.
Yeah, you mentioned the divide between the Southeast and Southwest.
Southwest, yes.
Yeah, is that not part of what Adebanjo is trying to kind of close?
Well, Adebanjo, look, if there's a...
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I don't even know how to turn off the phone. All right.
So you can't fault Adebanjo's argument that it's now time for the southeastern part of Nigeria to produce the presidency. But if you can argue for the southeastern Nigeria, you can also argue for every ethnic minority in the country. So it's not just a southeastern Nigeria matter. There are parts of the country that have never produced the presidency. And I always say to these people, this issue of reducing Nigeria to Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, Fulani is quite flawed. We have ethnic nationalities of over 250, and each one of them are equal to the task to produce the president of Nigeria. But you need to understand that Adebanjo is not viewed quite well, in certain segments of the political elite in Southwest. There needs to be a marriage between the political elite in the Southwest and the Southeast to be able to get the kind of alliance in an improvement in that relationship.
All right. I want to play a video.
In Nigeria, we've normalized
unfortunately
alone. So it
let's
alone. He did not chop alone. So it is his turn to chop too. And that is why Emelokun is very important. So you will hear the voice of Emelokun very soon.
Did you hear that?
I didn't get the places I wanted to play.
Let me thank you. We have seen. If you do me good, I will do you good. And if you do good on the other side, we will do good on this side. That is Emelokun. Is that not Emelokun? Emelokun! Emelokun! Asiwaju has done good. It is his turn. It is your turn. It is our turn. If you chop alone, you will die alone. He did not chop alone. So it is his turn to chop too.
All right. At the end of this election season, in 20 days, whatever happens, we will remember the word that Tinubu said, Emil Lockhart. Are we making any progress in terms of, it is a sitting governor saying that Tinubu didn't chop alone, and he has he's shared with people, and we have to reward him for sharing with people. Are we making any progress? How do you see this philosophy? Because a lot of people embrace that. You know, if you listen to someone like Governor of Kano State, when he speaks about Tinubu, he's not saying, he's saying basically, he was there for me, he was there for us.
Rudolph, you see, it's right for myself and yourself and the elites to play this kind of moral, this is very horrible, blah blah blah, but we know deep inside of us that this is what is going on across the country. That is when you go to campaigns in the local area, those are the kind of rhetorics you introduce to them. Sadly enough, you hardly go to a local campaign and be saying to them that if I would chop alone, which is sad. It's not something that you shouldn't be chopping a lot at all. You should be developing the community. But these are campaign rhetorics that cut across the political parties, and I think I agree it needs to stop. But there's a two-way thing. When you give bribe, in most part of the country, both the bribe giver and the bribe taker, are tagged as part of a criminal network. The more our people continue to collect or to continue to sell their votes, unfortunately, that is where we find ourselves. But hopefully, this electoral cycle will start seeing a shift in the way people do their campaign rhetorics. And look, let's be clear. Obi Showore, the SDP guy, they've not been engaged in this kind of rhetorics, to the best of my knowledge, and that is quite good for us. So it's down to Nigerians to decide what they want. If Nigerians, sort of accept those kind of rhetorics and they feel, well, yeah, he won't chop alone, we'll vote for him because he won't chop alone. Remember, Atiku said that if I don't make my told Kadri Ahmed, if I don't give my family members benefits, who else would, or my friends benefit, who else would I give benefits when I'm in the presidency or when I was the vice president? So it's a cultural thing that needs to change. So it's not just a politician. It's something that permeates across Nigeria. When you go into the civil service, this is the kind of thing. I don't know if if you go to a civil servant and the DG is Yoruba man, and they'll say, this is the Yoruba man. When he was there as a Yoruba man, he never really helped Yoruba people. Or he was an Igbo DG, but he didn't help Igbo people, so we kind of feel entitled in this and it's just cultural, and it needs to change, to be honest.
Okay, now we are getting to the time when we let people in. They are already here. But let me ask you this: you were supporting Buhari. What happened? What happened to the idea that made you support him during that campaign? How did things turn so bad?
Let me get this in. So you see, let me summarize it. So I supported GMB, but we got PMB. That's just the summary. I supported General Muhammadu Buhari because of his antecedents. I was a huge fan of the Buhari Diagmo government. For the first time in Nigeria, somebody identified that indiscipline was a major issue in the country. And I fell in love with their foreign policy, the way they went toe-to-toe with the British government. Sadly, I think Buhari over-democratized, to be honest, when he became president. And one of the strong reasons I voted for him is the issue of security. I don't think they've done quite well, with the general insecurity in the country. They did well in the northeast, So I was a bit disappointed. But there are all those other areas that they've done pretty well, and it really surprised me, which is like the issue of infrastructure. So I couldn't, in good conscience, continue to. I support the government like I should any government, but I disagree with some of the policies.
So if you were not staying out of this presidential election circle, who will you vote for? Actually, if you were in Nigeria, who will you vote for?
It definitely won't be Atiku and it won't be Tinubu. I would keep who I would vote for to myself, but definitely not the party of the two major political parties.
Someone said to me today, just before we came on air, to ask you this question. If we are going to reverse things, say Tinubu is the candidate from the north, and Atiku is the candidate from the west. Yeah. Are we going to? I mean, we people from the south. Are we going to treat Tinubu, the Tinubu of the north, the way we treat Tinubu of the south? What he said, this is nothing I was asking me. What he's saying is that, considering the way Tinubu appears today, we don't know whether something is wrong or not. How he acts, how he forgets things, call people different names, even how there was this incident where he abused the governor of Akwa State, calling him a boy. He said, if this were to be a northerner doing these things, all these things, seeing, what we're seeing from Tinubu, are we, talking about we southerners, are we going to be this nice, coddling the candidate?
Well, sorry, I'm going to answer that with a question. How old is this person?
I don't know. But
is the person above 18? Like the person
of course.
So you ask the person, what happened? Yaradua was on his sick bed and we coddled him and voted him as president of the country, didn't we? Yaradua was literally, Obasanjo was calling Yaradua, Maru, are you alive? When we in Sahara Reporters had already broke the news that the man was sadly in the last page, and we voted, so that question is irrelevant, to be honest. But I get the fair point that there needs to be more scrutiny as to who should lead Nigeria. But that will be demonstrated by who we vote for. Like, personally now, I've decided I'm not going to vote for either of the two political parties, and I've got valid reasons. But I also do not want to be in a position to be saying this man is, look, some people predicted that Buhari was going to die after 6 months, and a lot of them died before Buhari. And Buhari is looking younger every day, So those kind of life and death statements, I try to keep away from it. I'm speaking to you today. And I learned a great lesson after losing a very dear friend of mine, Pius. That changed a lot of things personally about humanity, about my relationship with other people, and even people who I disagree with. So when it comes to the issue of the man is well and is not well, I'll leave it to the medical people to decide. But I can also judge that this man does not seem to have the kind of, it's not the same person as I knew 10 years in making my decision, basically. And let me quickly say that, look, I made a tweet. I said, that's before I went on this absence without leave, that if PDP had presented Peter Obi and APC presented Tinubu, that I would have voted for Peter Obi way back. I said it it's public record, and that was how I strongly believe that there was the need to, because I felt I've met the president more than the last time I met the vice president Oshibajo was when he was Attorney General in Lagos. But I've met the president many times, so that's to tell you that I don't have any personal relationship with the vice president. But I strongly believe that the APC should have turned the page and it should have been the candidate of the APC, or even Fashola, or even Fayemi, or someone really. I don't think Tinubu is the best we should present in the Southwest as it is now. The Tinubu of 10 years ago would have had my support. I would have left England to be campaigning for him. But it's quite a difficult situation that we're in, really.
You said that if you are going to advise Tinubu, you say don't speak anymore. Are you concerned that these candidates didn't have a proper real debate and that they just go out there and dance and make statements that are not in depth? We don't know what they are actually going to do.
Yeah, but we have a history. So because I'm a political strategist, each campaign will define what is right for them. You know, we knew when we were supporting to run Buhari's president, that he wasn't an orator. So we tried to avoid exposing him. And those are legitimate political strategies, even in advanced and developed countries. If debates are not going to serve your candidate well, you don't go for debates. There's no law saying you must debate, but what you must not run away from are one-to-one interrogations, you know, where the other party is not there. For you to sell your ideas to people, you can't hide away from people you want to govern over. You know, that's the area where I disagree. So you can arrange comfortable interrogation for your candidates, because, you know, we can't. I'm not too vast in the Bible. Moses was a stammerer, but Moses had someone speaking for him, you know. So you can develop those kind of strategy, but completely shielding your candidate from scrutiny is not the best, really. I think they should have exposed themselves more to scrutiny, because this issue of PowerPoint political campaign is not ripe for Nigeria as it is now.
All right, let's bring in our audience to join us. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We'll let you in. We'll give you a chance to ask one question only, no statements, so that we can get to so many people, those who may want to. All right, so I will. Kayode, how do you want to do it? Do you want to take one question at a time, or you want multiple questions?
I think I should maybe take two at a time, so that it's not all modeled.
Okay, all right. So 2 questions at a time. Okija, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Kayode, for coming here. Rudolph, I mean, he's an interesting person. I don't know why you're limiting us to one question, but anyway, Mr. Ogundamisi, I want to know, like, I'm a big supporter, you know, like, I just want to say that. But like, I'm not the type that says Obi will win this election, because I mean, I know the numbers are not there. We're looking at the numbers are not there for me. Okay, but I'm not going to say that he's not going to win as well. But I want to based on INEC registered voters, when it was 89 million, before I think now they added more, when it was 89 million, the percentage of Igbo voters, Southeastern people in the north, registered voters, 27%, they constitute 27%. In the south, they constitute about 43%. In the southwest, they constitute about 36%. So I don't know, how do you make this analysis without factoring into this? I'm not saying that Igbos that would vote for one candidate. I mean, Igbos people, they do whatever they want. So, looking at these numbers, why, where do you get, are you factoring all these numbers, in your analysis?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've been able to get statistics. You would have to give me the source where there's ethnic breakdown of. I always go by INEC documents. So INEC has not produced any document that puts percentage of voters in terms of their state of origin, because I don't think when you're going to register, you put your state of origin and what have you. So I can't, because I'm not quite clear where that statistic is coming from. I wouldn't come, but I must recognize that, of course, there are people of southeastern Nigeria across the country. As a matter of fact, the economy of most states would collapse if people from the southeastern part, leave the place. But I don't think, for example, in Ogun State, you would have Southeasterners giving Obi 25%. I don't think in Taraba, in Kaduna, in Kano, that would happen. In Kaduna, because of the southern Kaduna, northern Kaduna dichotomy and the Christian votes, you're likely to get something close to that. But in terms of winning the election, it's not there. So, but I see Obi as going to deliver the largest third-party result ever in the history of our country. I think I clearly believe that is going to happen, and that's why I keep saying to people, Obi is a candidate that people should invest now and for the future. If this election goes and either of the leading party wins, I think there's this big chance that in the next electoral cycle that we might have a president from a third political party.
All right, thank you. Okija, you can hang around. If we go around and there are not enough people, more people coming up, we can come back for a second round, okay?
Okay. Yeah,
let's go to Sydney. Sydney, you're next.
Hi, thank you, Udo, and thank you, Kayode. Very wonderful presentation you made.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to ask with regards to your analysis with respect to the elections. Based on what I'm feeling also with everybody's feeling a lot of things from the ground and all that. Do you reckon that this election will not be on the first ballot? And I know you mentioned something close to that. And if it's not on the first ballot, do you reckon that none of the parties will actually have the 25% and 25 states and the FCT? And if that happens based on, this is my own postulation, if that happens based on that, then there's a likely, what are the implications in terms of the horse trading? Because that means an OB, if an OB is leading in terms of popular vote, how will the horse trading go? Because like in previous elections, we've had that it's a two-horse race and you have to win 4 zones to really win the election. But in this election, it's not likely that an individual will pick 4 zones. And what are the implications of that? If we're looking at zones, that means OB is like south, south, southeast. Um, we don't know who is having north central, northeast, and all that, southwest. So it looks like a toss up in many places. So it looks like OB has more of an advantage to be somewhere in the running for the election. So what do you think about that?
I stand to be corrected. I think in terms of the runoff election, I think it's usually based on popular votes. I might be wrong. I don't. I need to check that later. I think it's just based on the popular votes, but I'm not 100% sure about that. If that is the case, I strongly believe in terms of the popular vote numbers, it's going to be between between Atiku and Tinubu to slug it out. And if there's a rerun election, I strongly believe there's going to be an alliance between the Labour Party, either formal or informal alliance between the Labour Party and the PDP, the opposition party. The opposition parties will literally unite against the ruling party. Even if we go by your postulations now that a three-run race, which is not going to. There's never a three-run race in rerun. It's always between the two people. But if even Obi comes into the situation of into the picture, because you can never say never in politics, it's still going to be an alliance between Obi and the PDP. Because
sorry, I didn't say. I said the first ballot is not. It's like a 3-horse race most likely.
Yes.
And then when they go into the second ballot, we need to identify the criteria for that second ballot, and I don't think it's just on popular vote alone. I think you need to make that mark of 25%. And if then they have to look at the individuals that have made the quantum. Let's say somebody has 10 to 15 states, somebody has 14 and all that. Then they look at popular vote, and then so I'm feeling that there will be a lot of complications in that regard, and it's important maybe INEC and people begin to know exactly what is going to happen, because that may be a real issue for folks.
I agree with you. It will be a real issue, but I think that no matter the permutations, if the PAPC does not win the election in the first round, whatever happens, the election is over in the second round. I strongly believe that is likely. I will, in an alliance with, will Atiku step down for Nobi, vice versa, and what have you? Those are conversations that we can't have now. But I strongly just believe that the APC must win. Well, should win the election if they are serious in the first round. If they don't win the election in the first round, that's it. Game over.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Let's go to Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Kayode.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, I think we are in the same political arena. All your assertion, I concur with this 100%. Maybe because we are namesake, but I don't know. Maybe that is why. My question is, how do you see? I'm just bearing Thomas. I'm Yoruba. I bear Kayode as well. So how do you see people talking about the Southwesterner? If you are not aligned with their candidate from a section from other region, how do you see people calling them they are the problem of Nigeria? Because I've saw that countless of time on internet.
Yeah.
If you are not aligned with my candidate, you are the problem of Nigeria. So I just want, how do you see that going? I don't know what is your feel about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just I have another
Yeah.
question, but later
Yeah.
I will ask the
Yeah.
second one later. Yeah.
Thomas, thank you so much for that question. Rudolph, I was speaking to a friend yesterday, and I was saying to her that look, one of the reasons why I actually don't want a Yoruba man to win this presidency is that I don't want the Yorubas to be subjected to the level of hatred and bigotry the Fulanis have had in the last 8 years as a result of Buhari being president of Nigeria. I mean, I've got Fulani friends who you need to be close to them to see the personal, mental impact it has had on them in the last 8 years. So I would rather anybody else but a Yoruba man becomes president, just to avoid those kind of narrative that when a president is incompetent, then the whole tribe is incompetent. When the president is in power, then every criminal act in the community is from people from his tribe. I agree. The level of insults that has been thrown around across the political parties. Don't let us label this just as a Peter Obi thing. Amongst people, like you even have Yorubas abusing Yorubas for not supporting Tinubu, and they say Omoale, Otigba body and what have you. And you have Igbo people, abusing Yorubas and what have you. And I think we need to move away from that. And I personally, one of the major reasons, particularly when I'm not really sure about the so-called Southwest candidate as it is, I'd rather anybody just take take over the villa, because the problem now are so huge. They remind us that you need somebody with 36 fingers to be able to do something about it. So I completely condemn those kind of narratives, and that is one of the reasons why, apart from the personal issues, I decided to stay away from Twitter, because the kind of debates are not really the kind of debates you really want to have. When everybody has calmed down, then we'll now start having proper debates. I think we need to tone down the bigotry and the hatred, that jabs we throw amongst each other. And that is why clearly this place, I said at some point that I don't agree that Peter Obi sees himself as an Igbo candidate. He's made that clear time and time again. And I said that was how Buhari had to convince everybody that he's not a Fulani candidate, But you just have that extreme segment of your supporters that you just lose control over what they say and how they say it.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. Man of prestige, Ernest.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Mr. Kayode, for being on this platform. It's nice to have you to enumerate about what's happening in Nigeria. So my question, I have a lot of questions, but like Rudolph said, we can only allow one question or two. But let me just ask my first question, because you stated something about the obedience being so various on the internet. So that's why that may sway people from not voting for them. But in my own opinion, I don't think being a savvy politician, being a very savvy in American politics, there's what we call soft supporters. So I'm thinking maybe the people you're thinking that may not vote for me because, the obedience are attacking them, they are soft supporters to begin with. They may never vote for me, because if you really believe in somebody, you're not gonna swear away from that because they're soft, because they're attacking the candidate. You have to focus on the candidate, not because of the supporters. So in my own opinion, why did you come to the conclusion that people are going to, not vote for Obi because of their, obedience, attacking them. After all, there's other supporters are attacking obedience too. But what happened is there's more obedience on the internet. It's more obedient, maybe about 10 to 1 or 20 to 1. So that's what make it seem like it's more obedience attacking each other. So everybody's attacking everybody. So you saying that it's more obedience, I don't agree to that. It's because of the proportionality. That's what make it to go one side. But that doesn't sway somebody from voting from somebody. So that's my opinion. So can you enumerate on that, please?
Yeah, I think the good thing about this show is that the recordings are always available. Maybe after this show, you would go through what I said. I did not say obedience. I said a segment, a segment of the campaign, just like a segment of every other campaign. And I actually made reference to the Buhari campaign, that, a segment, you would have extreme segment of those campaigns. You may want to admit it, or you may not, or you may want to deny it, that and I gave a practical example, and I think the Peter Obi campaign took note of it, that the street campaigns, fell into the propaganda. Say, for example, if you have from Ajawo Estate, I call Ajawo Estate Little Biafra, it's home to us, and I like the way the dynamism of Ajawo Estate, So if you have a rally from Ajawo Estate, by the time you get to Mushin and you see that the composition of the rally is 95%, almost 95% people from Southeast Nigeria. It is easy for opponents to target, look at these Igbo people, they want to take over Lagos. It doesn't mean I agree with what they are saying. I'm just saying that the perception filters into the streets, it filters. Let me give you another example. In Alaba market, when people were asking people to show their PVC before going into the market, you can feel for their intentions, of encouraging people to get their PVC. But by the time that rumor gets to Agege, to Idiroko, it'll be like, why are they locking the street within Lagos? Those are the kind of things you have. Forget the internet. These things translate into those voting populations. And politicians use it as their own propaganda against the opponent. And I'm glad that the Obi campaign took note of it and they changed strategy. The internet is I always call the internet, particularly social media now, is just an echo chamber. Everybody has a stand, so it's just big crowd. You are not going to change anybody's opinion, really. People have already made up their mind. But what you should be worried about is the impact of those conversations on the ordinary, ignorant voters on the street that can be easily manipulated with propaganda.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Jonaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, Kayode, for being. Who do you think is the right person to lead Nigeria in this crucial time, and why do you think so? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll tell you who I don't think should lead Nigeria at this time, which is, and I've mentioned it again, I don't think the so-called top two candidates, Atiku and Tinubu should lead Nigeria at this time. But if I were in Lagos, I vote in Lagos always. In the last election, I'll be voting for any of the other candidates. But I would like to keep who I'm going to vote for to myself for various reasons. But definitely, it won't be it won't be either the PDP candidate or the APC candidate. But I also need to let you know that I did say in the past that if the election had been between Obi, PDP, and Asiwaju, APC, that I would have voted for Peter Obi. If the election had been between Obi, PDP, and Oshibajo, APC, I would more likely have voted for Oshibajo.
All right. Thank you. Jonaba, thank you. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Good morning, Rudolph, and welcome, Kayode.
Thank you, sir.
Ogundamisi. I'm not sure if you have the Sahara Reporters stock from upbringing, but at the same time, my question here is, has there ever been a runoff election in Nigerian politics? And from your analysis, are you saying that the offshoot of the NSAS massive youth movement of the third force and all the alliance of the Niger Delta, the Middle Belt Forum, particularly with the leadership of people like Padebanjo. Are you saying that the massive efforts that we're seeing on ground by the youths, coupled with all the things that are happening economically, isn't the fact that when 20 pounds, I'm sure that you know about the 20 pounds after the war, and I'm sure that some of us are overlooking that has been given only 20,000 naira for the current new naira note. So with all that said, where are we heading to? First of all, I'm a Peter B up front. I'm solidly behind Peter B. Why do you think that the massive effort of the youths will be overcome by the older, again, generation of the likes of particularly Tinubu, who should have no business leading Nigeria from his state of mind? That is my own personal perspective as it stands. That is my question.
Okay, I think, when we bandy things like youths in Nigeria, particularly from those of us in southern Nigeria, we define youth because there are quite a number of people on social media and their trajectory, their cacophony of noise is certain way to what we believe. But we first check out the INEC statistics in terms of youth registration. More young people from the northern part of the country registered and collected their PVC in this election. It's so disappointing that less younger people from the southern part of the country collected their PVC and registered to vote in this election. I'm talking about the latest INEC statistics. And when we talk about youth, really, we factor in that youth are different demographics. If you look at the young person in the streets of Kano, Zamfara, and what have you, the kind of political decisions they make, how they come to the political conclusion of how they vote is different from the way the young persons in Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, would vote. So I acknowledge from the word go, I acknowledge the importance of NSAS, and I mentioned the civil society and the elite group that they are pro Peter Obi, and that's solid. But from where I sit today, the numbers are not up to the point where they can turn the election. It will take another election cycle, and that election cycle, and then getting a bit of these young people in the north and disillusioned voters from the north to be able to now produce a third-party candidate. And this is not just because of about Peter Obi. I'm talking about third-party candidates, but Peter Obi just happens to be the symbol of that third-party candidate today. And in terms of having an Igbo presidency, I have absolutely no problem with having an Igbo president. As a matter of fact, I've said it here again, I would rather that we had a president outside of Southwest Nigeria than a president from within, from Southwest Nigeria as it is today. And that's for various reasons. So I'm not dismissing Peter Obi's movement. I'm just saying that the numbers are not there today to upturn the presidency in the first round electoral vote. But I can say my own elections are full of surprises. Some people never gave Donald Trump the chance, and look at how he swept and became president of America. So there are, in political analysis, you have unknown territories. And this particular election, there are a lot of unknowns. We've never tested this new electoral act, and it might change things. The political class might not have that resources of where they allocate 1 million votes in Rivers State, 10 million votes in Kano State, 3 million votes in Lagos State. So things might change, don't really start. But from where I stand today, I do not see that, even with all those strong political movements behind Peter Obi, I don't see him being able to upstage the top two political parties.
All right, thank you, Igbo Basics. Des and Austin, let me skip two of you for now. Let me go to H.O. She's going to church, and let me get her to Wayne. H.O., go ahead.
Now do well.
See,
Thank
nice.
you for those when you allow me to jump the queue.
I'm nice sometimes.
I won't go thank Papa God. So I won't go church, go thank her. Because
Okay.
they won't kill me on Friday. Now I see that they want to scatter my life. Papa say never reach. We go leave that one. Oga political analysis, welcome. Oh. Thank you very much for your articulated political analysis. You just said wetin is sweet me. If not, the kind latishalize when I forgive you for passing people. You say this election go full of surprises. Of course, it's full of surprises. Because John go don ripe, matter not be the same again. 1960 this very one. Now selection that they give us, not be election. So this very particular one, now election. And any person, when he said because if they breathe, if they sleep, they wake up, he won't come go back to the old orders to give us selection. I won't give the special announcement. Before you do and dig your grave, buy your casket, buy pepper, buy rice, buy groundnut oil. When we go to celebrate your departure. Because you know what? This very election not be business as usual. All of una when don't collect money for PDP and APC to take rig election. Make una dig una grave Tori, now the last money one na go collect to rig election I be that. And that money go turn to dust for my life. Except on one condition. If the blood of the innocent has been spilled in the land of Nigeria, if they are not crying for vengeance, if the spirit of the innocent that have died in the land of Nigeria, if they are not crying for vengeance, all this una rigging and everything, shegbeni, una go take them. But if those blood are crying for vengeance, and some mama dem wey be say they can't lose their pikin in this nonsense, their heart are grieving for pain. They make una dig una grave, buy una casket, make una help me buy rice, pepper, groundnut oil, because we go celebrate una departure.
So,
it is not business as usual.
Echo, question, please. We have a lot of people waiting.
And you don't let my hair scatter. Ogasa. My only question we say, make you go back to your drawing board again. Put the elements. When you take us say, the thing go fit flip. Go and plug it into your analysis again and come back and readdress Nigeria. And to my fellow Nigerian home and abroad, if you now want total freedom, vote your worry. If you want partial freedom, I give you now Obi or Kwakwa so. If you now don't want freedom at all, I dash you now Tutu and Kuku. Tutu na Tunubu, Kuku na Tiku. I dash you now. But if you now vote any of that people, una can't carry una phone, call any of my pikin for abroad, make it come pay school fees for my children, make it come pay house rent for them. Or una go hospital, una no fit pay una bill, or una dey hungry. The blood of the innocent that have been spilled in the land of Nigeria will haunt you people. Their spirit will carry Egba, Ken, and Bulala. They go they flog una for na sleep because you people are more wicked than the devil. And they go church, make una continue. Come on later.
With my mic off. Thank you so much, Echo. Thank you.
I go join you when I come back from Papa God's house.
All right. Kayode, do you have anything to to say.
No, I can feel the anger and pain of my sister, Esho. Yeah, well, unfortunately, INEC does not count courses as votes, you know. And
don't worry, they go dance for their sleep. Then they go start. You think so? They are exempted. They are the evil. You see, Bible tell me say because judgment is not speedily executed upon an evil man. The heart of men are set to do evil. I am asking heaven upon the mandate upon my head to build a new Nigeria, to execute his judgment speedily upon the INEC chairman and all the official when one rig election. Make them try am. We go bury them.
Echo, thank you so much. Let's go to Des.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things, or maybe ask a few questions, maybe one question though. With your permutation, I tend to agree that you did your permutation based on the former election. You didn't really put so many variables on it. And I just want to ask you, let's look at the numbers though. In 2019, there were total number of elections, give or take, was about 30 million. And INEC has a little, let's say 90 million registered voters, right? And assuming this election goes the way that I think it's gonna go, and we have more voter turnout because of reduced voter apathy, because I was in Nigeria just a few weeks ago, so I was on the ground. Let's assume that a little about 30 million extra came out to vote, and that 30 million, 80% of them voted for Obi, which is very, very possible because they just came out to vote because of what has been happening. 80% of them voted for Obi, and the rest shared their vote between PDP and APC. Does that basically make your permutation wrong? And P2B, even if I think it's still gonna go to a runoff, does that make your permutation will be coming a second and a fourth? That's my question.
Well, that's under the assumption is that this high number of voters are pro-B votes, you know. Yeah, you could be right. But I still think first I said we're in uncharted territories, but these numbers do not reflect what is happening in the northern part of the country. That is where the votes are. You know, if there's an increase in the number of pro-Obi votes in the north, the election is over. Obi is president. You know, but that Obi has a lot to catch up on votes from the north central, the northeast, and the northwest. But it would north central is okay. You know, Plateau, Benue, you know, FCT. You know, Labour Party would do so well in Plateau, Benue, and FCT. But you know, North Central has Niger and all of you. So if you're looking at this number from a sectional point of view, you would assume that 80% was for Peter Obi. But you remember the electoral demography is diverse. As there is increase in the number of voters in Lagos, there is increase in the number of voters in Sokoto. There are increases in the number of voters in Maiduguri. There are increases in the number of voters in Anambra and in Abia. You know, so, and these voters across the country, the voting demographics are quite different, you know. And remember, whether you like it or not, the Labour Party are competing with votes with PDP in certain parts of the country, and PDP would definitely pull out some of these votes in those parts of the country to an extent. So it's not a clear-cut election for the three political parties. But as it is today, and I still say it, the good thing for our democracy is that we have a third major force in the country electorally, but I don't think in this election cycle that third force is likely to take the presidency of the country.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Augustine. Augustine, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. My question was on the data, but I wanted him to comment more on what Thomas asked him, and I saw his reply. I wanted to comment more in the sense of Thomas was passionate, and I felt the voice of angry person that they are being criticized. How do you talk about a nation and nationhood where it's different parts of people that make up that nation? Since 1999, Obasanjo was on seat for 8 years. Now, this present 8 years, vice president is from Southwest. The House of Reps speaker is from the Southwest. And you have all the chief security officers, none from South tenants of presenting a candidate that every one of us believes will not help Nigeria in this situation. And you want to be relaxed. I want everybody to look at you with that fair mind. So if you can comment on that, I'll be glad. But my question is on your data collection. Have you been to Nigeria the last 2 weeks? And if you are the Southeasterners, Southwesterners have never voted Labour Party before. They have been voting PDP. But in your permutation, you have given them Labour Party. They are going to vote Labour Party. Now, who told you that what Buhari did to the Northerners, that they are not angry, that they are not going for a new candidate? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Augustine. First, the way I see the election is not the Bible. You know, there will be superior arguments, or only after the results that will, and it's not competitive. You know, I'll be glad if I'm disproved. You know, if everything fall under, you know, and Nigeria gets the better for it. You know, but from the way if we look, I can only base it on what how far the election has been so far. The results and PVC collections coming out from INEC, and the voting pattern in the geopolitical zones. You know, I would rather a country where who becomes the president of Nigeria does not matter. You know, the issue, it wouldn't matter whether the man is Igbo or Yoruba. In fact, what we have always said is that I wish the presidency becomes so unattractive, where we devolve power into a truly federal system, where the most important electoral officer in your area will be the councillor of your local government, you know, who makes the critical important decisions for your local government, where states will no longer need to be pumping money into using their resources to sustain Abuja, but that they will use their resources to develop their regions, and then just give little to the central government, you know, where we have a ceremonial president. That's the kind of dream of Nigeria that I think we should have, so that the competing regions will be able to develop their natural resources for their benefit and the benefit of everyone in the country. But we are where we are today. You know, election is a game of numbers. It's not a game of emotions, you know, but emotions plays a very critical role in decision making. You know, I go to Nigeria quite often. You know, I'm in tune with what is happening in Nigeria. I am not sort of the diaspora Nigeria that does not go home, but I can only speak of what is on the ground. From my opinion, it doesn't mean that is what's going to happen when the results are counted. The results might change. You might have a situation whereby Obi clears the whole election and then becomes president. You can have an election where even Tinubu clears the whole election, you know, or Atiku. But I can only speak on my experience, the data in front of me, the voting pattern, and of course I recognize the anger, and that anger, if there's a rerun, goes against the ruling government. They would not win. I don't think they are going to win a second round election if they don't win the election in the first instance.
All right, thank you, Augustine. Sure Life, you're next.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and good evening, Mr. Kayode.
Good evening, sir.
My question is that, though I have not listened properly to all your submissions since when you started, but then I can ask you that what is your take, or what do you foresee about the final result of the election, considering the ongoing scarcity of fuel and the an uncashable cash of the currency, what is the impact you see is going to have on the election? And if at the end of the day you foreseen any impact on which particular candidate or the party this thing is going to favor, is it not going to result to what Nigeria is actually scared of?
Thank you. And Rudolph, I think this question by sure is one of the most important questions that, what's the name? Clinton says, what keeps me awake at the night? This is the kind of question that should keep every Nigerian awake in the night, is the fear of what will happen when the results are declared. Look, there are people across the country, particularly in the southern part of the country, who believe that Peter Obi has won this presidency. And no matter what, if the result goes anyway, they would not take it. And there are also some people in the southwest of the country who believe that the election is Tinubu's election, and if the results go either way, then it's either rigged or flawed. First, you've said the most important thing. This Naira change, fuel scarcity, would have a huge impact negatively on the ruling party, the APC. And it's clear, even the governor of the state is saying it, that it's going to impact the electoral value, And the candidate of the APC is accusing, can you imagine, his own sitting president of the presidency of sabotaging his electoral prospect. So it's really going to have a huge impact, on the ruling party. 25 days to election, if it was like about 6 months or 5 months ago, it would give the Labour Party enough chance in the northern part of the country where you need those huge numbers to be able to enlighten people and divert people from the PDP to the Labour Party. This is the logo of the party. This is who our man is and what have you. But if you speak to even very close people within the Labour Party, to the OP cabinet, they will acknowledge the electoral deficiency in the key core northern areas where those votes will come from. Let me give you an example. In Lagos, if you vote and you declare all the results of Lagos and you've not taken the Lagos of Alimosho, the votes of Alimosho, you can't go and start celebrating that you are the governor of Lagos. That is the role of certain states in northern, particularly Kano, Borno, those core cardinal states, So there's a lot of road to be covered, and I don't think 25 days is enough to cover those roads. And there are some things I try to avoid saying here because of this platform. I don't want to also contribute to the division we have. There are sentiments going on in northern Nigeria, and I don't want to repeat them here, because they are not the kind of sentiments we should be repeating. There are some sentiments that are going on the streets, which might be false or are false, but they are really having a huge impact. Just like sentiments that are said in churches in southern Nigeria, sentiments are being raised in mosques in northern Nigeria, and we can't be the one to be repeating those kind of sentiments.
Even the southern part of Nigeria, I have a video that is also similar kind of sentiments, yes, in part of Yoruba land.
Yeah, so,
yes.
And I advise us not to repeat those sentiments, but those sentiments are very impactful. They are catching fire, and you can't get that covered on social media. I'm having calls from, I schooled in Jos. I did most of my advanced studies in the north, and you have calls from people I think should know better, and they will call me and be saying, so this is the agenda, this is what is happening. But the media will not capture those sentiments. And when people are going to vote, even if the current party is asked to ons, they would vote based on that sentiment, and those are the kind of things we need to actually prepare ourselves for, and I think the major political parties have a role to play in trying to disabuse the minds of Nigerians, and so that we can have a peaceful country after this election.
All right. Thank you, Shaw, for life. Foley, you're next. Foley B, you're next. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Please. Good evening, Mr. Arab, and good evening, everyone. It's actually a pity that there is no time that Nigeria have ever win these people we are talking about. They always come back to win the masses. And my reason is simple. In the history of Nigeria, since we have been having this kind of problem we have in this country, even before the independence. There was a time that Nigeria actually wanted freedom. We were looking for independence when the whites supposed to leave us for our country. They still go ahead to go and give the power to someone they know they can control very well in the country. And after that, even when we are trying to win the military, they still come back and give us somebody from them so that they can be able to achieve their aim. And when the democracy we all think we are enjoying today, we are supposed to be for Nigerian, the military to take it over. They just remove their khaki and wear their agbada. And after that, we were about to move from PDP to set people. The same politicians who destroyed the Nigerians so far were the ones that still bring themselves back to PDP, to APC. And today we are seeing the results. So 2020, Nigeria actually rise up and we have answers. And answers actually give us a movement that we think that will give us the liberation that we all need. But it's a pity that after the whole answer struggle, when we were supposed to have the real candidate on the ballot, that Nigeria will actually bring out to be the one that will lead the struggle so that can lead to the freedom we are supposed to have. It's pity that somebody else from the same oppressors take it over, and we think we're having a candidate today. And I pray we don't regret this after the election. But what I will ask my brother is this: after the election, I pray Nigeria can be able to put on their shoe and make sure these people, whosoever win among them, we should make sure that we put it together and make sure we put them at work. We should make sure that we allow them to work very well for us. That's my advice for Nigeria. So, Mr. Kolade, please, I don't know. You said you don't have your vote for PDP, you don't have it for APC, but you are like saying that if you are to vote, you vote for the new candidate. Is there anyone among them that you think that suits your agenda? Forget about the movement that you think that suits the situation that Nigeria have now. Is there anybody you think it's worth Nigeria to vote for, even if you are not seeing the person? Is there anybody you have in mind? Thank you.
That's a difficult question. It's like almost forcing me to say who I'm going to vote for. But I'll give a response like a politician. I've got two radical candidates in Showore and the SDP candidates. Is it Adebayo or what's those are radical candidates that if I'm going to do a protest vote, I would consider either of those candidates. If I'm going to just be part of the bourgeois protest votes, Peter Obi will probably come close to somebody I will not close my nose to vote for Peter Obi if I want to vote, with the established candidate, because I don't significantly see Peter Obi as radically different from he left PDP like a few months ago. I do not see, while I welcome is the movement is creating, I believe it needs enough time. First, there needs to be a marriage between his ideology and the Labour Party that he leads, because the political ideology of the Labour Party and Peter Obi's ideology in terms of the economy are antithetical, the Labour Party has at its core, the core of its movement, pro-worker, against state nationalization. That should be the core, the core tendency of the Labour Party. But over the years, it's just turned out to be a bourgeois party where it's just a platform for any political party to grab and contest election. But if you want anybody that stands the chance of, if it's a radical vote, it will, of course, Showore and Adebayo will get because they have the radical ideas of, you might not agree with it, you just say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to vote for anyone of you.
They're actually my candidates. So you are speaking my mind.
Yeah, so I'm not going to, as a matter of protest, I'm just going to vote for these two people, even if they are going to get 1% of the vote. But of course, I am not averse to voting for Peter Obi in an election, if an election comes today. But if Obi stands a chance, of if he was the candidate of the PDP against the Tinubu of the APC, I would not even think it twice before I vote for Peter Obi in that election. But I also say that, you were saying something going in the future. I think what happens every electoral cycle is that young people mobilize for a candidate, and then when the election is over, everybody goes to sleep, and then one protest after the other. Obi has an opportunity here to start building coalitions after this political party, this election towards the next election, and they can actually have an alliance. How come you can't have an alliance between Obi, Shore, the major opposition parties, in the country, aside from the PDP and the APC? This is the time where they can come together and actually form a huge bloc and work the next 4 years in case any of the big parties win this election, so that by the time the next election comes, then they stand a chance. And when I say they stand a chance, I mean there's a need to actually sell and earn the trust of voters in the northern part of the country. We can't dismiss. I keep saying that, and we can't dismiss it, because the stronghold of that block votes in the north, no one has been able to break that block vote till today.
All right, Foley, thank you so much. Before Eddie, let me ask you, Kayode, what about the role of the international community in this election? Do you think they have a preferred candidate, and who would that be?
Rudolph, you're always putting me. So I was speaking to some MPs recently, because every election year we just have this tit for tat, and I was quite shocked how they how they know the result of this election based on social media conversations, and they just said, should we start preparing? I don't want to mention the name of the candidate. They say, should we start preparing for this person? Because when you go on social media, this is what everybody's talking about. And when we now started analyzing things, it was a shock to them, that the reports they are getting from the field officers, the embassy head of the political heads in their embassies in Nigeria, is quite contradictory to the reality of what is happening on the ground. So it's clear that, after every electoral cycle, the international community would want a change in government. And I strongly believe that the momentum is not on the side of the ruling party in this election as far as the international community is concerned. But, you cannot lump the international community into one block. What is the interest of Russia? What's the interest of China that is already doing business with the Buhari government? The rail, and what are the interests of the British government? Does it align with the interests of the EU and America? So it's quite difficult. But you can see all the candidates have been trying to sell themselves to the UK audience by coming to Chatham House, to sell themselves. But I also believe that gone are the days when the international community, they have their own issues that they are facing. There's recession in Europe, in the UK, there's crisis of migrants and what have you. So Nigeria at the moment is not at the core, in terms of their consideration. Of course, they will send observers to the election and what have you. But I don't think there is this plan to install a particular candidate on the country. Unlike those days when Obama sort of leaned to who he was, who America was sort of backing in the election. I don't think it is, but I think the international media are quite excited about Peter Obi. They are extremely excited about Peter Obi, his charisma, his connection to the young people, and what have you. They were also excited about Shore when he ran the last time. And sometimes when you read what they write, you say, oh, what you're writing and what is on the ground are quite different. Yes, this is a fantastic candidate, but he doesn't have the numbers on the street. So it's difficult to say where they stand now. They have a lot of, there's war in Ukraine that is going on, until if they now start seeing that this election might configurate Nigeria, and then instigate refugee crisis, that is when you now see direct statements, as to where they stand. But the Americans have talked about election riggers. They've said they've put some people on their block list and what have you. We'll just wait and see. where everything heads to.
All right, thank you. Eddie, you're next.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Mr. Kayode.
Good evening, Eddie.
Good evening, every other person. Like there's this song, last, everybody gets up breakfast. And it's that you don't chop breakfast for APC. So hence you're no longer with APC, because if you're supporting APC, if you're supporting the Buhari administration in 2015, and now you're no longer with them, something bad must have happened, or what you saw then and what you see now are pretty much different. So my questions are, and in your presentation, you made mention of something you saw about Buhari during his military dispensation, where he dealt with indiscipline. And I wasn't born then, but from what I've read and stories I've heard, he didn't fare well during his military era. He didn't fare well. Even the war against indiscipline wasn't successful. So, I mean, you must have seen something that made you lean towards him. And so, what do you think? First, you should tell us what you saw in him then that made you lean to him, and what you saw in him at 2015 that made you also lean to him, and then what changed in your stand with the APC? Or where did you get it wrong, or what's wrong, and if anything, how can it be fixed?
Okay, so I think there's a misconception here, because first I heard you say everybody will chop breakfast. I'm not chopping breakfast, but my country is has always bled, and that was why I was a student activist for many years. If breakfast was not going around everybody, I wouldn't have gone to prison under Babangida, under Abacha, thrown into prison under Obasanjo itself. So the breakfast has always been there for everybody to work, So it's not like it's personal to me, but it's germane to everybody in the country, So, and I've never been a member of the APC. Let me just correct you there. I was part of and actively was involved in forming the CPC, putting the CPC. Congress for Progressive Change, because it was very idealistic, puritanist party. And when an alliance was formed with ACN, I was a bit uncomfortable. And then I just said, nah, that's me done with trying to be a member of any political party in Nigeria. But I've always been an advent campaigner and encouraging the current president to run for office, because I strongly still believe that, corruption is one of the big things that is facing our country. And I did strongly believe that it was going to fight corruption. And when he became president, look, you can support a candidate, but what they do with power, you have no control over it when they come into power. I was quite disappointed because I didn't believe that corruption had been fought. I strongly don't believe that they had the right attitude towards fighting corruption. I can say that anyway. I've said it within government and outside of government. They know my position, because I've never benefited personally from this government in the last 8 years, So I was quite disappointed with the approach to corruption. The fact that Diziani is still in the UK, that rolling the streets with me is a huge testimony, despite the evidence, the weighty evidence against Diziani, Lizzie Madweke, and several issues like that within the government itself. A lot of people were indicted. So that was the first point of, oh no, this doesn't sit right with me. Secondly, in terms of security, I'm quite happy and I'm pleased that they were able to confront ISWAP and Boko Haram in northern Nigeria. And credit goes to our brave men and women who are fighting in that flank. And it's because I live in the UK, I know how very difficult it is to fight terrorism. So I give him credit for that. But I'm not blind to the fact that insecurity has spread to other parts of the country, the bandits, kidnapping, and what have you. So I have a lot of disagreement with the government on that, But I am pleasantly shocked and surprised at the kind of progress they made in infrastructure. You know, you have to be very, very untruthful to acknowledge the fact that in terms of roads, rail network, and what have you, they've started projects in certain parts of the country, including in Southeast, like the second Niger Bridge in my region. I took a train from Lagos to Ibadan that they started and completed, you know, quite across the country. They're making a huge effort in that. I didn't know they were going to do anything with regards to that. So I give them kudos for that. But having said, like I keep repeating, you can have the roads, you can have the trains, you can have the rails, but if people are not safe, if the economy is not sound and is not impacting the lives of the ordinary people, you know, it sort of just doesn't make sense. So that's my area of disagreement. I continue to support and hope that this government, my regret, you know, the only regret I have is that my opposition to the Jonathan administration was not to the point where I could have an area of agreement with that. And I've learned from that lesson that going forward, that anybody that is in government, whether it's somebody I like or I don't like, I owe it to my country to support them to succeed while disagreeing with specific areas that they have failed in. And that is my attitude. You know, as you grow, you have new ideas and you mature, you know. And with this government, I continue to support this government and hope they succeed, you know, but it doesn't stop me from highlighting the obvious failures of the government. And if the people of the country in their wisdom decide to vote them out in the next election, I mean, we fought for democracy. I'll be so happy, you know, that, we can change government when we are not happy with the way the government has performed. So it's not a matter of breakfast, you know. When the rain falls, it falls on every man's house, you know. The insecurity affects, when the armed robber or the kidnapper wants to kidnap you, they don't ask whether you're a member of APC, Labour Party, or PDP, or you are Buhari or Jonathan's supporter, you know. And I keep saying to people that if Buhari wants to, daughters want to get married now, he would first invite Peter Obi and Atiku's family members before he would even think of me. Vice versa, you know. The same with Peter Obi and whatever. The ruling class always know how to protect their own interests. You know, that we should just avoid this issue of, you know, we're the ones at the receiving end and we continue to accuse each other and counter-accuse each other. You know, I challenge anybody, both within and outside government, to point out one area where I have benefited from this country, from this government. But one area of benefit was that train station, rail network in Ibadan, in Lagos to Ibadan, the second Niger Bridge in the southeastern part of Nigeria. But the obvious failures are quite too huge for me to ignore and continue to say, yeah, everything is okay, when of course there are areas of concerns. And of course, finally, the kind of division in the country, you know, the mutual ethnic suspicion is worse now than it used to be.
All right, Eddie, thank you so much. Before we go to Obinna, I think I'll skip Sydney for now, but I will get back to him. But before Obinna, let me ask you, mentioned Desiane, and Desiane is still in the UK. I know you used to be involved in investigative
journalism.
Yeah. So the question is, you know, why is it difficult to tell us, you know, something new about her situation? What's difficult about that? And you know, and the other question that someone sent is about people like Tinubu and Atiku. They have not been to among these candidates running for office now. They've not visited the US. And there's always this question about whether they are not visiting because they don't have time or that there are issues. What do you know? Can you tell us, is there anything that could be stopping them or will stop them from coming to the United States?
Well, I'm not involved in any of their campaigns, so I don't know if there are issues for them, why they've not visited, you know, or why they chose not to visit. I also don't think the visit to the US will be a measure of how we should decide who we vote for. I think it should be what they can do for Nigeria. And if people have any major issue in indictable, you know, issues within Nigerian courts, they should go to the court, you know. You know, we always used to, Rudolph, I don't want to put you into this, you know, those era of calling everybody thief. you know, and we just shout thief, 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 thief. At the end of the day, we can't even get a conviction. I think it's high time we do actionable accusations that can bring and hold people to account and send them to jail. With Dezani, I think that is one of the areas where I started disagreeing with the government. You know, I could not believe in a million years, you know, that, you know, I thought by the first 4 years, you know, we would get to the point where the court would have given a final ruling on Dezani. And there are some of the details in court that I cannot go into because I might potentially be a witness, you know, for Nigeria, and anything I say now could be used by by different, you know. I was involved, like, you know, Rudolph, in the past years of digging into people's properties, documents, James Sibori and co, you know, giving documents to anti-corruption elements in Europe on why these people should be held to account. So there's a limit to what I can say, but I must say that I strongly, the political will to take people to jail, you know, from beginning to the end, it's disappointing. And one of the worst appointments, I've said it openly, as the Buhari government made, was the current Attorney General. You know, it's Malami. You know, I was strongly hoping Falana would be the Attorney General, you know, of the Federation, who had the zeal and will, you know, to pursue cases, you know. But we are where we are today. Let's hope that the next government will take on the several cases of corruption cases that are sitting here in the UK, and that is where something for the Peter Obi supporters, that they need to speak to their candidates. He said things about, let us forget the past. You know, we can't forget the past. People need to be held to account. And if Peter Obi is the president of Nigeria, I will be more than happy to support, without receiving payment, in getting these cases across where they are now. You know, I think answering your question directly, the Dezani case is still stuck within the police investigators and the court, and Nigeria in itself not providing the kind of support that you would expect of a country who want to retrieve their stolen wealth.
All right, thank you. I just want to acknowledge Thomas corrected me, and that was right, that Atiku was in the US. I forgot. Just that he did it. I don't know what he did. He didn't make much news, but I remember he was here. All right.
He was there, yeah.
Yeah, he was here. Obinna, you are next.
Yes, thank you.
Then I'll come to you later. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where we're from. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for this opportunity, and then Kayode, thank you too for, you know, the analysis. So my question was, I know earlier on you mentioned that in regards to if there's a runoff, I think the provision, because the reason for a runoff is that you might have one person who meets the initial criteria, which is majority votes, but they don't, all of them, yes, don't have the 24. That's the spread. Let's put it like that. Yeah. Yes. So I think the way the Constitution said it is that the first person who will be qualified for a runoff is the one who has the highest votes. Then the second person is the one who is higher in the spread. In terms of spread, it doesn't necessarily have to be the next highest person in votes, but it's the person who has more spread. So let's say in the event that kind of situation happens, and it is, let's say, it is between an Atiku and an Obi, or it's between a Tinubu and an Obi, who do you think is likely to? How do you take it? I think this will now change the permutations in regards to.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah,
it will.
Yes.
Wow. First time for your clarification and research. And if we're to go by this clarification, the likely highest vote and spread will be between Atiku and what's his name? Ashiwaju Tinubu.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I feel, that one would have the spread and one would likely be. But in the very exciting event that Obi crosses the line, somebody was telling me that Obi might get 10 states, you know, who were in a think tank and they were doing permutations. In the exciting event that Obi becomes that second candidate, you know, I think it will depend on alliance and negotiations between the you know, those who control. You remember, there's going to be a governorship election.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's not just negotiating, you become president. There will be give and take, and who has a lot a lot of positions to concede. Obi doesn't have any position to concede in any state.
Okay.
You might disagree with me. Obi is the most popular candidate in Labour Party, but he doesn't have any governor to negotiate, any senatorial seat to negotiate. But APC has, PDP has, you know. But if there's an alliance, you know, there's a need to form an alliance. I still believe that there will be a strong alliance between between Labour Party and the APs and the PDP. But now I can tell you who I vote for. If there's going to be a runoff, and the runoff is between Peter Obi and Atiku, I will personally fly to Nigeria and vote for Peter Obi. You know, definitely. If there's going to be, if the runoff is between Peter Obi and Asiwaju, I would stay. My intent would be to stay away from the election, and that staying away from the election should give you where I stand, really, basically.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baba Aye, you're next.
Thank you very much. Hi, Rudolph.
Hi.
Okay, you don't
brother.
Well, I was tempted to join the discussion when you first spoke about that the revolution now angle had been toned down in the Shore campaign. I put something in the chat. I was multitasking. But HO's intervention inspired me, bless our revolutionary spirit, to come in. I'll make a quick comment and then a question. And my point of departure is this. It was Lucy Parsons, the wife of, also a revolutionary by her own right, of one of the A-market martyrs, who said, don't be deceived that if you can vote away the wealth of the rich, they would allow elections. And someone else also said, if elections fundamentally change anything, they will be declared illegal. You know, so that doesn't mean the elections are not important, but nowhere in the world have you had fundamental structural changes without some sort of revolution. Because issues are systemic. Issues are systemic. And why would, despite realizing that, yes, elections are important, but elections themselves don't change anything, do activists take part in elections? It's because you put forward a platform. And not only that, the votes garnered also help deepen legitimacy that another world is possible, another Nigeria is possible, another society is possible, that is different and distinct from the nonsense and ingredient that we are seeing, for example, in Nigeria: no food, no light, no this, no that, only kidnapping. And so it is important, and it is important, in my view, the kind of positions that HO took of a protest vote for a revolutionary platform. And by the way, it is not that the AAC or Shore campaign toned down revolution. Shore's campaigns a people's manifesto for total liberation. The subtitle is AAC's program for the revolutionary transformation of Nigeria. There are tactics and strategy for the electoral movement and the non-electoral movement. A revolutionary struggle, and I'm talking to you, I mean, we've known each other for 33 years now, and I know you as a revolutionary. I know, as you said now, that people mature as they grow older, but I think that what even where we are now in Nigeria and globally shows is the need for revolutionary politics. So my question is, shouldn't us as revolutionaries, as activists, as genuine change-seeking, politicians, because politics is not something done by only those that are pushing us down. There is revolutionary politics. It is politics, with both its electoral and extra-parliamentary. Shouldn't we be upping that ante that someone like H.O. pushed for, of a protest vote for the revolutionary platform of the African Action Congress? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Babaye. Okay, so so two things there. I don't think we have serious areas of departure. I made it clear. I think if Rudolph can, if I'm wrong, Rudolph can clarify. I emphasize the importance of Showere's candidacy in this election as a platform for a radical revolutionary campaign. I said that clearly,
Yeah.
But I also have to be realistic. When we were young, and hot-headed, and we just say, Marxist, Leon Trotsky, Soviet Union, and we did not contextualize our immediate environment. We just sort of lift what is happening in the USSR or Soviet Union and thought this is how it's going to happen. But I acknowledge, applaud, and endorse Showere's continued candidacy in this election because of what it serves our people. That people should continue to hear radical revolutionary ideas, and there is space for people of our type who want to get involved. Without that platform, there will be no space. But I am also quite realistic as a political analyst, as a specialist, as somebody who studied politics and participates in politics, that when I talk about toning down, I don't mean it in a negative way in terms of Showore. I didn't say he has abandoned his revolutionary, his revolution now. But that when you look at the style of campaign, there was people no longer misunderstand what revolution now. Back in the last election, when you say revolution now, everybody, Showore wants to Dagbororu, they want to burn places. Not due to Showere's fault, but the lack of understanding from those people. But if you look at today's Showere's campaign, people are taking him as a serious candidate, not as somebody who just wants to set fire all over the place, which is not, he's our friend, he's my comrade, which I know is never an anarchist. You understand that? That is where I say the maturity, the growth, that is where I explain the maturity and the growth. Not that he has abandoned revolutionary. Of course, revolutionary change is what we would wish for Nigeria, so long it is non-violent revolution, And I have to say non-violent revolution for the benefit of the platform where we are now, and where I am living, So you need to tread carefully what you say, But if there is any revolution that would transform the institutions, the behavior of Nigerians and the government of Nigeria, I endorse it on the condition that it's a non-violent revolution. So I have no radical departure from Showore. And I mentioned here that if I'm going to do a protest vote, it will be between Showore and the SDP guy. But more likely Showore, because we have an history, I know where it's coming from, But if it's going to be a bourgeois political vote, I will not vote for PDP or APC. I'm likely going to vote for Peter Obi. But thankfully, I'm not voting in this particular election. I would love to be in Nigeria, but I can't be in Nigeria for personal reasons, and it's quite painful for some of us when during the electoral period we cannot be in the country. So I have no problem with, and I endorse majority of what you said, but I just needed to clarify your misunderstanding of.
No, sorry but it's not misunderstanding. I got those points, and what I was talking of, and that was why I spoke about raising the ante, because life generally is also about where the emphasis is. O and O and O, they all have the same circumferential. So it's about what the emphasis, and also this issue of being realistic. There was this slogan from Paris, Sorbonne, during the 1968. It said, be realistic, demand the impossible. There is even what is taken as granted today, it was because when it seemed unrealistic, people raised the ante in pushing those forward. So I appreciate your voice, and I know where your heart is. And all I'll just say now is I'll enjoin all and sundry. If you want to protest against this jagbajantis that we are living through, vote Moyele, vote AAC, your protest vote. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
you.
Baba.
Thank you, Baba. All right, let me, I know I'll go back to those who have had the chance to ask a question, but let me go to Ebi first, and then I'll come back to you, Sydney and Okija. Ebi, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Damages. You just saved me there. I need to take the kid out, but I wanted to speak to Mr. Kayode. I've known you, Mr. Kayode, for quite a long time. You don't know who the heck I am. My name is Ebenezer Komalafe, and I live in Canada. I like your revolution, your writings. I've read quite a lot, and I like what you stand for. I have a few questions, but I will just please jot them down because I'm not going to paraphrase. I will just read them out because before Dr. Njaki knocked me down. Do you appreciate the anger in the nation, and do you think Nigerians are very divided across whatever lines based on historical happenings and trends of injustice? Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra, do you think the Buhari government has handled this matter well? And the last one would be that, do you think Nigeria needs a conversation, irrespective of who wins, that these fundamental issues are there? Thank you.
Thank you, Ebi.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to write them down because they are very important questions. So only a very wicked person, and I think even within government, would say they do not acknowledge and appreciate the hunger in our country as it is today. And I've made reference to the fact that we've always been angry, but particularly now, people are very angry. Now of recent, even with what is happening with the fuel and the Naira situation. Of course, I appreciate that. You know, if I don't, Rudolph knows I've said I'm not going to say a word throughout this electoral period until after the election. But I thought I owe it, you know, that a voice, you know, not saying anything would mean like you're endorsing what is happening. It's good to always clarify things. And of course, I do appreciate the anger, and I hope that anger will translate into action. And the only action is to vote for the candidate you think would make a difference. And that is why when I said to the other lady, Esho, that causes, INEC don't count causes during election. You know, just like, you know, Nigeria will say, God does not have a voting card. When God uses us as individual to make those decisions. You know, all this prayer thing is not what changes country. I mean, I can't remember. I lived in Germany for like 5 years. My landlord was a specialist, and he's never been to church, or you know. And the number of people going to churches and mosques in this country keeps going down. But the number of technological advancement they are making, not to discourage and insult religion, you know. But I'm saying that if it is by the number of Muslims and Christians we have in Nigeria that should determine good governance, we shouldn't even have any problem at all. You know. So I acknowledge the fact that we have pain, but I just hope it's going to translate into positive voting pattern during this election. Are Nigerians divided? Nigerians are divided. Nigerians have always been divided, and Nigeria will continue to be divided until we restructure the country in such a way that power in the center becomes unattractive. You know, the reason why we are divided in the absence of good governance, you know, it's poverty. You know, when I was growing up in Agege, you know, I had Igbo in our Islam college. I had Igbo classmates. You know, in my class, I never knew who they were, you know, because things were a bit better, you know. But where there's competition for land, for resources, and you know, you start building up those divisions, and then the political elites also play up those divisions for their own advantage, you know, rather than their disadvantage. So, but when we have the country in such a way where the institutions, the distribution of power is decentralized, I think it's going to ease things a bit. I'm not saying it's going to completely be the solution. On IPOB, my position has always been clear. I think this government mismanaged IPOB. And I will break this and just say it here. When Nnamdi Kanu started his broadcast in London from Peckham, I was the first to raise an alarm. It was quite easy for the government because by that time, he was making statements that were clearly an embarrassment even to the southeastern part of Nigeria, anti-Yoruba statements, anti-Fulani statements that were clearly breaking the laws here. But, well, we have an incompetent embassy. They failed to report these activities. The Kenyan government reported someone of his type, and then they got results. But that does not take away the fact that does he have legitimate claims and his demands? You know, I think they should be looked into. They are legitimate. Every ethnic nationality have a right to self-determination. You know, they have the right to say this is what we want, so long they are not doing it in a violent manner. And I think we should be having conversations. And the longer we hide away from those conversations, those problems are still going to continue to be there. If we have a Yoruba presidency, you'll be surprised that you're going to very soon have an Arewa Republic thing coming up in the north. Or if it's an Igbo presidency, that's when you now see people from certain part of the Middle Belt or the North saying we want our own country. So it now becomes a bargaining tool for people to grab whatever they have from the overpowerful federal government that we have. So we need to have those conversations about our differences. But I don't believe that Nigeria should break up. I was once an advocate for Nigeria to break up, but I've looked at the reality, and it doesn't just make sense practically, you know, for us to break up. We need to address those injustices.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me go back to Sydney. I see you, Ibogabo Onye something. I will get to you. Sydney, go ahead.
Well, thanks, Rudolph. Thanks, Kayode, for all your questions and answering of our questions. What I want to ask is with regards to factoring the new electoral law and beavers into this new election, which I don't think most people, analysts, have really factored because we don't have the data, so everybody is basically flying blind. But I think yesterday or today I saw the next year polls. I know you have an issue with polls, but we have to make do with what's happening. And based on the next year polls, which have just come out, I think came out today or yesterday, it's a deadlock. It's a deadlock. And the only person leading on that poll, based on popular votes and permutations, will be Peter Obi, but he doesn't still have the numbers in terms of states and all that. So I want to ask you with regards to the beavers and also with regards to your relationship with the president. What do you think about his body language with regards to Tinubu? You know, that has been a factor right from the primaries when he was insisting on his choice, when he even gave us a head start that if he talks about who is succeeding, they will kill the person, and then he begins to show permutations. And now the issue of money change and all the electoral, things, and it looks as if he's not with the leading candidate of his party. What do you think about his body language, and do you think it has an impact in this election for Tinubu?
Thank you, Sydney. So the first question was about, my brain has, Rudolph, if you... Beavers. So I think that beavers thing is the unknown. That when I say this election is unpredictable, this is uncharted territory, is the beavers area and let's say beavers, electoral act. The new electoral act has made this election unpredictable. So we might permutate and say this is happening, but first, and I said it, Labour Party has Buhari to thank for, in terms of, we shouldn't be thanking people for doing their job, but the signing into law of the Electoral Act is a big advantage to the third parties. They had enough time to demolish the status quo, and then also capitalize as they should on the anger in the land. And you will see when the governor of Osun State visited Buhari and he said, I have you to thank for my electoral victory, even though that is being contested in court. Without beavers, that wouldn't have happened, because gone are the days where a powerful governor or a powerful local government chairman or the ward chairman will write votes and send. So this is a huge transformation. It's not perfect, and that is why it makes the election a bit unclear, but I'm also saying that even with that, in terms of vote, free and fair votes delivery, the third party has a lot of catching up to do. But it does not mean they cannot cause an upset, in the election, but there's a lot of work to be done. If they had a whole year, maybe they will catch up. But right now, yeah, it's a bit difficult. Or maybe if the coalition between Obi and Kwakwanso had worked out, this election would by today would be saying, gosh, we might have a new this thing. In terms of the in terms of the president, only the president can explain what his intentions are, but for me, and this is what I can say to him if I see him personally, is that the president has let the country down by not, I can say this now, Rudolph is your platform,
Don't worry.
I think I have those of us who know Tinubu in out, I think people around him are not serving him well. I think the new generation of Yoruba leaders did not serve him well. I think if they had served him well, they would have said, you do not need to contest this election. You need to look for the best at this point in time. I made a statement that he's the right candidate for the wrong time. I don't think they've done, and I can speak, I'm allowed to speak as a Yoruba man here. I don't think they've done our race justice. I don't think they've done him justice. And I don't think he himself has done himself justice by putting himself through this rigorous campaign at this point in time. And I think the president should have put his foot on the ground, by supporting or giving a direction to where his thoughts were, in terms of getting someone else to be the candidate of the party. I think him staying aloof, if you stay aloof, Tinubu's political machinery, no one in the APC would be able to defeat it, But if the president has stood his ground, I think maybe when he reflects, if Tinubu wins this election, he would regret the time when he did not, he didn't make a firm decision. But hopefully, even if Tinubu wins and we get a good governance, then, thank God for, we're all going to be happy. So it's difficult to know where his directions are, but his decisions, you can only judge the intentions by the decisions. The decisions to change the Naira at this particular time, close to the election, it's quite, curious, for it feels like a political party trying to shoot themselves down, in an election period. The fuel thing, you might not say it's them. It could be third party. It could be sabotage, Even this Naira thing, there could be bankers who are making profits from it, out of example. Those are the decisions you would have taken before election so that you can block those gaps. So it might not be the intention of the president to cause scarcity. The intentions are good, but people delivering it. And now that people who want change in government, right, can see that this thing is going against the APC, they will continue to make it difficult for the smooth running of the change in currency. But how do you change currency in a country where the infrastructure is not in place and give little time for people to change their money? It's difficult to know where the president stands on this in this election. And I wouldn't want to be a voice for him. I can't speak for him, really. I can only speak for myself.
All right. Thank you, Kayode. There's something you mentioned before we go to Okija. There's something you mentioned about that you were a member of the OPC
Yeah.
in the past, and you've changed from thinking that that's the solution. Now there are people who still believe that the path, whether you call it breaking up the country, is the solution. What happened to you that made you change? And you made reference something about you reporting Nnamdi Kanu or something like that to authorities. Can you tell us what happened to grandson Ade?
Yeah.
What really
So
happened in that case?
so before IPOB members go on their platform and start cursing my mother and my father and everybody, I'm glad you actually brought up grandson. At least it will show. So in the UK, I noticed quite a lot of vile, bigotry, ethnic supremacist messages coming from two Nigerians. One was Adeninka's grandson, and one was Nnamdi Kanu. And I took it upon myself to take this up with the UK authorities. The one for Adeninka grandson, they are online. Adeninka came online to accuse me of being a Yoruba betrayer because I thought it was vile for him to be saying those things against Ndi Igbo. I submitted petition to the London Metropolitan Police. It's quite clear, it's online. And he is where he is, and I've got no regrets, and it's the same thing I think our Igbo brothers should do with Nnamdi Kanu. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu of today is different, but if you go into his archives, I've got more than 27 gigabytes of, actionable, that when you put into the UK anti-terrorism, this thing, it will be convicted, but we have a lazy government, somebody who clearly was calling for the killings of people from other ethnic nationality is not acceptable, no matter how genuine his causes are. You don't have any, somebody who openly was calling for mobilization of arms and guns, and I'm not making these things up. You need to just go in on and you see all those things available. But we've got a lazy government. It wasn't important to them. And the man grew and grew. And you might not agree with me, Rudolph. Biafra is a very important issue to our brothers and sisters in the southeastern Nigeria. It's very emotive. No one would go through what they went through and the issue of Biafra will not become important. So if you have an individual who is consistently championing the cause of Biafra, he will get followership, and particularly when the current, they don't see the current arrangement as being fair to them. He will get followership, but it's not just that follower, it's what he's doing with his power. Now you look at the southeastern part of the country, there's kidnappings going on, there's unknown gunmen and what have you. So it wasn't an anti-Igbo decision to report both parties to the government, to the authorities. I'm glad that of Adeyinka grandson, got to his logical conclusion. Sadly, with IPOB, we're still on it. In terms of the OPC, people should know that the OPC existed before I joined the OPC as a Secretary General to save lives. There was the Gani Adams faction and the Fashion faction, and it was getting too rough. There was conflict, so some of us intellectuals had to go in. Dr. Benko Ransom Kuti was the treasurer, I was the Secretary General, in trying to bring the organization back to its original ideals, of not a Yoruba supremacist organization, but fighting for Yoruba interests, acknowledging the rights of other Nigerians to live in Yoruba land. But the area of departure was more like when it was becoming to the point where it wasn't clear where the leadership wanted the organization to go, getting involved in vigilante and what have you. I just thought, no, that's not where I'm coming from. You talk about why I think we shouldn't go down the route of breaking up Nigeria. Rudolph, there are 3 ways to break up Nigeria. The first thing is either you fight a war and you force people into the negotiation table. That is the first option. The other option is either the National Assembly decide to enact a law where a referendum will now become part of our constitution. We know that's not going to happen because most of the people who want self-determination don't have the numbers, because you need 2/3 majority of the National Assembly, 2/3 majority of the states to agree on that huge fundamental constitutional change. I challenge anybody. There's nowhere in our constitution where referendum, is something that should happen. So there are two things. It's either you are able to force the Nigerian state into negotiation, and whoever becomes the president of Nigeria swear an oath to respect the constitution of the country. Even either Peter Obi, Tinubu, none of them can deliver Biafra. But you have to have a situation where the National Assembly members will decide, and that is a strong thing. So the third alternative is that you either take up arms and get war, but we know where South Sudan is today. And that was one of the things we saw within the OPC, and saying, look, if it continues like this, you're going to make the Southwest the political the war epicenter of a war of annihilation, and things are going to go around. We learned from the unfortunate experience of our brothers in Southeast Nigeria, where when you make your region the epicenter of the war, it's difficult to survive such war. The Biafra war was not fought in Kano, Kaduna, or Lagos. It was in the southeast and some parts of the of Midwest. And in fighting, in asking for self-determination, the first priority is to protect your own people. To make sure that your homeland does not become the epicenter of whatever crisis and fallout from your campaign. So I am not against the principal demands of IPOB. They have a right to demand Biafra, but it's the methods, that I fundamentally disagree with. You don't cause other ethnic nationality and kill, sort of technically make your homeland unsafe for your own people to get the Biafra you want. That's my opinion anyway, but every region has the choice to decide. Before you come in, Rudolph, when governors of northern Nigeria, remember, under Obasanjo, introduced Sharia, some of us spoke out strongly, that what you're trying to do is going to work against you. Sharia adapted, gave birth to those extreme Islamic fundamentalist preachers, gave birth to Boko Haram, and they are paying dearly up till today for that move to use Islam as a political tool to negotiate with Obasanjo. And millions of our compatriots from the north, are victims of this till today.
All right, thank you. Okija, you're next.
So I want to say something about the Naira note. Sorry, just for the benefit of people who are criticizing, for everything to be in the view. I don't know what Mayfair or the security agent, what they found out before they changed Naira, but I know this, that there are a lot of counterfeit Naira there. Even I had this experience. I saw in Lagos. Good also did a promotion. A can, if you have the drink under the crown, you get a free Gouda. Somebody went to China and printed so many crowns and brought it in Nigeria, and they were giving people to go and collect. So Naira, there were so many. So I don't know what they saw for this election. People, because you are talking about people in the rural, people who go to school, and they don't know the difference between good Naira and whatever bad Naira. So somebody could have, maybe it leaked, so somebody printed a huge Naira, was bringing them into Nigeria for election. Because it will cost them less, to do counterfeit than to give people real money. So anyway, but Mr. Kayode, you are an educated person, and I've listened to you here. You say something about separating P2B from P2B supporters, and you say so many things. But on June, before you took a hiatus from Twitter, on June 10th, you posted something. You posted something that you cannot vote for a candidate who attracts the vilest humans ever on Nigerian social media space, and whose running mate wants people killed because of their sexuality. You posted that, and you mentioned article, so you wouldn't vote for Emir of Dubai, and you wouldn't vote for Tinubu before you said that. But here you've been talking about differentiating P2B from his supporters, and then again you followed up with another video. You posted a video by Adeola In the video, someone has a gun in the video, and he's threatening people that they must vote for Peter Obi. So these two things, I don't like, I don't know what you were trying to do, like posting this, this video is, despicable. You posted this video and you mentioned something, and then here you keep telling us that we have to separate Peter Obi from Peter Obi supporters. So can you please enlighten us?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so if you look at the if you look at that post, if you have that post in front of you, if you can tell me the date that the post was made.
June 10, 2022. July 10, okay. Sorry, 2022.
So between July 10, 2022 and today, a lot has happened in the campaign. First, in the first thing I've said, Obi is not my candidate. I'm not voting for Peter. No, I'm not voting in this election. Do I acknowledge that there's been vile rhetorics from some of Peter Obi's supporters? And I said it from the beginning that some of the supporters online have been really vile, and it is unacceptable. And I fundamentally disagree with the position of his vice presidential candidate on same-sex marriage in the country, where he openly, on the platform of the Senate, literally called for the killing of people because of their sexual orientation, and that has not changed. But do I acknowledge the progress made by Obi as a candidate to try and distinguish himself, from the very extreme rhetorics of some of mostly his online candidates? You have to acknowledge that he has, you have to acknowledge that he has taken steps to sort of disassociate himself. And I made an example with Buhari as a candidate. That at first Buhari was just like, I'm not going to elevate this conversation about me being an Islamic, a pro-Islamic person. But over the years, he needed to acknowledge the political reality that you have to clarify things. And until he now started clarifying it, that there are people who didn't vote for Buhari because they felt he was pro-Islam or what have you, but they changed their mind and they voted for him. So my position on Peter Obi's, some of the extreme rhetorics of his supporters online are condemnable. That has not changed. But I acknowledge that he himself has made progress in trying to distinguish himself, and in sometimes also saying that, look, I don't associate with this kind of conversation and rhetorics, and it's not who I am. He has said several times, I'm not an Igbo candidate. Don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo person. Vote for me because I am Peter Obi. He might, whether he means it or he does not mean it, that is his own problem, but I can only judge from what he says. And most of these conversations I'm now saying to you were made after that post, that I made during that time. And that post was made based on what was happening then and the activities of some of his supporters. It's not like a lot of them has changed, but there's been a great improvement in terms of the rhetorics.
All right.
If I miss any of the other questions, just let me know.
No, I mean, maybe because you took a hiatus from Twitter, because I've not here, those, the same condemnation for Peter Obi, they're online, they're saying things, I acknowledge that a lot of them people say things. And but sometimes, you find out that, because they are provoked, maybe people belittling their candidates, that's why they provoke them, and then they keep saying things. But actually, in this election, PDP and APC, they're using guns, using things, actually harming people physically. So we never see things said, like people don't raise that up, but they just say things about Peter Obi supporters.
Yeah, Okija, before you go, just an advice is not something like you. And I just make assumption that you're supporting Peter Obi, right?
I said that.
So just like an advice is that those people don't need new voters. I don't know if you get where I'm heading to. They don't need new voters. They have strong followers. Peter Obi needs new voters. You understand what I'm saying? So you can leave them to do whatever they are doing, let them do it. But it is this third party that needs to cut new voters. And those new voters are not going to come from southeast, south, southwest. They are going to come from areas where, you need to attract more people, to that conversation. If you go ahead and play the politics those others are playing, that is where they want you. That is where they want you to be, and it works in their favor. And that is why I'm saying, like, I use myself as an example. At that time, I condemned that, but over the time, I said, "Oh, this guy is talking differently, he's saying the right messages, passing the right messages." You know, I'm not saying he has won me over, but if somebody in my own capacity had a change in view, you know, if they continue in that trend, then you attract more people, because at the end of the day, it's those numbers and those votes that you need to change the trajectory of the election.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Okija. This is a question from the comment section. It says, whoever wins this incoming election, what impact will it make on local and international level? I know that you talked about Nigeria and that the international community, they may not be interested in much about Nigeria, but you know that with the war in Ukraine, there's oil and gas. They're actually trying to get gas from Nigeria to Europe.
Yeah.
So I think it might be more than we think.
Yeah, I think what I said is that they might not be interested in a particular candidate. You know, we've not seen signs where they have, you know, there are nuances. You know, whether we like it or not, Jonathan's election, you saw that the nuances was towards the opposition party, which is the APC. But in this election, you have not seen any direct nuances towards a particular candidate. But you can see that the international press, which is different from the international community and their government, you know, have taken a huge interest in the Obi campaign, just like they took a huge interest in EndSARS and Black Lives Matter, you know. So it's innovative. It's the same way they took interest in the revolution in Egypt, you know. It's innovative. They are curious, you know. This is quite different. You know, the austere candidate who does not steal money, who has said, you get what I'm saying? But in terms of the position of the government, we've not seen direct nuances that we can hold firm that this is where they ought to. But of course, Nigeria is important and the election is important to them, you know, but we've not been able to see a direct indication of who they would support. But I'm saying that I can conclude that after 8 years of the APC administration, I won't be surprised if they won't mind any of the opposition candidates emerging, you know, depending on which country you are talking about. Maybe China may not want to or may want to, but England and America and the EU alliance, you know, might take a different perspective.
So, all right, I just wanted to mention this. You didn't answer the question about the person wanted to know impact will it make on the local and international level.
Yeah, so this election, depending on who wins the election, sadly for the three candidates, the candidate that has made a lot of strong conversation about restructuring, you know, I say sadly because it's not the candidate I support, is Atiku. Atiku has been very, very consistent on restructuring. Is whether he means it or he will do it when he gets into the presidency is a different thing. But he's been very emphatic, maybe because he thinks that is what is popular in the South. You know, but if you look at him, he's been very emphatic on restructuring, on the need for restructuring and having conversation about our diversity. Sadly, the candidates that you think will be speaking most about restructuring that has been consistent while in opposition was Tinubu himself as a candidate. Not only was he consistent about restructuring, he was the one who faced the federal might, you know, and created local government and challenged the federal government, and he succeeded in court, you know. But in this election, I've not heard a lot about restructuring, and it's because of the issue of the impact on the local, on Nigeria as a country. You see, our country is too heavy on the top and low on bottom. Our local government have disappeared completely. Local government chairmen are just bank managers who collect the money on behalf of the governors and distribute it to the party boys, you know. And where we don't have a local government, which is the closest government to the people, you know, there is no country. You know, how would the president sit in Abuja and determine where they put water in Abia, you know? Or I'm even talking about Abia. Take a local government like Nkpo. You know, why should the president be deciding what Nkpo gets in Anambra State?
Hold on, how did you know Nkpo, Kayode?
I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian, and you know, I served in Enugu State, so I know the South is very. So why should the president be deciding or Why should the National Assembly be deciding what goes to Mpo or what goes to Ikare in my village and what have you? It's where I live now. I'm talking about in Ghana. The local government is so important to the people because you will know when the strangers come in. You know, the local government chairman is the chief security officer, but now we've taken the local government it's disappeared. You know, so whoever becomes the president, if you don't address the issue of our country slowly moving from a federal state into a unitary state, we're going to continue to have problems of terrorism, problems of bad governance, and it's sad as it is. So I just hope, the only fear I have is this disunity, that I'm hoping that after this election we're able to manage the crisis that comes out of the kind of conversation we'll be having about ethnicity, whoever emerges as the president. Because whoever emerges as the president will not escape from the anger and bitterness. If for example, if Tinubu becomes president, of course, majority of people in the Southeast are not going to be happy. If Peter Obi becomes president, I am sure that quite a number of people in the North and the Southwest will not be happy. But it is on the president, whoever becomes the president, to win them over, you know, and sort of say, look, this is what you think of me, but this is who I am as your president. And that is one area the current president has failed. Even though he was delivering in terms of infrastructure to those regions, his rhetorics were not really bringing people together. And that is why you have that suspicion in the southeastern part of Nigeria that he doesn't really like the people from the southeastern part of Nigeria. But when you look at what he has done in terms of infrastructure, you know, it contradicts that perception. But he has not helped himself with his rhetorics when it comes to that part of the country.
All right, thank you. So, Kayode, I don't know how long you want to stay more, but I can take at least the people who are in the studio already. If you want, it's up to you.
I'm happy for them to express themselves.
Okay. All right. I'll skip you, man of prestige. I'll come back to you. Let me go to people who have yet to make any comments. Kenny, you're next.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Kayode.
Morning, Kenny.
Yeah, thank you. So let me start with Mpo. Mpo actually is not a local government. Mpo is a town or a city in Idemili, not local government.
Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. There's Mpo and there's Mpo original. So so I know Mpo very well. It's not a local government. You're right. Yeah.
So I would like to clarify some things and maybe try to help you understand what is going on, and then I will then ask my question. And I will start with Obi supporters. You made mention of, you said something about the attitude of Obi's supporters.
Let's be clear.
Yes. So, but I would like to remind you of the 2020 NSAS protest. I believe that 90% or more than 90% of the protesters were Nigerian youths. And these Nigerian youths are actually the ones, they are the Obi supporters today, because the anger that they have transferred from that 2020, from what happened in 2020, is still boiling in them, and that is why you see them queuing behind Obi. So with that anger, a Nigerian will come up and be maybe recommending the likes of Tinubu or Atiku for presidency. Don't you think that they are aggravating that anger? Don't you think that those Nigerian youth will not be happy with that kind of person? Will it be better for that country to go into war than to just have maybe how you define the Obi supporters, maybe the cyberbullying? I think you will go with cyberbullying than to, plunge that country into war. Now, I really don't want to talk about that is a position on same-sex, but I've been following up with this issue of same-sex law. Countries like Kenya, countries like Liberia, have had their president vehemently refuse to support same-sex policy or law. So I don't think it's any difference from what Dati stated. But think of it, come to think of it, in northern states where you have Sharia laws, Sharia law amputates hands of their fellow Nigerians. If they caught you stealing, your hands will be chopped off. I don't think if you've said anything against that, I don't know your position on that kind of cruelty. However, this is Nigeria where everybody has his opinion. Talking about Oduduwa People's Congress, OPC, you stated that you are a member of OPC and the reason why you joined OPC was to save life. Yes, IPOB.
I was, just to clarify.
Yes,
again,
was, yeah.
was,
But,
yeah.
okay. IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, I believe Nnamdi Kanu instituted IPOB to also save life or save lives. You stated that you have 5 gigabyte or 10 gigabyte of Nnamdi Kanu's utterances against Nigeria and all that. I don't know if you also, in that gigabyte that you saved, if you also include when Nnamdi Kanu was championing, calling for good governance in Nigeria on the street of London. Nnamdi Kanu keep protesting, calling for good governance, just as some of us are doing today. But the government was on deaf ears. Have you also not heard that Nigerian government have been supporting the Fulani herdsmen coming to the southeast to kill, rape our women? You've not said anything about that, but you are quick to condemn Nnamdi Kanu for calling for arms for us to defend ourselves. The governor of Katsina State instructed his citizens to protect themselves, to harm and protect themselves. T.Y. Danjuma called Nigerians, asked Nigerians to protect themselves. Nnamdi Kanu called the Southeast people, the Igbo people, to protect themselves. Why is it different? Or is it because it is IPOB? Don't you think, don't you think you taking that position against Nnamdi Kanu is being a bit tribal?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kene.
Thank you.
And one of the problems we have as Nigerians is that when we have a position, then we devise selective intake of information on this platform, and the facts are there. Nnamdi Kanu is a Yoruba, is an Igbo Nigerian in the UK. Adeyinka grandson, an Igbo Yoruba Nigerian from my tribe in the UK. You know, I submitted a petition that led to Adeyinka grandson being jailed in the UK for the same rhetorics I disagree with Nnamdi Kanu. You know, he's in jail. You can go on the internet.
No, their case is different. They have different cases here. Nnamdi Kanu, our people are being killed. So he is calling for the protection, and the federal government wasn't doing anything about that.
Give me a
but
chance.
On the other hand, there was no Yoruba, Yoruba communities were not invaded as of then.
Give me a chance to, we're trying to learn from each other. Give me a chance, you know. So I've got a Yoruba man who was making ethnic supremacist rhetorics against Igbo, in London, in the UK, regularly on Facebook and Twitter and the social media. And I fundamentally disagreed with him. You know, and when everybody were hedging him on, I picked up a petition, went to the London Metropolitan Police. Action was taken against him. The same rhetorics was made by Nnamdi Kanu, you know, and it was my duty to alert, you know, back then about the dangers of these rhetorics. Look, don't conflict issues. I do not disagree with the campaign of IPOB and Biafra in terms of what they want, how they want a republic, because the right to self-determination is entrenched in international law, and Nigeria is a signatory to that. You know, what I fundamentally disagree with is the methods. You know, of I wouldn't want to repeat some of those statements here because it doesn't promote harmony.
So are you in support of the federal government compromise when it comes to Fulani herdsmen invading Southeast, killing and raping our people?
You've asked that questions, and if you give me an opportunity, even if you repeat the questions 10 times over, it's not going to change my views, or it's not going to, you know. So if you just give me an opportunity to just explain things so that you capture it well. So I've reported 2 Nigerians, one Yoruba, one Igbo. The Yoruba man is in jail for the same, what I perceive is the same rhetoric that is unacceptable. It's called hate crime. The law is called hate crime. They both violated hate crime, you know, and that is my position. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think because you are fighting for Biafra or Dudua Republic that you should be attacking Igbo people or Yoruba people, or calling for the killings of Yoruba people or Igbo people. I don't think it's acceptable, no matter how good your cause is. But it does not take away the right, your right, and your right to self-determination. It doesn't mean I disagree with the fact that you have the inalienable right to want a republic for yourself. So we might agree to disagree on that. Nnamdi Kanu is not God the same way Sunday Igboho is not God. When Sunday Igboho started his campaign, I was public enough to say, as I agree with some of his actions, I do not agree with some of his statements, and I completely disagree with any statement that calls for the killing of people of other ethnic nationality. I fundamentally disagree, no matter whether you've been pro-Nigerian all these years. Now, having said that, I also strongly believe that there are implications for some of these actions. That after a while, when you're in a struggle, you look back and you review and you look at the impact on your people. I can't speak for the people of Southeast Nigeria, but I was mindful in the southwest of Nigeria that, look, if you bring a situation where you have ethnic killings in Lagos, or you have unknown government in Lagos or any part of southwest Nigeria, we're going to be the one to suffer for it. The same thing as I believe, I might be wrong, that the situation we have in Southeast Nigeria where unknown government, and I'm not saying IPOB are unknown government, but that the crisis that we have there could have been better handled both by the government, and I think the organizations themselves should have had a review. So I'm not against the campaign, what you're campaigning for, but I am fundamentally, and I have no apologies for it, against campaign for ethnic supremacies. I don't believe the Yoruba race is superior to the Igbo race or the Fulani race, and I don't believe the Igbo race is superior to either, vice versa. I believe we are all equal before man and God. And back to the federal government. Now, back to your question about the Fulani. I implore you after this program to go online, put my name and put whatever topic. Even as I support the government, I was quite clear about the government's handling of the issue of kidnappings in Southwest Nigeria, Southeast Nigeria, and Southern Nigeria, and general kidnapping even in the North. My writings are there. You can go online, you can check it. I was quite clear, I condemned it. So I've been very, very consistent on that. But that does not mean that when I see where even, they say the road to hell sometimes is paved with good intentions. That even sometimes when somebody has a good intention, and I think over time, give it to Nnamdi Kanu, he sort of grew away from those rhetorics that I was condemning at this point in time, and he stopped talking about Yoruba pastors not being able to come to Southeast Nigeria. Anyway, you say Yoruba person, do this to them. I have to moderate the words I use, and I think over the time that changed to the point where you now have meetings between IPOB members and so-called Yoruba Nation activists. And I think those conversations can even be happening with people in Arewa. Look, yes, Arafat said something that I agree with. He said, you do not negotiate with your friends. You negotiate with your enemies. Like when there's a battle, when we fight the war, we are still going to come onto the negotiating table. And you're going to have to sit down in the same negotiating table with the Fulanis, quote and unquote, with the Igbos or with the Hausas. So why do we need to first sort of get ourselves to the point where we hate each other so much that we wouldn't be able to differentiate the criminal Yoruba man from the non-criminal Yoruba man, the criminal Fulani man from the non-criminal Fulani man, vice versa, Igbo and what have you. So that is where I stand, that the good people amongst us must be able to have this conversation and disagree. I have no problem with Biafra. If Biafra wants to leave Nigeria and it happens in a non-violent way, I'm sure I would get, I have brothers in the southeastern Nigeria who will get me visa to Biafra land without any problem, and I'm sure Biafra will be visa free to British passport holders. So I wouldn't have any problem in going to the southeastern part of Nigeria. But the methods and the rhetorics must change, as we must also hold the Buhari government accountable in terms of the state of insecurity in the country. So I don't have any problem with Biafra. Of course, if there's a vote today, in a referendum, if it's allowed in the constitution, I will vote for Nigeria to be together, but based on justice, equity, and a restructuring where people of Southeast will be allowed their inalienable rights to control their resources, South control their resources. the current unitary system is not sustainable, even from our brothers and sisters in the northern part of the country, particularly now that they are discovering oil in that region.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, can it? You have to go to somebody else.
Just a second, please. I love the fact that you stated that you might be wrong. So, and I think you are wrong on this area. Grandson and Nnamdi Kanu are on different narratives altogether. While Grandson was calling for alienation of Ndibo in the southwest, Nnamdi Kanu is calling for good governance to the people of Ndibo, or otherwise let the country divide. And as you stated, if there is a referendum that you're going to vote for unity of Nigeria, I for one, I will vote for disintegration. Let everybody go his way. Thank you,
fine.
and I appreciate it.
No problem. That's the joy of democracy and conversations.
All right, thank you. Man of precision.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kayode. This is my second go around. I appreciate you staying this long. But before I proceed, regardless of what I think it was Okija that said you posted, that something happened. But anyway, I'm going to commend you for your even-handed on this, on this platform for your narration. Of course, everybody had their own sentiment. You're not aloof from that. But I'm giving you a very good kudos for your, for your narrative on this platform. Thank you very much. You have been very objective. Okay, I mean, anybody can say whatever they want, but in my opinion, you have been even balanced. So having said that, let me proceed to my question. Regarding about Tinubu adverse, the last time when he went to Abeokuta, there has been this school of thought or narrative that if something, the Naira design happened to, let's assume tomorrow or whatever, the Naira design, change, and there's overflow of Naira design, everything is good, the fuel scarcity become good, there's fuel everywhere in the country. That is going to favor Tinubu because he started the adverse. How do you see that narrative? We have 2 or 3 more weeks to go before election. Do you think it's going to favor them because they are part of the APC? You can't separate a part from a whole. So what do you think? Just give me your opinion in that regard. So my second question is about. Go ahead.
Let me quickly answer that one, then I'll take the second one. So I think Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, for me, when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this one is shooting himself in the foot. He's going to upset voters in the north, and what have you. But I also think, I might be wrong, that is a smart political move. Trying to distance himself from the policies of the government as it is, might get him some mileage on his base, and I see what he's trying to do. It's because of us. They don't want us to be there. That is why they are sabotaging this effort, because they know we're going to win the election. But as it has its political advantage in the southwest, it will have a disadvantage in certain parts of the north. You get what I'm saying? It could be like, oh, you're now trying to, now that you're not in power, you're already denying this government. What would happen when you get power? So it's difficult to say how it plays out. But I would rather, if I were in the campaign, have him keep away from such rhetoric and just continue to focus on what he would do for the country. But of course, he's in a difficult position as it is, and that narrative can work either way, for or against him. And it's quite interesting that I think somebody else, Wike, sort of went out there before yesterday to support Tinubu's position, saying the reason, almost quoting Tinubu verbatim, Wike told his audience that they don't want the election to hold. That's why they changed the Naira, and there's no fuel, but you must vote. I think it's an interesting line of conversation they're both having there.
All right.
Thank you. My last question, just one question, and then I'm gone from the, I will leave the room. Your permutation, you say something about, I think what I'm thinking, are you basing your permutation? I'm not saying you are wrong or whatever, because you're not God, so you can't predict what's going to happen in the election. But in your permutation, did you factor the current political dispensation that we are having, or you are using previous data? Because I'm looking in the North Central. I'm thinking, this is my own opinion, okay? That Obi may win for 4 of the 6 northern states, EFC, I think Plateau, Benue. That's just me, you know. I think what other state is that Adamawa or whatever, the one that has a lot of Christians. I mean, that's what I think. So, what do you think? Are you using the previous data to come to this permutation, you know, or just in the North Central?
No, I've looked at it up to at least yesterday, you know, and you're right. The Labour Party candidate would do well in Plateau, it would do well in Benue, would do well in what other state did you mention?
I think it's four. I'm thinking about
no. I think it will not. I think Adamawa would go to Atiku. That's for taking.
Is that in the North Central? I need to look at my Nigerian.
Yes, it's not North Central. So the two major states in the North Central that it would have would be Plateau and Benue. The one you're missing is Kwara, Kogi, Niger. Right. I mean, brother, let's be very realistic. You know, Kwara. Where are the votes in Kwara? Where are the votes in Kogi State? Where are the votes in Niger State? You know, I'm not saying it's not going to get a lot of votes there, but outrightly winning those states is going to be a very big challenge. Plateau and Benue, yeah, the chances are quite. I can paint that red for Peter Obi in the election. But having said that, you know, there are those unknowns we're always talking about. That the election might throw a lot of unknowns out that would make a lot of us out of our jobs of analyzing elections.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you on this platform, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man of prestige. Igbo Basics.
All right, Brother Kayode.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do something different. I met Obasanjo twice in my lifetime. The first time I met him was at the Nigerian House in New York before he became president of Nigeria. And then the second time I met him was when he finished his time as president and he was leaving office. I met him at the World of Astoria in New York. In those two occasions, here is what I gave to him. Kola nut. The most giant kola nut I had in my pocket. I gave it twice to him. Once at the Nigerian House and once at the World of Astoria. And I say, whenever I meet him again in person, I will only have one question for him. Baba, where that kola I give you? Make we break them now. Why did I say all that? I've listened to you very carefully. And being a student that have lived in the North, born in the East, lived briefly in the West after my National Youth Service Corps, and then back here at the land of near everything works here in the United States on my third missionary journey. I have listened to you talk about the issue of grandson Nnamdi Kanu and the rest of it. There is a fundamental thing that's been going on here. By the way, I am a supporter of Peter Obi out of Foundation Democracy Initiative here in New Jersey. You've talked about referendum, you've talked about the issue of IPOP, you've talked about the issue of the monetary system. Here is what I have to ask of you. There is a Simon Ekpa who is out there in Finland, the comfort of his home, and declaring for his followers to sit at home and no elections in Biafra land. Something has been going on in between my Western brothers, Kayode, and the Okonkwas, my Eastern brothers. This is long before we were born. And that thing came up during the Civil War crisis in Nigeria. The issue of if you declare Biafra, we will declare Oduduwa Republic. I'm sure that all of us have been playing around it. I see that thriving in this so-called political arrangements where the APC government in the West, which, by the way, I continue to hold the position that Jagabo, Tinubu, has no business at the stage he is in life now to try to lead Nigeria. He doesn't have that energy. And those who are the cabals around him who are forcing him, you could see him the other day in Osun State, where he was almost falling down. Who on earth would want to impose this on Nigeria? Having said all that, the issue of Ninas, Namdi, and Nadi, who have been making, I'm sure that you must have followed the progress that they made there. I live in the New York area. I have been in New York where Oduduwa people were staging in front of the United Nations, and down the IPOB people were staging their own, and eventually I was functioning in between, even at the British Embassy. With all that in mind, it seems to me that the issue of if you declare Biafra, we declare Oduduwa, the North comes away with the leadership each time this happens. What is it that we can do to make sure there becomes some kind of solid alliance? Because it's going to happen again if the East continue to fight the West, or the West continue to fight the East. As in some practical things that are happening in Lagos now, where my Yoruba brothers are going about asking Yoruba sisters and brothers to strike away all the names of Igbo names in polling stations. I'm not sure if you've heard about that, but I have it on good authority from on the ground. It seems to me that it goes back into, if you strike away Igbo names and they are not able to vote in Yoruba land, first, you are disenfranchising them. And then secondly, if Simon Ekpa continues to make his noise from Finland, which I'm not a supporter of that kind of a situation, what is happening in Igbo land whereby places like Ihube, Okigwe, they have become displaced? What can you do with your good authority to address, because I'd like to see you someday, and I would like someday that we'll be able to reason the way we are reasoning for the betterment of that place called Nigeria. I have carried how many passports now? First of all, my passport of Malamilia, the original passport. Secondly, a Nigerian passport. Thirdly, a Nigerian passport. Fourthly, a Nigerian passport. And now what is this one? This one is called Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS passport. All in the same Nigeria that we all stand for. I'm a strong supporter of 200 million Nigerians because it's an economic bloc that the world looks at. And that is why everybody wants to go there and invest in Nigeria. What can you do in your good position to ameliorate some of this situation so that the youths that are coming up can take what we have done as an exemplary place to? Before the war, there was not too much marriages between West and East. But now you can see that we are intermarrying. Things are happening. My sisters have been married in the West. I can't do wrong there. So please help us out here. Let us see how we can address this situation that I put on the table.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I'm going to make, there's something I keep saying. First, I think Peter Obi is an opportunity in Southeast Nigeria. For, the Southeast Nigerian politics have never had a central figure, like a symbol that you can rally around, and use as a pan-Nigeria symbol. I don't know if, so let me break it down. So I always say to my colleagues, my Igbo brothers, who are my colleagues, I said, only if Igbo can apply the same method they apply in business to politics, we would have had an Igbo presidency way back. And let me explain it. So the Igbo man will go to any part of Nigeria and settle down and become part of the community and establish themselves. and establish business, and it will grow. But when it comes to politics, it's completely different. It's sort of insular. It's sort of insular. But with the emergence of Obi now, it seems to have applying the same method where you recognize the fact that you need to have coalitions with other people, and it goes with what you've just said. One of the first things that can be done is the only reason the Simon Ekpas of this world exist is because there are issues that makes them exist. So for as long as young unemployed people do not see hope, do not see anything to aspire for, and they continue to be told that the only thing why they are not making any progress in life is because there is no Biafra, and not is because Southeastern governors are not accountable to the people, or because Southwestern governors are not accountable to the people, or because the federal government is not accountable to the people. There's a miscommunication to the point that if we have Oduduwa Republic today, or we have Biafra Republic today, the problems won't go away for as long as we still have the same mentality. So one of the first things is that we need to have conversations. We need to be able to disagree, even when the things we disagree about are not good to hear. We need to have those kind of open, thorough conversations amongst ourselves. And sometimes we need to also honor and appreciate people's culture, people's morals wherever we settle down. So, for example, if a Yoruba man goes to Kano and this is the way they do their thing, we just sort of, okay, this is how you do your thing. We're going to just keep ourselves to where we are, So I think conversations would make that relationship grow better. And I think there's an opportunity in Obi here. If this movement with his Labour Party continues to grow the way it is, and it comes to the realization that we need to build more coalitions amongst the country, I think that narrative of division will probably go down. The only thing is that in the absence of good governance, you can never erase ethnic nationalism or ethnic debate. You can't take that away. It will continue to reoccur in the absence of employment, good roads, medical facilities for people to go to. You can't take that away. For as long as you have bad governance, you would continue to have that. We need to hold our legislators to account, our governors to account, people who are directly elected by us. We've not had enough of that, and it's because of the way Nigeria is structured. Say, for example, not a lot of people are holding our state governors accountable in the Southwest. Everybody is blaming Buhari. Meanwhile, we get votes. We get votes from the federal government. We don't know who our local government chairman is. We don't hold them to accountable. Everybody's looking at the center. So we need to break that monopoly, like I've repeated time and time again, so that we can hold people that are closer to us accountable. The Nigeria is stronger together, but on the basis of justice, equity, and good governance. In the absence of good governance, justice, and equity, we will be together, but there will continue to be this kind of ethnic conflicts and mutual suspicions amongst ourselves. Maybe not our generation, but the advantage of this new generation is that they have access to information. They can cross-check facts from propaganda, and they can make up their minds, And you've said something which is quite clear. There's intertribal relationship, amongst our people, the younger generation, that I don't think a lot of them who are enlightened buy to this issue of it's only when we pull ourselves apart. So the real task is, after this election, if Peter Obi or whoever wins, how do we do damage control to make sure that whatever comes out of it, there is no total breakdown of law and order, where people would start killing each other? Let me give you a practical example. There was a crisis in Ibadan under Seyi Makinde between Yorubas and Fulani traders in a part of Ibadan. And one lady, she was wearing hijab, she was on Okada. She was driving through the Yoruba area, and they nearly cut off her head, in the middle of the crisis. It was when she came down, she started speaking Yoruba, that they realized that she's actually a Yoruba Muslim. So if there's ethnic crisis in Yoruba land, as far as some Yorubas are concerned, anybody that doesn't speak Yoruba from the middle belt are Igbo. You know, they don't know how to differentiate between a non-Igbo. Not a lot of our people in the core areas know how to differentiate between everybody's. Even in Yoruba land, anybody who is not from Lagos is Araoke. You know, so we are so intertwined that, and we are so similar in nature that when there's an ethnic conflict, nobody wins. You know, and that is why I am hoping that this election will be a defining moment. That even if we don't have a clear winner, would have a third force that will be that platform that everybody will be able to go around and say, look, we need to have serious conversations about how we move forward as a
Well,
nation.
you said something about the war not being fought in the war was fought in Igbo land.
Yes.
Precisely.
Yes.
And I was there because we ended up in the bush.
Yeah,
that's the part of the war.
Yeah, that is what I try to say, that when you are even like when there's a war, when you are trying to fight for something, don't make your homeland the ground zero. Because at the end of the day, when you make Ukraine is the ground zero of the war between Ukraine and Russia. Not a lot of things is going into Russia. They damage the human infrastructure. So that even when once people are campaigning for these republics, don't make your homeland the center of the conflict. At least I'm not encouraging this. You know, in military strategy, take the battle to the enemy. I'm not saying this is what should happen. You know, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand, but some of us believe that IPOB as a voice has actually been hijacked. And it's been hijacked by the powers that be. Because if the original IPOB, as we knew it, was advocating for Eastern network, security network and stuff like that, and then the powers that be came on with a Bagho and the rest of it, whereas in Yoruba land, it's a different ball game. Sunday Boho went out there, did what he has to do. He was provoked, and he did what he had to do.
Absolutely.
And he was shielded. He's not in prison today. But today, Nnamdi Kanu is in prison, and we know that what Nigerian government need to do is to let the man go. The courts have said so. For whatever else, you can still be tried, but you have to be on bail.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that the issue, the Nnamdi Kanu issue, is something that needs to be resolved. You know, I think the way forward in the Southeast cannot come, and I think the governor of Anambra State has said that without his own contribution. But I also want to acknowledge that the status quo as it is does not help anybody. It doesn't. I have a friend who was going to bury his mother in the Southeast, and he said he had to pay some ransom. He had to pay, road passage. I don't want to mention the name of the group to be able to get there. That even after they got there, people still got kidnapped. It's not sustainable, you know. Because there's a campaign and a clamor for a republic, then the region becomes ungovernable. And that is why even fifth columnists within government will be happy for it to continue. But it's not something that should continue because look at Borno State today. You know, it took a long time for them to get to the point where planes can fly into the airport. You know, it's easy to destroy, but building the society is a very difficult task. And I'm just hoping that they will get out of this crisis.
All right. Igbo Basic, that's it. Kayode, thank you so much. There's one question from the comments because I want to make sure that they are also part of the conversation. It says, how do you differentiate an opposition member posing as Obi supporter online to insult and from a true Obi supporter? So that's the question that is online there for you. How do you differentiate them, you know, the two, if an opposition member is posing as an Obi supporter and insulting people?
It's very difficult, you know, across the world. You know, Trump people use it. You know, if you go online, people troll, they create fake accounts. Some people can actually create an account like a Yoruba man and start insulting an Igbo person. You know, it's very difficult, but you just have to identify, you know, those who are identifiable. Say, for example, if I'm supporting Buhari and I'm using some kind of rhetorics, you know, and you pick 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my type, you'll be able to come to the average conclusion that majority of Buhari supporters in this case are using this kind of language and it is acceptable. Unfortunately, in this case, you know, we can identify quite a number of prominent people, from that campaign that use those kind of rhetorics. But I'm saying over time it has reduced, and I hope it continues to go down so that you can capture more voters. And of course, people who will not vote for Obi will not vote for Obi. People who vote for Obi will vote for Obi. But all parties use fake profiles and what have you to create confusion. You should be able to now just report them. Most of the accounts are created recently. When you see an account created in 2022 and has 20 followers and is following 3,000 people and is making a lot of instigating comments, you definitely know that, this person has not been on Twitter for a very long time. They don't have a profile picture. The name is suspicious. They pick Kayode Okonkwo, join those kind. You can make inferences, and you know that this one's. I just block those kind of people straight away. But when you see known names and known profile pictures making certain comments, then you just know that there's a problem somewhere.
All right. Thank you so much, Kayode, for being with us.
You.
3 hours and 30-something minutes. We appreciate you. If you have any last words you want to say or any final comments, you can do that now.
Yeah. Just to say that I'm hoping, I wish everyone the best, all the candidates. I pray we come out of this election better than where we are today. And thanks everyone for listening. This is going to be my last comment about this election until after the 2023 election.
Will you be able to join us during the election, on the night of the election?
Yeah, I can do that actually.
We'll have a show.
Yeah, but this is the only statement I've made during this period.
That. I know that I reached out to you long ago, and you said, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No problem. Are you the Nafsovia of Nigeria?
All right. So we'll be right back, with our other guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, I guess that's all she wrote for now.
In 2015, some candidates with very huge war chests were itching to clinch the ticket of the APC, like the Rock of Gibraltar, Ashwaju, and his progressive team stood solidly behind the candidature of President Muhammadu Buhari. My simple question, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, where were the new members of what I call the Buhari's Church of Latter-day Saints? Why were they? We knew where their political loyalty lies at that particular convention when President Muhammadu Buhari emerged as the presidential candidate of the APC. Why were they? And some people say anything goes in politics. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, not everything goes in politics. We shall have minimal thresholds below which we won't operate.
I'm so sorry. This is definitely not the way to start a video, but it's really so funny. I just watched a video where I think it's an interview where El-Rufai was calling Peter Obi a Nollywood actor. And it's really so funny because this is someone who knelt his way to being a governor. El-Rufai literally was, they had a Pira. He has gone that Pira. He was gone everything and anything and everything. He knelt down for it. So he wanted to become governor. Here calling someone, a Nollywood actor. If Peter Obi was really a Nollywood actor, they wouldn't have been talking about it. Hello. If they were not threatening, if I say, don't they shake them? They don't they see the handwriting on the one. The poker face has started disintegrating. Before they were just feeling, oh, no, he's not a threat. Oh, don't call his name. Now, now then they interview on our matter. But anyway, let me not go too far so that you listen to what he's saying. Okay.
South, where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He's polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? How many? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be. This election is between the APC and the PDP because they have the footprint, they have the spread. Ethnicity and religious bigotry will not take you anywhere. And that's what the Labour Party campaign is about. Peter Obi.
Oh my God, defend them. Oh my goodness. Did you hear that? So now they are saying he can't get 25% in more than 16 states. From someone who they said is only 4 people that are sitting in a room. He doesn't have structure. Now they themselves are saying they are going to lose 16 states. They themselves, with all the poker face, they are saying that okay, so he's going to get 25% in 16 states. Okay, from 4 people tweeting in a room, that's major process. But you know what? We know we're winning this election. Let them worry about whether they can get those their 25%. And of course, they say this election is about APC and PDP. That's the way they want it because they are the same party of corruption, party of insecurity, party of killing citizens when they protest. Yes, both of them did. APC and PDP are the same, everything. And I keep challenging people. Anything and everything you see APC have done, PDP did the same thing. The only thing is that APC now did worse than what PDP. Everything that you know about. So that's why you see when you're asking them, do opposition. Which opposition? You can't oppose what you are. They are the same. AP, PDP and PDAPC, they are one and the same party. That's why you see them seamlessly. Like I told you the other time, they don't make mistakes when they are calling each other out. Is there the same Rufai, somebody that knelt his way to be governor, is calling another person a Nollywood actor? Why is he not talking about Arsenal? It is shaking them. The northern crowd is shaking them. And you know something? The arrogance. The Christian in the south, how many are they? You know, that arrogance. So you can disregard them. You can disregard the Christians in the north. How many are there? You can disregard them. Well, it's one thing for people to disregard you. It's another thing for you to disregard yourself. This election is an election for survival. And it is between the Nigerian people and APPDP and PDAPC. They are one and the same. It is time for us as the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to get our country back. This election, I repeat, is an election for survival, and we will do everything to ensure that our country survives. Thank you.
His network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, too long. Egypt when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
All right. Welcome back. Jonaba, I'm sorry. We couldn't take more questions. He said more than the hours that he agreed to. So sorry about that. But you got it.
That's okay.
Yeah. So what do you think?
I thought maybe he also had COVID and he has to go.
You are bad.
That's a sharp one.
You are bad.
Really bad.
Now we're all dealing with COVID. It's a new era when
Is COVID still in Nigeria with all those people on the streets?
he's not in Nigeria. I think he's from UK, right?
Yeah, he lives in UK. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Did he used to work with Sahara Reporters by any chance?
No, I wouldn't say, but I mean, everybody's connected to this.
the question I wanted to ask him was I heard him saying that if the election go between Atiku and Peter Obi, he will go to Nigeria and vote right away. But if it's between Tinubu and Peter Obi, he will not go for. That's the question I wanted to ask him to elaborate on it. But you couldn't take more questions, and I don't think you have answer to that. So.
No.
I think he has abstained in voting process. If you don't vote, that means you are silent. And when you are silent, your guess is as good as mine where you are loyalty leads.
But he said that if the election is between Atiku and Peter Obi, he will go to Nigeria and vote.
Yeah, because he doesn't want Atiku to be the president.
But he have no problem in Tinubu to be a president, right?
He didn't say that. He will go mute.
No, but he say if it's between Peter Obi and Atiku, he will go to Nigeria to vote for Peter Obi. But
That
if
is correct.
it's between Peter Obi and Tinubu, he will not go. Do you understand that?
I understand it, and I can only attribute that to nobody. They say the soup when Mama cook, know the sweet, whether it's sweet or not. That's the way I would interpret it. It's either you vote or you don't vote. When you don't vote, you abstain from voting, right? Because you didn't want. you are a person to say that you voted for the other person. That's my own take.
Rudolph is the one that brings all of us together. He might have seen.
All right, let me play this video and get you.
How many years am I? 82 good years. You people should pray for to reach my age. 82 good years. You don't want to give me my money for me to eat. 1971, I started for this UBA. They were making an announcement. I was telling people, they are not carrying my UBA. Now I'm about now covering story. I don't blame you people. Nonsense. You see what was
People are losing their minds in this money issue, the new currency.
Yeah, the new thing, currency, the lack of the new note before the deadline. I think they extended it to the 10th of February, right? If I okay, but all of these, I said it earlier on this show that it was a big mistake for them to come up with it for any reason, whether they believe somebody stuck a lot of naira, but it's for the interest of the masses. For one person or two persons, you cannot penalize the whole.
Why are you reading the comment? Just keep talking.
Why don't you why do you do that for the whole country, the masses that will suffer? Those people have access to the bank. They have access. They have nothing to lose. They don't care. The money in one way or the other, not that they work so hard for it. So why should you now change the currency because it's politically for whatever the reason and the masses is going to suffer it? Now you see the mental breakdown in the bank. People are stripped naked, crying. It's very disheartening. And this is what millions of Nigerians are going through. All of them don't have to strip. If it does strip, I think it will be another thing that maybe Paul have to have a strip club in Nigeria for him to collect something and show which one is bigger than the other. But then that is Nigeria, and for whatever the reason may be, nothing justify the fact that this is not the right time to change the money. But people say, oh, people have it, they want to use it to bribe people to vote. I think a decent human being, even if you give him 1 billion, you can't take his integrity and character from him because he think he can go and vote anything and force him to vote with money. But those that will be swayed, that will be swayed regardless. Even if you don't get the money, you get the pet in the bank, you get a promise. But we should bring our society to the level of integrity where people can say no, regardless of how much you give to them. That is not there's no enough money to mortgage their lives and the life of their children in order just to make a vote, to vote one person. People should vote their conscience. So I don't believe that what they did in changing Nigerian money is helping the masses or any political impact on the politician that stacked the money up. But Paul can say it better.
All right, Paul.
Well, good afternoon. John Alva, I think say this small call where you people get for dollars, you see they catch you for body. You get light. I mean, a generator they use.
You can't see my face?
I don't know whether a generator they use that, or a generator that they use for Texas now. You see, they don't take lights.
Wasn't that bad, Jonathan? Or he's not?
They don't take lights. They don't take lights for dollars. So talking about this currency, doctor, it's so painful. Let me use from the aspect of Tinubu. In as much as we fail, sometimes when we fail as a government, we'll just do things in a very myopic way. Tinubu has the Agbero to his own kitty. Nobody enter public transport and pay with card. They pay in cash. Today, as we are talking today, no public transportation, you pay with old currency. That's enough for Tinubu to bribe his way. That is enough for the people, even though if Tinubu have his own money and he buried his own money, it's enough for his surrogate, good percentage of them financially they are doing well. They can push out this money that he will use to also bribe his way, to bribe people to win the election. I think it is easy. That's easy. So we do things in a very short way. And I think the same thing will also happen to Tinubu. Then let me put it this way. Either Tinubu or Atiku, if they won this election, either of these two people, I strongly believe that whether CBN or stop this currency, they will revisit the issue. So all the money that they have in sock away, they'll still bring those money back to the CBN. I strongly believe. So at the end of the day, these so-called big men will not really go through this pain. That for the first time, Nigerians are going through pain. I was talking to my elder brother, how painful it is. He said he sent his daughter 2,000 naira in school. The girl collected 2,000 naira for $1,200, 1,200 naira. She had to pay 800 on POS. This is how wicked we can be in Nigeria to ourselves, in as much as we blame government with their failed policies. But at the end of the day, these big men will not really, they will not suffer this thing. Whether Obio, whether no Obio, whether we like Obio, we don't like Obi, I strongly believe that even though if Obi won this election, they will still revisit this issue again, like they're doing, say, okay, go back to CBN and go and deposit all your old currency. I don't think the ending will be come 17th of February. That will be the end. I don't really think so. See the way the country is today. It's a very shameful thing. I understand the government is trying to do it to punish person, but if the government is sincere to punish people, there is 1,001 way to catch Tinubu if you felt Tinubu has did something wrong. There is 1,001 way to bring Atiku down, and there is 1,001 way to bring Obi down. If you felt you have something to prosecute them, that you can defend yourself, I believe you have the way. But punishing 200 million Nigeria with these things like this, I know initially some of us may support it, but the way it's going, it is still the ordinary man in the street. You understand? The petroleum minister is doing what he's doing. The CBN governor is doing the other thing. There is no gas, no petrol in that country. People are going through pain. Remember, I better pass my neighbor. To some people, it's an equipment that they use to generate revenue as a barber, to do so many things. Some people are using that thing to charge phones, to earn wages. All these people are going through pain because of the price of petrol. Right now, they killed everything. I hope that things will not happen, go more than this. What about anything with the way they fight in this gas station? What about anything happen there? The breakdown. We already know we don't have the word called fire service. It's not active in that part of our world. I don't know why our government is doing like this. This is my submission.
Rudy, please, I'm not running your show, please. What do you mention my name? Because the thing, I was having a CM network, so the thing went down. What happened?
You don't say for the only country, the only Texas, no, the national grid out of the 50 states. So we just discovered that Texas is using NEPA, PHTN.
That is the most powerful state.
Texas.
You must respect Texas because that's the most powerful state in America.
That's why NEPA they take life there. So see that there, your 725 minimum wage state. What did they there? Wow, one good year, good.
Well, don't worry. When you come, Rudolph is coming to Texas. You will see how big and everything is big in Texas.
Doctor don't know how to make money now. I don't see him do interview with coats. That's why you don't even get coats.
No, Dr.
You don't know how to make money. Come Arizona, we'll go buy you suit. Better tuxedo.
Make money now by coming to Texas. This is the only state you live and you come and you make more money. And that's why you guys should
Brother John Alba, is Jack in the box? Is Jack in the box still in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I worked at Jack in the Box. I worked at Northwest Mobile in Texas, and I also worked at Chimney Rock Exxon. All the same period.
A franchise? You want to have a franchise, or you just want to come and eat Jack in the Box?
No, I said I used to be an employee.
Oh, okay.
Of Jack in the Box.
Yeah, okay. It's still there. It's still, and the food is much better.
And your Waffle Houses?
Yeah, it's still there. And it's time for you to come back and own one.
I will address Brother Paul because I was talking about the olive oil. Now I remember the name of the bishop. It was T.B. Joshua.
Okay.
Whose photograph was hung in my mother's house.
Oh.
And I was so infuriated. I said to myself, when I see that man, I'll slap him. But I never get a chance to do that.
All right. We can have this conversation after the show. Let's just round up. We are going to round up on what we saw today. Lexis, what do you think? Lexis, unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you, Lexis. Okay, Kenny, let's
yes.
go to Kenny.
About what's it call it? That short man in Kaduna. El-Rufai. You know, I like the fact that they are beginning to talk about Peter Obi now, unlike when they were just talking trash, you know. But this is it. I would like to educate El-Rufai. Let him tell himself the truth. Their current what they call it, North Central, could as well be referred as South Central. But I don't want to call it North Central because it has nothing to do with North. I still refer to it as a middle belt. In the state like Plateau, Taraba, Nasarawa, Benue, Niger, even Kogi, Christians are of the dominant population there. We all know how the Islam or the Muslims settle. They always want to settle in the cities or the bigger towns so that they will have proximity to their central mosques, the one they go on Fridays. So they basically settle in a particular place, either a big city or a big town. But when you go to the villages, there is where you see Christians, predominantly Christians. And not to add to the fact that even in that city where the Muslims are concentrated, you still have Christians there, both Igbos and non-Igbos. In the state like Kano State, Kaduna State, which we all know that the southern Kaduna is predominantly Christians, and even the northern Kaduna, you have Christians and Muslims with the combination of both Igbos and non-Igbos. When you go to Katsina, Sokoto, you have Christians predominantly in the villages. So for somebody like El-Rufai to refer to Christians of the northern region as a resident of enclaves, I don't know if you really understand the meaning of enclave. Now, this is where their bubbles are being busted. These are liars. And the fact that the northern Christians are waking up today to believe and go for what they want is what is giving these people trouble. In the north, you have Igbos, you have Christians. In the southeast, you have predominantly Christians and Igbos. You don't even how many Muslims or Hausas are in the southeast. So let him get his numbers right. In the north, Christians are dominating. In the south, Christians are dominating. So whomever that is giving the Muslims 40% in the north, 45% in the north, 40% Christians, and the rest religious 5%. That person is wrong. Christians are dominating in the north. Christians are dominating in the south. Nobody is talking about the traditional believers or the group that don't believe in any religion at all. Right? So El-Rufai, APC is gone. Like I stated it last time here, PDP is gone, dead and buried long ago. Now, talking about the Naira nonsense. Remember last time I stated it here that these people are just coming up with this policy to siphon money, to steal money, embezzle money. How much was spent to print those useless Naira that is not in circulation? The money is gone. And the new notes are not in circulation. Even the fewer ones that they have in the bank, the bankers are not releasing it to the people. They are keeping it for their customers. Last week, my friend went to bank and the security had to stop him and ask him if the manager was aware that he's coming. Imagine. So you have to make an appointment with the manager for you to have access to Naira. Now the POS vendors are the ones having access to the Naira because they had to bribe the bankers for the bankers to give them the Naira. And then when they come to the streets, for you to cash 15,000 Naira, you have to pay 3,000 Naira for you to cash 15,000 Naira. For you to cash 1 million Naira, for you to cash 1 million Naira, you have to spend 300,000 Naira to cash 1 million. So you'll be left with 700,000. And there is no policy from the useless central bank of criminals that will checkmate these people. No any atom of deterrent at all. They are just behaving like wild animals. See, I always tell people, stop referring to Nigeria as a zoo. In zoo, you have orderliness, you have laws, you have things are fashioned in the right way in the zoo. But in the wild, in the jungle, you don't have orderliness. Everybody's behaving like a mad raving idiot. See, Nigeria, see, I don't really want to talk about Nigeria because it gets me angry all the time. In US, they change Naira, they change their currency, the dollar, they renew the dollar, but you will not even know that the new dollar is in circulation. All you have to do is that when the old dollar gets to the bank, it never comes out.
Yep.
They will replace it with the new dollar.
Yep.
And now this cow, this donkey in the Aso Rock is saying that he wants to punish the what they call it, his fellow politicians. No. Remember, this I don't want to refer to Christianity because they're making me angry too. In John 10:10, they say that the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. This is the devil. Buhari comes to steal, kill, and destroy that country. And that is why we are calling for the people of Nigerians to wake up and support P2B, because P2B coming to give life and prosperity for everybody. Thank you.
Peter is the Jesus Christ that he come to after the coming of the destroying of the world. Peter is the Jesus Christ that come to give life. Your campaign is very good.
Now,
I think they should have make you a campaign manager in that company. But the sad news is that I will continue to do what I've been doing, trying to keep cool. I've already predicted my own in the past, but then
don't talk anything about your BP. Don't talk anything about your BP. Don't say anything about your BP.
My BP. I those things, to be honest with you, they think drive me crazy. But I don't want to say it so that Dr. Damiji will not be blamed over and over. But the issue is that Canary is a very good campaign manager. If I'm running for mayor of Denton, I'll come and hire you, and then we work. And I think the only problem we're going to have is that there are no many followers of you to believe in you. White people are living in white, the not part of this. People are the part of the city I live. Mainly white people, they will not embrace your campaign that much as a campaign manager. But if I have anything seriously to do in Nigeria, I will consider you, and I will try to find out which state in the east that is very liberal, like Kano. Only Kano in Nigeria that you see, you don't have to be a Kano citizen to run for governor of Kano. So I can come and hire you if there's any state like that in East. So I can come and run for governor and you campaign for me.
Oga Janaba, let me remind you, in Kano, even in Kano State, Kano State, I don't want to say something that will not sound well here, but remember last time, their excesses was called to order, right? The Igbo resident in Kano State ought to come out with their guns and protected themselves. And since then, the random killing of the Igbos, for every little provocation, they would descend on Igbos. If somebody in Kuwait mocks Mohammed, they will descend on Igbos and start killing them. If somebody in Saudi Arabia mocks Mohammed, they will begin to kill the Igbos in Kano State. So that time, the Igbo people in Kano State had to stand up. They stood up to protect themselves. They ought to fight back. So after that incident, Kano State become liberalized. You see, so they just have to. These people, you have to stand up and fight them.
Any killing of any human being on religious base or ethnic base. It's a good news for them, and it's a brave and it's a good thing to support the Igbo community in any part of the world, especially in Nigeria. They have suffered so much casualty in the hands of all of those things. I will never endorse it. What I say about Kano is that it's a liberal state, and if we also believe that now the Igbo people have taken it to them the way they used to run away, it's a good thing. Nobody should die for democracy. Nobody should die because of their religion. We're all supposed to live side by side in peace and harmony, just like you are in Atlanta and you can come to Texas freely and eat in my house.
All right. We're rounding up.
Yeah, just before we round up, our guest today was quite knowledgeable in some areas of his trade. That's why I was trying to ask him if he looks at himself as the savior of Nigeria at the end of the exercise. But there's something that keeps striking my mind, and that is the 20 pounds that was given to the Igbos after the Civil War, no matter how much money you had in the bank. And today they have rebuilt to some degree. Again, this past week I read and I saw that the Nigerian government allowed withdrawal to be 20,000 naira. I think some of us, if not all of us, may have read that. So I keep wondering the correlation between that 20 pounds after the war and the 20,000 naira. What does Nigeria have to do with 20? That word 20. On that note, the issue of the new naira that has just been dumped policy on Nigerians. First, it's a very bad policy. It's a very destructive policy. The United States, I believe, has even the $1,000 note I've heard, but I've never seen one. I know they have $2 note. I have some. But you don't see $2 note in circulation anymore. So in the case of Nigeria and what has happened, it's not just somebody being short-sighted. It's just wickedness to the last drop, that the person didn't even understand what they were doing, because I have seen trouble in Nigeria, but for this one, people now stacking naked in the bank. I saw that yesterday and I shook my head. A young man crying over his 520,000 naira that he had been banking with that bank for quite some time. What can we do as a people? The fact remains that the people in power, from the governors, I always take to the southeast first. And I always indict our governors, our senators, who tend to lord it over others. When there is a war, I don't advocate for war, but when there is a war, it's a different ball game. A war is almost a level playing field where anybody in sight. And for those who advocate for war, particularly in our Biafran side, I say if you have nearly been eaten, you will think twice before you make a move. When we say, that's Igbo dialect of saying, if you have not prepared properly and then you begin to fight for what killed your dad. What killed your dad will kill you. I was almost eaten alive, and I mean cannibalism. So I witnessed that. That's why when I advise young men of today, I say there are better ways. What are the better ways? We're talking about the issue of money. If you looked in the Western Coast, where Biafran money, I still have some Biafran money. I was in Afar attack, so I have some. Where Biafran money started becoming a currency in Benin Republic and places like that. I'm sure that some of us read that and we saw it happening. So those are some of the ways this economic sabotage that the Nigerian government is playing on the Nigerian people. It should be called off because it's not going to stop them from buying votes. They already have the ATM in their houses, and all the people that are suffering are the masses. Okay, I send money to my sister who just ended up in the hospital, and she cannot withdraw the money. So what are we talking about? And that's all across. And one more last note of what I wanted to say is a young lady was on this show yesterday, and that young lady talked about Ebes Renchang, which is umbrella. The power of symbolism. She talked about how she was trying to convince her grandmother that Renchang is no longer. I remember very well when they say, that was MPP. And then they say, those symbolisms in memory are so powerful that we have to find a way this time around to create a level playing field. So again, I submit to the authorities that the shenaniganism that is going on in Lagos, let the voting be done accordingly. Strike nobody's name. They suffer to get their PVC. You should allow, don't take anybody's name. And if you take anybody's name, you should be held accountable for those polling stations where they are going about scratching out Igbo names. That should stop. Thank you.
All right, let me play this before we continue.
PVC, if you like, don't get your PVC. Now this QID. In fact, it's even better you don't vote because it's good that we suffer like this. See the time. It's almost 2 a.m. and we are out here trying to get fuel. We're in the queue. But this is the upside of it is that this thing is even good. We should be here in the queue and be struggling to get fuel at 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. It encourages team bonding or ethnicity bonding because in this queue now, I've met some people from other ethnic group. I've met an Igbo man, I've met a Yoruba man, I've met an Hausa man, and we are bonding as Nigerians. So left to me, don't vote for good governance. Let's continue like this so that we can meet ourselves in queue in midnight, encourage ourselves. Yeah, this one, even VIP people, the people that are inside, we are VIP because we have paid 2K at the gate to enter. Everybody that is outside, they never pay. They queue since 6 o'clock. We will pay 2K, jump the queue, enter VIP 9. We will have jumped the queue. We are VIP Nigerians. So that's, see us now, VIP. We don't pay 2K for gates. All the people that have not paid, they have been there since 6 o'clock. They will not pay now. Well, they are still bonding with other Nigerians in the regular. We did VIP, we did boss for VIP. Don't vote good governance. So don't get your PVC. Come on, why are you getting PVC? Don't get your PVC. Just stay there. May we all day. May we suffer because suffer not go tire us. You understand?
Oh, I love that approach.
Always love that video. Anytime I saw the video, it makes my day. But how painful it is sometimes, doctor, I feel so bad because I know the general thing that anybody will do, like people like you, doctor, who always want to sensitize people by enlightening people, go get your PVC. But what do you do with your PVC is very, very much important. That is when aggressive marketing comes in. Because sometimes when we say this thing, there's something Ovie used to say all the time that I like so much. At the end of the day, you might get your PVC. By the time we still vote based on ethnic lines and every other thing, then go get your PVC don't really mean anything. Because the way you and I speak in the living room, it is different from the way you and I act in the bedroom. That is how painful the country is, because we tell ourselves so much lie. We are not being truthful to ourselves. We suffer. I share knowledge, I share things with my siblings. From my name, you already know my religion. I come from a very strong religious home, but a little bit different because my father is a Jehovah's Witness and my mother is Pentecostal. Then, like they say, the woman make the home. How painful my can be. My mother was more in control because my father got to marry his boss' daughter. My grandfather was a boss. He was a captain in NPA then. A captain in the Navy is like a colonel in the army. So for my father to marry a colonel's wife, you understand. So my father couldn't enjoy that African man privilege to control his wife. You understand? So my mother couldn't break us to go to Jehovah's Witness. We only go when there's free food. And I feel for my dad, when my dad would look at us, the level of our ignorance being a Christian, when my dad would say, your pastor say, how about you read it in the Bible yourself? You can read, you can write. You know, but when I started understanding it, I just shake my head. This is how our country is being run. We are just so good percentage of us are very, very gullible. So sometimes when I tell people that I've lived in Nigeria and I'm living in the US, and I've lived in Nigeria as a child who his parents is doing very, very well. And at the time, due to too many kids, I also test suffer. Then at the time again, I also, as a young boy, I was doing very well before I left the country. So I've tested both sides and coming to the West, I've seen. So with my wealth of knowledge, if I try to share it with people, people may still will not understand. Because, oh, I beg leave that one, America, that one, they stay. If you envy everything that they do in America, and I'm telling you how you can do those things, is it not knowledge that you can benefit from? But we don't reason in that aspect. And it just makes the country so bad. You know, with the way our politicians do things, with the way our leaders do things. We have bad leaders in all ramifications. How painful it can be from the aspect of being a Christian, how painful it can be from the aspect that I left as a Christian to be a Muslim and I'm facing the same thing. I want to go back to my original source. Let me go face my tradition. They still have the same mindset and perception. It's just so painful. I don't understand when we can get it right. I know sometimes we play politics. Some of when I see Ekene talk about Peter Obi, I just like Ekene because I used that same passion many years ago to also support Buhari. But guess what? Buhari betrayed my trust. You understand? Because politician can be politician and everything. But that makes me understand that let us talk based on facts. You understand? And principle. My in-law told me something. He said, for the past 30 years, go look any article that the Grant Buhari interview, things that Buhari have done, that you use to support Buhari, in as much as Jonathan have failed completely. These are the type of things we see when it comes to our countries today, when it comes to our village meetings, when it comes to our community meetings, everything we do, you just see those mindset. Like I said, when you stay in your place of work in America, you do something wrong, the person will feel for you so much, but the person has to do his job. At the end of the day, we will not take sentiments. But we quick to forgive. We are so sentimental. Then we use based on tribe. It just come natural. Instead of me to help that little child that is doing very well to give that child scholarship, it is my duty to train my niece and nephew, my brother's kids that don't deserve it. At the end of the day, nothing will come out of it. This is how we roll. And it's so painful. That's all I'll say for now.
All right, thank you,
Yes,
Paul.
Paul. Just correction. I don't think your dad married a colonel's wife. I think it was a slip of tongue. He married a colonel's daughter. All right. So
thank you. Thank you.
We have like 7 minutes more left to round up. So Victory, I'll come to you just 2 minutes. Did you watch the interview?
Yeah, I watched. Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's evening my time here. Yeah, I watched some of the interview. Not, I was dipping in and out anyway. Yeah, so I mean, some of the things he said does make sense. But I still, my biggest fear in that country is the issue of ethnicity and religion. And I still believe that most people will default to that line when it comes to this election. I don't think Nigerians have suffered enough. despite what they've gone through. I don't think this thing has not really hit them so hard where they will look to themselves and say, listen, there's no way I'm going to vote based on ethnicity and religion again. I'm going to vote for who I believe is competent to rule this country. So I still believe that this election will be based heavily on ethnicity and religion. That's just the side. That's the reality. And God knows what will happen after the election. But I really don't. Nigeria as a country, I did not see any positive solution coming from there, because our mindset is so bad. We're so wicked to ourselves. I mean, the level of wickedness, you can't even imagine it. So that's why you can see, like, just 20 days before election, there's no fuel, there's no money. And if you go to the countries, like I told you guys yesterday, my auntie is currently in Nigeria. She said she can't believe what she's witnessing. That if somebody was to tell her that there's no money in Nigeria, if I was the one telling her now she was back in the UK, she would say, what am I talking about? That she's witnessing herself, that there's no leadership in the country. Anybody just do anything that you like. And you just do anyhow. No, there's no consequences. And that's the Nigeria state for you. So I really don't see anything meaningful coming from it anyway. That's my own point of view.
Thank you, Victory. Ify, welcome to the show. Go ahead. What do you want to say, Ify? Unmute yourself. Okay, good. Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I didn't really listen to the interview very well. I was just in and out, getting a little bit pieces of it. So this is it. Just exactly 2 weeks today, I came back from Nigeria. I went to Nigeria and stayed almost 4 weeks. And that 4 weeks for me was the 4 weeks of living hell or living in hell, just witnessing it from part. I'm not even talking about in terms of security. Imagine going to visit somebody, instead of being excited seeing you after how many years, instead they were asking you, why did you leave your house? Why not call me on the phone? This is just a walking distance, when you go to see your great aunt. And the question was like, don't you see what is happening in town, and you're coming out to come and see me? Even talking about the flood. The flood thing started when I was in Nigeria, but I see that it got worse. I know I've said on this show before that I am in support of us, going our different ways. But after visiting Nigeria and coming back, I started having a different feeling. After talking to the people back home and the mood back home, especially in the village, even among my brothers, they have a different mood of what, about going, separating the country. But this is my concern. I always ask myself, where do we go from here? Whether we stay as a Nigeria, one country, or whether we go different ways, where do we go? I'm looking at us as very confused people. I'm sorry, I don't mean the people over there. I mean generally as a country. Somebody said something, I think Victory was saying something about religion and ethnic group, politics. This is exactly the mood back in Nigeria. Even my co-worker here, who is Yoruba, there is nothing you can tell him that will convince him that Tinubu will not win the election. Constant rate, even that country is burning down. Even if Tinubu is crippled, he's voting for Tinubu. That is the mindset a lot of people have. We're not even talking about fixing the country, So I don't know, honestly. I feel sorry for the people back home, especially the people you look at them and give them 20,000 naira, and they're looking at you as if you have given them $1 million, knowing that 20,000 naira is not going anywhere. Those are the people I feel for. I'm not talking about people who are the bourgeoisie, who have money that can, do whatever they want to do in the country. The mood, especially in the Southeast, is terrible, honestly speaking. So, we sit down and talk about all these things. How many of us are going home to vote? And apparently none of us in this studio are going home to go vote in this election. Sometimes I just feel like we're just here to release stress and talk about, I like coming to the show, I like listening to it. It makes me feel good. I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm at work as I'm talking to you. The door is closed. I just feel everybody. But the mood back home is different from what we're talking here. Whatever we are talking here, how does that transpire to, back to the people in Nigeria? I know we've talked on this show about, talk to your people, tell them to vote. You're telling Simon but telling the people in Southeast not to vote on so date. And some people are buying into that. So I don't know, honestly speaking, I don't understand the mindset. I don't understand the mentality we have. I don't even think we're even ready for this election. And after the election, what's going to happen? What's going to be the outcome? Are we going to accept the result of this election? Possibly. I was talking to one of my brother. He said to me, I am so afraid that there might be war after this election. That is the only thing I'm worried about. So I don't know. The mood is so just confusing to everybody. But we have to be optimistic. We have to be hopeful. At this point, honestly, I don't care who wins this election, honestly speaking, because it's just so depressing, to be honest with you. The only thing I care about, who will fix this country. I'm not expecting anybody to perform miracle because that is way not going to happen. But at least somebody let us start from somewhere. Start from somewhere to help this country, because if not, if we mix it this time around, we are going to be 16 years backwards instead of 8 years moving forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Fee. Not by power. You're next.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Rudolph, for letting me in.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Do you want my commentary on?
Yeah. On anything. We're rounding up.
Oh, okay. I was still trying to listen fully to what Kayode was saying earlier. But I think I just want to tee up from the interview that Peter Obi, presidential candidate of Labour Party, just had with Rise TV, where he responded to Tinubu and
El Rufai,
and that's quite quintessential Peter Obi. He did not derail from the issue. He stayed on the issue, was not dragged into the mud. And I was just saying, come on, Peter, go on. Just give it to them. I was just waiting, hoping he'll drop one with the. He never did. He just kept it presidential and professional. And that's kudos to him. He on Tinubu's comment about Peter, I was just hoping he just reminds Nigeria that actually he's not the same Peter, but again, Tinubu's comment was quite, I couldn't fathom that. I mean, Peter, the apostle of Jesus Christ, 2,000 years ago, what has he got to do with this Peter? Absolutely nothing. But again, this is Nigerian political scene. He just say some crazy thing and some people are going to be clapping for him. I mean, but Peter said, okay, as Peter went along, I said, okay, assuming I was that same Peter, but the same Peter was restored and he was made the head of the church by Jesus Christ. On this rock, put the rock of the rebuilding of Nigeria on me, and I will help to rebuild Nigeria. And that's his response. On El Rufai again, he gave it back to him in a very civil way. Okay, I'm not one of the actors, a member of the Nigerian Guild of Actors. Please, actors, support me. I expected him to say, okay, I'm a trader. Now I'm also an actor. So traders and actors, everybody join hand. I'm Gbogbo of Gbogbo Nigerian professions. I'm part of every profession in Nigeria. Teacher, actor, everybody join hand and make Peter a president. Well, I was quite impressed with the interview, and it's just Peter is Peter. If it was me, I would have dropped some Woto, but he did it in a very civil way, very presidential way.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Who is next? Ndubisi.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I didn't join your guest on time, but I had all the things he said. He has his own points, and it's like he's using the public commentator, so I'll leave it at that. Concerning his competition on who wins the election, was not too clear. He said doesn't have any candidate, and was only looking at how the different areas, zones of the country, how they have been voting in the past. But some of them still don't want to understand that things have gone so bad that those loyal voters who usually vote traditionally I use the word may move the other way. It can happen.
All right. Thank you.
The other way. I've turned around now to say this. So, sorry, I'm not done yet. I want to say something about the poll, the latest poll. I don't know whether you have it. I've not seen it. Yeah,
we
mentioned it a little.
We have it.
I'll let you to speak on it if you have it.
Unfortunately,
and like I said yesterday, I still urge our people to stay calm. I know I've been seeing some videos of frustration at the bank and all that, but we can't worsen the situation by fighting ourselves, destroying things. If we pass after some time, I believe, but Buhari didn't do a good thing. He has his own agenda. I don't know what he has in mind, but it's affecting the common man.
All right.
What Paul reported about his brother's daughter. So it's bad. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndubisi. You are far away from your computer. Maybe your voice is not very clear. Austin, go ahead.
Greetings, everyone. Really, I came to the show because I wanted to talk about Peter Obi's reply. Really, I'll tell you the truth.
Continue from all the VC stuff.
It is
okay.
Not
by
when
power.
have you seen those old movies where after fighting the war, the movie will always end and they said that, and the kingdom became prosperous and usher in an era of peace. Let me tell you the truth. Peter Obi will usher in an era of peace. He has a way of turning bullets into water. You know that time when we used to read history, they'll say the Maji revolt, turning bullets into water. I listened to the reply he gave Tinubu and El-Rufai, and I had to tell myself as a young man that you need to learn to be patient. The way he answered El-Rufai, I think El-Rufai will be very ashamed of himself. And the way he answered Tinubu will be ashamed of himself. That's why we need to think before we talk. And even if Peter Obi does something wrong, even maybe, let's make it this way, he becomes president and does something wrong, he has a way he can talk to Nigerians. Please, let's do it like this, and the country will be calm. I don't want to go into the reply he gave. I'm trying to infer from the reply he gave. His inference, he can calm even a bad situation for us to understand and first put ourselves at the status quo. Then we can now think of what. So let's forget about all this issue of ethnicity and religion. Anyhow, let me tell you the truth. I even told the line of not by power. I expected him to fight back, but he did not. And after the interview, I started evaluating my own self. So I think let's forget about this issue of ethnicity and religion and the rest. We need to find the best person who can hold every child in the nation. I mean, all the tribes, every affiliation come together. Let's work. And I think that would be the best. That would be the best. But if I see what Ife was talking about, people I know who are educated, but they are just concentrated my tribe, my religion, and the rest. I think we are not ready. They say, if we continue in this direction, I'll tell you at the end of, look, anybody who wins, the consequence will be for everyone. So if some people think my tribe and my religion, by the time a wrong candidate wins, you will still feel the bite as well. So don't think they will bring you to the upper room at Aso Rock and you stay there and flex. I don't think that will work. We need to learn to do the right thing. Let's look at the antecedents. Let's look at the body language. If you look at the body language, you know what somebody can do and what he cannot do. And I think I will clap for Peter Obi for his words today. He taught me. If I was what he said, I said, no, I need to come to the program to express the wife. He taught me certain things I should know as a person. And I think I really appreciate his response.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, doctor, real quick, there's one ethnic group. Okay, let somebody else talk.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I don't know whether the noise, they're opening the garage, that's why.
Is that the noise? Is it from you?
Yeah, it just stopped now. They're opening the garage downstairs, so the noise, the vibration.
Okay.
So, doctor, there's something in the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria. We all know this aspect that the Igbo, if not 70 to 80%, the Igbo control that industry in terms of commerce and industry, both sides, up and down. The Igbos control the pharmaceutical industry very well. The greatest thing that can happen in that industry is late Dora Akuyili, an Igbo woman, not even an Igbo man, an Igbo woman. She managed that sector, make very many of us understand that there is a parastatal called NAFDAC, which some of us don't even know. This woman managed it at a time, even though the Igwe in her own place had to invite her, the way you are treating your kingsmen. And Dora replied to the Igwe, say, Igwe, don't you see? Even if you have what it takes to go to Europe and America, you still need to take medicine to sustain you before you find yourself in the airport, before you find yourself on the other side of the world. You understand? What about that paracetamol, that Panadol? What about if it's fake? You understand? Dora educated the Igwe. The Igwe said he is sorry. That is how Dora could manage that industry. It is our own people. That is what people don't understand. When we continue to run election based on tribe, Dora managed that sector. Now only Igbo people, they drink medicine for Nigeria. That will say, okay, if they are selling fake medicine, they are selling it to themselves. No, every one of us. And that lady did great in that aspect. This is what you get when we bring out technocrats. You understand? And it's just going to help the country. So we should stop this thing. That's why I use the word. Instead of me to train my niece and my nephew, my siblings' kids, because of by default, they inherit it, say, now my brother picking, now my this and that. It pay me to give it to the right person that deserves it. And it will be better for the whole nation. I don't know when we can get it right. Just leave this tribe. These guys are failing us. All of us know today that Obi is doing very, very well. I'll still beg my Igbo people, because by default, it's hard for an average Igbo man to convince people about Obi. So they should come in the best way, like as Obi is doing. Come more of a professional than the cost part. Let it not look like you yourself too. You are just being tribal. So you have to sell. An average Igbo man to work like he's working, that if you don't do well, you will not meet your target, like a marketer in the bank or insurance company in Nigeria. You have to sell Obi with patience. Maybe the rest of us, somebody like me that is not Igbo man, I can cost another person because well, I'm not biased, I'm not an Igbo man. That is all I will try to tell my Igbo people. Obi is doing very great. That I can tell. That's my submission for now.
Would you like to talk and I want to leave? I think you're rounding up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonaba.
Okay, Paul, thank you, and all the OB followers, thank you for your passion, for your mind. We have 20 days to see Jesus Christ come to Nigeria or to the world to save us. And when that do not happen, we all can start a new life. My submission to my fellow brothers and sisters: what after the 25th of February and Obi is not there? I hope you package yourself to continue with the movement and you not be a flip-flopper end of the day and started going around and say, oh, we're looking at the other side of it. I enjoy being here. I'm not a supporter of Obi. I will never be. I love my brothers and sisters that are supporting Obi. I want a good Nigeria for all of us. Obi is not one of them. God bless you all. One love, brothers and sisters. You're going to get on medication if Obi do not win.
I'll need to reply you before you go. Let me reply.
I'm not talking to
Mr.
you.
No, let me reply before he goes.
Oga John.
I would like to just say something, please.
Oga John, this
After
is
Augustine. Go on, Augustine. No, if you watch it on YouTube later, don't worry. Say what you want to say.
The truth is this. One thing is this, please. Even if Obi doesn't win or win, Nigeria goes ahead. No be by force. No be say if it no happen, people go die. Nothing. The point is that I always say, I have this remember that when he preaches and finish preaching, he will end by saying, you do good, you do for yourself. You do bad, you do for yourself. Buhari don't take us, they go where we no go. Didn't we see the warning signs? We hope if anybody comes, we hope for the better. So even if people talk or not talk, we go there the street, they hustle. The Igbo man will still go to his shop. The Hausa man will still rent his cow. So it's not like saying that anything that comes, there's one, I attended one of the show last time. It seems as if some people used to feel that anything that comes from the east is bad. I don't know whether the wise men came from the west too. I don't know. Because the one I read for Bible, they say the wise men came from the east. So I don't know what they are really thinking. Anything about Igbo is look as if it's bad. Even if it's the best, it's bad. I don't think so. So even if it will be
Austin, which means they don't say your is the fake one.
I'm telling you.
Let me help Mr. John Abba, right? If the election,
when I was speaking.
if Obi lose the election through free and fair election, we don't have to oppose it. But if the election is rigged, we are not going to take it. So let it not be disturbed with our reaction if the election is rigged. If the election is rigged, we are not going to accept that. But if it's through free and fair, no problem. Hunger will correct everybody's memory, brain. You don't need to be forced or advised to do the right thing. Hunger will advise you to vote, for the right candidate next time.
All right.
Are you saying Hunger don't become reset button?
Yeah, you see that. You see now. You see, there was a clip that Dr. Damages, played here. You see how the guy was rejoicing that at least they are coming together now. Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, they are all coming together, queuing up on the line to, seriously. Hunger is a very bad weapon, and these politicians, they know how to use it. So they are using it now. Their brain is going to reset. No, we don't have to be, complaining all the time.
My final submission.
Let me.
Is that whether we like it or not, we have one passport. It's a green passport. We have one note called Naira. Whether we like it or not, that is what we have for now. If you like, carry your extra British, Canadian, or American passport. Your village in Ungopala or in Ibere is still your village. You cannot run away from your shadow. The fact remains that when this election is done, you bring out that one, I carry my own for behind, I carry my Biafran note for the other side too. The fact remains that when this is all said and done, if the election is fair and square, like a Kenepuri, no issues. But if, as they are striking Igbo names off of polling stations in Lagos in order to disenfranchise people, it turns out to be that Obi is rigged out of the election. What would happen? Nigeria may not be able to contain it because right now, a lot of people are sitting on the fence saying, make una no do, make una no do, make una no do. But if it's all fair and square, hallelujah, there will be a new Nigeria and there will be a new West Africa, and it's good for all of us. But don't forget, you still carry one green passport and one Naira note.
Thank you. Thank you.
Igbo basic. I don't think
No. Not by power. No, don't go there because that means we say something again.
No. I'm not gonna. Okay. Let me respond to the Abba.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ife. I'll come to you.
Okay, Ife, please.
People will just round up so that you don't provoke anybody.
I'm a gentleman. I'm sorry.
Just 1 minute. Not by power. I'm responding to John Abba too. With all due respect to John, you have every right to support who you want to support. But it's because of people like John Abba that you find it difficult in Nigeria. We are not moving to the right direction. I don't have no problem, if you want to support Tinubu or support Atiku or support Obi. But for you to come and say, oh, this person is not going to do this person is not going to do that. With all the intelligence and with you being in a foreign country, why not go back to Nigeria? All of us living in this diaspora now. I know if we ask us to move back to Nigeria, some of us might not survive, including John Abba himself, with all due respect. You can't do that. That's not right. But because of people like you, we're talking about fixing Nigeria or making it better. You are here telling me or trying to convince me that Obi cannot do it. Then who will do it? Obi cannot do it. Atiku will do it. Or Tinubu will do it.
Drug lord.
I know that Obi is not perfect. Let's understand that. But let us talk about somebody we know that at least we move up to it. At least start somewhere. But if you try to convince me it's Atiku, or you try to convince me that it's Tinubu, let me tell you something. I don't play race tribal issues because I have my best friend is a Yoruba. I don't play that game. But even they too understood that Tinubu is not doing it, except the one I keep talking about that say it's do or die. If not Tinubu, nobody else in Nigeria. But the rest of them that I'm working with here, they will tell you that he's not fit to be our president. Can you bring Tinubu in a public state or in a world stage and say this is your president? Can he represent us? Look at what is happening in Cameroon. The president definitely is having dementia. He can't even represent his country in a world stage. We have to think wise. Let us have some sense. Let's not forget about sentiment. No matter how much you don't like Igbos, no matter how much you don't like Yoruba, no matter how much you don't like Hausa, but it's time we have to start getting some sense in this our brain. Jonathan, go to Nigeria and see the suffering of people. When was the last time you went home?
No, Jonaba went last year. I think Jonaba is a swing person. Jonaba is supporting Showore.
I understand
you understand?
that.
Is a swing person. That's why I said I use more responsibility for an average Igbo man to support Obi like the way Obi is selling himself. You understand? Because let us not see you like you yourself too. You are doing it based on sentiment or by tribe. So an average Igbo person take more tax, more responsibility. Just like the way you convince me to sell that spare part in auto parts, you must convince me. You understand? That's what these are the things I'm expecting from that Igbo person. Jonaba is a Showore person. I support Showore. I know Showore is not going anywhere. That's why I said I support Obi. So for the fact that I support Showore, and if I'm to vote today, I will vote for Obi, which means I am owning Obi with more tax. I can stand up and criticize Obi when I'm fit criticizing Obi, because Obi, first of all, is not my candidate. So Obi is what we call swing. Like America here that we are today. Without the swing vote, you can't win.
Yeah.
You need the independent. You always have your own demography. You understand? For example, you take it or you leave it. Obi will definitely win the East. But Obi must convince the North to get their vote. That's how it is. You understand? Like they say in politics 101, minority will do what? We have their say, but majority we have your way. So for a minority group to win an election, you must convince the majority. That's how it is. Right.
Okay.
No,
I think
Oga Paul, right? When you're talking about minority group here now, I don't know who actually is of the minority group.
No, I just use it as a phrase. I'm not calling the Igbo. The Igbo are majority group now. Come on now, not be Wazobia.
No, we're talking about
Wazobia.
Igbo. Okay, the thing is that you are trying to align Obi to the Igbos. Obi supporters, Obi supporters are not Igbos. Obi supporters are angry Nigerian youth, angry Nigerian educated citizens, angry, reasonable Nigerians. These are Obi supporters. And these are the people.
You still need to convince more people.
No, these are the people you want them to come and beg you or convince you before you do the right thing. No, nobody has the time. If you truly want, the country to move forward, if you truly want a good thing for the country, it is left for you to do the right thing, which is what? Support Obi. You shouldn't stay back and be asking people to come and beg you or ask you to come. No,
it doesn't work like that. Some people naturally just join Obi. That's why Obi is doing well today. But there are some people you still
like
need to convince. It's just like Barack Obama. Obama did very well in his first 2 years. Do you know why? Because Obama won everywhere. You understand? He won Congress, he won Senate and presidency. But when he lost Congress, it was difficult.
Yeah, somebody like me, I was for Nigeria to just go to blazes, but when I see that, okay, I think this is not going to help everybody, Because in as much as I love my Igbo people, I want the good for the the good of my Igbo people. I still have people in the north. I grew up in the north. I have friends there, so I want them to also experience that goodness. And seeing Peter be coming out, I was like, you know what? I don't think the idea of Nigeria going to blaze is a good idea. Let's try to have something, meaningful for the people. And that is why I now decided to support Obi. Now, coming to this country now, last time they were all for against Trump. Trump is this, Trump is that, Trump is, bashing Trump left, right, and center. Now, the hunger, the economic sabotage now is really, really telling on them. And I believe you me, they are going to do the right thing next time. Thank you.
No, talk say the
No, I cannot know the recession
rent
is not.
sabotage.
It's not.
Okay, hold on.
Let's not derail ourselves to American politics. We all have our opinions about America. Let's
not my
leave
power.
it aside.
I've been trying to go for the past 30 minutes. Not my power.
Yeah, please let me just
have 1 minute, and that's
it.
Okay.
Right. I think some people are I think are more invested in trying to see that Obi loses than that Nigeria moves forward. Somebody like Abba, it's still part of that. Let us fight them mentality in Nigeria. No, really, very, very zero-sum game of it's either us or not them. There are 18 presidential candidates, and 17 of them must not win. There are 17 candidates that must lose, not just Obi. So they all have a chance of winning. However, probability you place that, and they all have a chance of being one of those 17 that must lose. Only one must win. Two can't win. So either Tinubu or Atiku, one of them must lose. If you put three of them, if you add Obi there, one of the three must lose. Out of the 18, 17 must lose. Only one can win. So, but some people are more interested in seeing that Obi loses so that obedience will cry. Obedience will take Panadol. Showore must take Panadol. That one we know. Showore, we know his people must take Panadol. If that's the person he's even supporting, I thought maybe it's Atiku, or Tinubu that even has or Kwankwaso that has a better chance. I don't even know that Showore person. That should be begging to tag along with obedience so that Showore can get something. Again, the thing is, some people also have noticed have the mentality that let Obi lose so that Igbo people will cry again. Igbo people are not the worst hit in Nigeria. The die-hard obedience are not actually Igbos.
They're not.
You find them in Edo State, you find them in Plateau State, you find them in Southern Kaduna, you find them in Gombe, you find them in Numa,
everywhere.
in old Gongola, so, and there are actually some die-hard Igbos that don't want Nigeria to get better so that they will carry on fighting for Biafra to get out. If you understand it, you know that if you're making Obi to lose, you're actually helping the Biafrans who want Nigeria to go so bad that they can find a way to break away.
They're going to do it.
Because if Obi comes in and Nigeria gets better, the whole Biafra thing is out of the window. You see? So again, it's devil you do, devil you don't. If you either vote for a better Nigeria so that Nigeria stays and be good for all of us, or Nigeria spoil pata, so that some of us who want Biafra to go would find an exit door and leave you to the smoking ruin that will be Nigeria. Anyway, so either way, the vultures say my wife is pregnant. Either way, I'm okay. If you born the Peking die alive, I will rejoice. But if the Peking die, we'll go chop the body of the Peking. That's the vulture for you. So either way.
Are you calling us vultures?
No. I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say in this situation, it can work out well for everyone. It can also work out well for the Igbos. Either way. If Nigeria is good, it's good for us. If it's bad, it makes it even better for us to live.
Thank you. The Promise, welcome to the show. It's nice to have you, and I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Igbo Basics, thank you for so much for joining us. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Kenneth, thank you so much. Victory, thank you. Ife, thank you so much.
Doctor, I said you didn't hear my voice properly when I spoke.
Thank you so much. Ndubisi, thank you so much. I know that if I tell the promise.
You said you didn't hear my voice when I was talking.
Yeah, we had you a little bit.
I guess came in late.
The promise.
Can I make a final comment?
No. Who is saying? No, the promise. Say one word so that we can go.
Yeah, listen, we are voting by proxy. Even though we are in diaspora, we are voting by proxy. We are funding those who are on the ground to make sure they vote.
I said the promise. Can you say a word before we go?
All right. I don't even know the issue of this topic of discussion. I just joined now. However, I think from going by what the last person said or have said, I am for me personally, I am obedient, and I am looking forward to be winning the election, because I think that of the three major candidates we're seeing, Obi definitely stands out, and to my mind, he's the most credible of them all. If we go back to a situation where either Tinubu or Atiku wins, then I've always said that there's no hope for Nigeria. That means we're going backwards. Obi is not a saint, definitely, that we know that, but at least he would point us in the right direction. We know that we're moving in the right direction, to recovery in Nigeria. That's my take on that.
All right, Ndubisi, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I just want to let all of us realize that sometimes those who come and talk about Obi, leaning towards Obi as an Igbo person, they are all setting a trap for us. So those of us who are Igbos who continue to speak or try to speak in defense of Obi. Obi is a Nigerian candidate. He's a national candidate. Like someone said earlier, most of the support base are outside even Igbo land. Naturally, Igbos will vote for him, most of Igbos. But he has support in other places. Some who said he has no inroad in the north, they've seen how he has been received in some parts, even the core north. That is why I assume El-Rufai came out last week to start saying those things. He said all to paint him as an Eastern candidate. They never painted Tinubu that way or Atiku. But thank God, like Austin just said, the way Obi equally replied to them, we equally endear more people to him. Obi has the support of many Nigerians, and standing side by side with others, they know he's a better candidate. His track record is there. This is somebody who knows how to manage resources properly for the benefit of the people, particularly the poor, and he has compassion for Nigerians. I believe he's going to do better. And hopefully, by God's grace, God willing, he will win.
All right, thank you. I'll leave you guys now with the interview, Obi's interview on channel for those who have not seen it. I haven't seen it.
Campaigns ahead of this month's presidential election are gradually getting to a definitive point, and despite the all too familiar challenges confronting the electoral process, it has become increasingly certain that Nigerians will get their chance to make a choice, one way or the other, on February the 25th. Labour Party's presidential standard bearer, Peter Obi, as much as anyone, has contributed his own quota to elevating the quality of political conversation ahead of the elections, and we are delighted to welcome him to This Day Live. Great to have you on the program, Mr. Obi. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Ruben, for inviting me.
Well, let me start by asking, how has the campaign been? What has it been like? And before now, almost every poll put you ahead of others. But I've seen just one recent one that put another person ahead of you. But how has it been?
Well, Ruben, what I've done is to concentrate more on trying to go around and visit all over Nigeria, trying to elucidate to them on the need why they should vote for me and what I offer, what Labour Party is offering them. So that's my concentration now. Going to places where people have not been before to say to them, what they can call the ungoverned places, to say to them, come, let us build it, that a new Nigeria is possible. We can all come together, sacrificing everything, issues of tribe, issues of religion, and other sentiments, and let's come together and say, we have a country called Nigeria, and that we can start doing the right things in it.
Well, okay, let's talk about some of the major issues. I've seen you in the papers today, you know, some reports quoting you, saying that the currency redesign, which is causing a lot of upset, a lot of, you know, concerns among Nigerians. You were saying it's not peculiar to Nigeria, and that Nigerians should bear with the federal government. But we see these same Nigerians, they can't have access to the new Naira notes, whether at the banking halls or at the ATMs or through POS or through cash swap program. In fact, so bad that people have gone to the streets in parts of Nigeria, in Warri, in Benin, elsewhere, in Ibadan, to protest. And yet you still say, this is a good policy, people should bear with Nigerians. And the president has now said, give me 7 days, we'll look at the problem. Some people are saying, before 7 days' time, many people will be dead.
Well, my position is still, I don't think you read my position all through, but let me restate my position. Currency redesign is not peculiar to Nigeria. This is an exercise that has a long-term economic and social benefits, but comes with a short-term inconveniences and pain. And my appeal still to Nigerians is that we should have patience with the federal government of Nigeria and the Central Bank of Nigeria, while at the same time appealing to Central Bank of Nigeria and the bank to expedite actions that will ensure that this new currency is available to small depositors, small businesses, the unbanked, and people in rural areas. Mine is to be able to make it available to the, what you can call those at the bottom of the ladder, to make it available. And this, I believe the CBN and this can make available as quickly as possible. Everywhere, Ruben, they've been redesign of currency. In a third world country that I've known, it comes with even what you said, right? Look at what happened in India. Did you watch what happened in India? It was worse than what was happening here. There were riots, there were everything all over the place. But eventually, Indians will tell you today they are better off and their economy benefited better. So for me, and it's worse sometimes when this happened in this country. This was announced on the 26th of October. 26th of November was the month. 26th of December was second month. 26th of January was third month. And I even gave another extra 10 days. And all of a sudden, people are writing up and down and everything. And people are not behaving as if it just came overnight. It didn't come. For me, it is the poor people and those small people that I'm seeing on the queue that we should deal with as quickly as possible. And I urge CBN, deal with this issue of those small depositors and people who are living in rural areas, unbanked and everything, to make it available for small businesses to be able to thrive. It is critical, it's important. I'm also urging Nigerians, bear with them. We've redesigned our currency. We can't do anything about it now. For me, it's a policy. Government have taken a decision, and we can't be using two currencies at the same time. Can we? Oh, the new one is out. It's in people's hands. Are you going to withdraw it and start using the old one? So, for me, it's a decision that has been taken. Let's go on with it.
Okay, Mr. B, it's good you said, currency redesign is done everywhere. You cited the example of India.
Yes.
November 2016, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, the Indian authorities at the time gave 4 hours notice for 1,000 rupees, 500 rupees to be brought back into the system.
Ours is 3 months.
Before then, in 1984, under this same President Buhari, when he was a military head of state, he gave 12 days. There's a popular song by Kolinti Anyala reminding us of it, and he sang about the hardship in Nigeria. This time around, we have had over 100 days, and we're having a repeat of 1984. Why is it that we never get it right here? And how will this policy, in your view, move us from consumption to production, which is your major campaign's message?
Well, that is a different message. The designer said it has long-time effect what they're trying to do. But when it comes to issue of consumption to production, I have said consistently Nigeria is not producing anything. That is why you have all the economic problems you're facing, starting from your unemployment. You have today 35% unemployment with almost over 50% youth unemployment. So you have millions of your youths who don't know where the next meal will come from. That is at the core of your poverty. Because if you say that 133 million Nigerians are living in multidimensional poverty, is because of lack of production. That is the demand of your economic growth. The consequences that you need to deal with it. You're not producing anything. And when I talk about production, the easiest way to show that you're not a producing country is to look at your exports. Look at your food production. Ruben, our country is 200 million people living on 923,000 square kilometers of land. 60% of your arable land are all cultivated, and you're importing food. It shouldn't be. India is 1.4 billion people living on 3.2 million square kilometers of land. They're able to feed themselves and export agricultural products. You live almost on 1/3 of their land, and you're 1/7 of their population. So you have more land for agriculture. So we need to deal with issue. The uncultivated land in the north is our biggest physical assets. If you go into it genuinely supporting small farmers to do an agrarian revolution, which will lead to industrialization, because the entire value chain, which will be export-led, you will see a different thing. One is that, Ruben, you're going to create job at the agricultural level, you're going to create job at the industrial level, and by the time you do export, you'll be able to deal with the issue of what you're suffering today due to your rate of exchange. Your exchange is weak because your reserve is low, and your reserve is that of your export. And if you can export more, because of what I've just said now, you'll be able to stabilize that. Countries that have seen their exchange come down by doing the right things. And Nigeria can do that. Ruben, in 2000, I've said it in this session before, in 2021, Nigerian total export is 18.9 trillion naira. That is at 650 to the dollar today. That is under $30 billion. Ruben, countries have compared us with, like Vietnam, is 100 million people living in 331,000 square kilometers of land. So they half of our population living on 1/3 of our land. Their total export is over $350 billion. We couldn't do 10% of what they did. And Vietnam's export is almost 90% manufactured goods. That's what I'm saying. That we need to be more productive. By being more productive, we will be able to create jobs. There's a lot we can do today if we do the right things.
Well, yesterday you were in Abeokuta.
Yes.
For a rally. You were supposed also to be in Ibadan, but you couldn't make it to Ibadan because there were protests on the streets of Ibadan. Or was it the day before?
I didn't even know about the protests until maybe, let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Actually, is that I first had an issue. I was supposed to go to Ibadan using a service of a copter, and I was told they had an issue of fuel. By the time they have finally resolved it about 12:01, they said to me that where I was supposed to land, I shouldn't land there because there's riots. Nobody said to me, they're writing for this or for that. I said, okay, fine. Let me go. I said, let me go. Maybe if I go there and I see the situation is unsafe, I'll go. But I eventually arrived in Ibadan. But unfortunately for me, when I arrived in Ibadan, where I arrived and everything, I couldn't see the necessary security to escort me to where I was going. So I said, well, listen, I can't just be going. I didn't even know the address of where I'm going. So it was difficult. So I decided to go back. And I apologize most sincerely for those who were waiting for me there. And I'm trying to see what I can do to have a new date to be able to go back there. Because it's not good that people waited for you and you did not show up. I did everything to show up, but it was beyond me.
Well, the protest in Ibadan was about scarcity of naira notes.
Okay.
Cash scarcity, which the country faces. It was also about fuel scarcity. Now, this fuel scarcity, the midstream and downstream petroleum resources or regulatory authority has said, oh, NNPC now has up to 1.6 billion liters. But one question that people have been asking is that with this problem of fuel scarcity, will it be solved by removal of subsidy and also local production by local refineries? What do you think?
Well, everybody knows my stand on subsidy. Subsidy needs to go as quickly as possible because for me, it's organized crime. But in doing so, we must put in place aggressive effort to ensure that the local refineries start functional as quickly as possible. Dangote's own is almost completed. And we have other modular refineries all over the place. Some are even ready, but they can't get supply of crude. So these are things we have to resolve as quickly as possible and get production locally to commence in order to reduce the suffering of Nigerians. Just like I said, if currency was what we are writing about, let's do whatever we can do to ensure that the people, less privileged people, do not suffer any longer in Nigeria. That's suffering a lot. For me, the government energy should be on protecting and serving the less privileged, small businesses. That is critical.
Well, let's take on about two or more other issues. Yesterday, when you were campaigning in Abeokuta, you were campaigning on your record as governor for 8 years in Anambra State, how the state won the prize, was recognized for being first in the realization of Millennium Development Goals in Anambra State. But that same Anambra State, the presidential candidate of the APC went there recently, in Oka, and he said he has read the Bible, that Peter in the Bible betrayed Jesus Christ 3 times, and that Peter Obi, who is from this Anambra State, will betray Nigerians. He called you Mr. Stingy. that you say you were saving money. That saving money for what? That if you want to be president of Nigeria, you need a man who will deploy resources to spend to achieve results, not somebody who will sit on resources and you will say he's Mr. Stingy. So I've not seen your response to that, but there's an attempt to, tag this label upon you and make it stick permanently.
Well, Bola Tinubu remains a very respected senior brother anytime, but so he has a right to his opinion. But he forgets to do that even when Peter denied Jesus 3 times, he still made him the head of the church. He still built the church on him. It is the rock on which he built the church. That means that notwithstanding the denial, the God found him wanting to build that rock. And I'm saying that trust this country to me. I will rebuild it. It will be the same rock on which they will rebuild this country. On stinginess. Because we don't know what is called capital formation. For you to develop, it is a critical thing. Go and read famous economists. Over the years, capital formation is about saving. If you don't save, you can't form capital. And if you don't have capital, you can't develop. Ruben, I was number 1 in MDG, which is the only measure of development. The difference between developed and undeveloped place is education and health. I was number 1 in education. I was one of the best in health. I was number 1 in pulling in issue of pulling people out of poverty. You can go and ask Magnus Bacall, who is in charge then and everything. Ask all the donor agencies who is governor who comes first to contribute his counterpart funding. It's me. And on top of that, Ruben, when everybody is owing salary, owing pension, owing gratuity, owing contractors, which have collapsed most of the contractors, I left office not owing one contractor or supplier, not owing pension or gratuity, not doing anything, and ended up saving over 75 billion naira, which nobody have ever done. I did not in any way allocate myself any contract directly or indirectly, allocate myself any land directly or indirectly, or become a consultant to any of the company, state agencies, anything directly or indirectly. I wasn't even entitled to any gratuity or pension to date. So yes, I agree that Peter denied Jesus 3 times. He showed remorse, repented, and Jesus entrusted the church on him. And I'm asking Nigerians to entrust Nigeria on me.
Okay, fair enough, but there's something even more interesting. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, says nobody should take you seriously because you will not win. And that you are best a Nollywood actor. Okay, the Actors Guild of Nigeria has responded that he's putting down their profession.
They don't need to protest.
El-Rufai says you can't score more than 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, maybe 5% in Kano, and that's all there is, and that you should focus on Nollywood.
Well, I thank El-Rufai for what he said. At least he gave me some percentage. So I'm going to work hard to improve those percentage. And he recognized the fact that I'm an actor. And I think part of what is holding this country from development is recognizing those engines that will develop us. One of the most critical places I want to focus is improving our entertainment industry, which includes the Nollywood. And now that I'm a acclaimed actor, I'm asking all those who are involved in the entertainment industry, being one of them, to support me so that I can improve their position. What else can you do when people in your industry, when those who are here have recognized me as one of them, I urge them to support me so that we can be able to ensure that I build their business better.
Okay, but before we go, Mr. Peter Obi, there have been reports of defections from your party to other parties, in Ekiti specifically, in Bauchi specifically, and even more in Jigawa. And we just have, as it is now, just a matter of days to the presidential election. How are you addressing this division, this defection from your party to other parties?
Quite frankly, Ruben, I'm focused on building a new Nigeria, not on defections. For me today, Nigeria have a huge problem. Ruben, we live in a country today that has huge debts that we don't know where we're going to start dealing with it. We have a country where 139 million people, 33 million people are in poverty. We have a country with over 20 million out of school children. How do you now worry about who is defecting to what? My concentration is, how do we start pulling people out of poverty? How do we start securing people? People are insecure here. So that's not what will worry me. For example, you mentioned where people are defecting in the north, where I will get 1 vote or where I will get 2 votes. Ruben, I went to Bauchi. You must have heard it because it was in your news. And I went to pay my respect to Tafa Balawa. And I said why did God not give us men like this over the years? This man in 1964 borrowed a first loan, $82 million to build the Kainji Dam to generate 760 megawatts of electricity. I have his letter to the World Bank. I have the reply. Ruben, 59 years after, our debt is 77 trillion naira. I don't know which rate to use, but since my own rate is usually 650, but if I use the government rate, official rate, 410, am I right? That will give you about $187 billion. Ruben, that $82 million then is about, approximately now, about $1,250 million. If you divide it with 187 billion, with 187, it will give you approximately today about 150 Kainji dams. Where is it? That's what you should be worrying in Nigeria. Not that Mr. Obi defected from this place to that place. A new Nigeria is possible. That's what Dati, Baba Ahmed, and myself are offering Nigerians. It is time to do a proper generational change by saying these parties have tried for the past 20 years. All Nigeria produces insecurity, worsened, poverty, doubled, out of school children, worsened, our primary health care collapsed, death, I don't know how, I would say quadrupled down, death, you know what death, so everything are headed south. We have overtaken India in infant mortality. Fuel scarcity, all sorts of things are going wrong. So for me, our concentration is how do we start reversing this? That's what we should do. Okay. I'm offering myself to this job, saying this year's election should not be based on tribal, religion, or my turn. It is turn of Nigerians to take back their country and start rebuilding it. If there's anybody who will say turn, is me. I'm a proud Igbo man. I'm a proud Southeasterner, but I'm doing this election as a more proud Nigerian who believes that if I have the opportunity, 5 years, Nigerians will stop saying where they came from. But they will be happy that they're Nigerians because we'll start building a new Nigeria that everybody should be proud of. That is what should be a worry. Not that, oh, this happened or this person defected. For me, let's start now.
Okay, I mean, you've been on the campaign trail. You visited so many parts of the country. But what we're hearing now is that there are many Nigerians that are concerned about whether or not this election will hold. INEC has said the election dates are sacrosanct and there will be elections. But some other people are saying, in fact, fuel scarcity, the combined forces of fuel scarcity and cash scarcity will seem to be an attempt to derail the process and impose an interim national government on Nigeria.
Well, I don't really see how cash scarcity. I don't see how the cash scarcity affects that. Are they going to take their cash now and their voter's card? That is the more reason they should go out and vote. Let's start doing things in a different way. So I don't see any reason why cash scarcity, unless the cash is going to be used for another thing, which I disagree with. Fuel scarcity, all these things can be improved. For me, if we had done the right things by removing subsidy and making sure that this is available, it would have been solved since, Ruben. Let us stop dribbling about Nigerians. Nigeria is a country blessed with a lot of factor endowment for each region and can easily be turned around as quickly as possible. It is time for people, this election should be on character we can trust, on competence, commitment, and above all, compassion for the people, suffering masses of Nigeria. This election should be about those who have the mental and physical capacity to deal with this job. Let us not waste, we wasted our time, long time, trying to say, oh, we go this way and everything. Have all these considerations, whether it's tribe, whether it's religion, all those who use all this to come into office. The first victims are those who believe they were saying. I'm offering a new Nigeria.
Well, on that note, I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the forthcoming presidential election in Nigeria on February the 25th.
Right. All right, who is left? Okay, so I've now watched him recently, and this is my first time of watching him. I felt it's important to see what the way he answered questions. I've been getting a lot of feedback from people who watched it. And just to let people know that in 2 weeks, we are going to have a presidential debate right here. The invitation is out there to all the 9 candidates. Peter Obi is one of them. So we announce the people that will be on the debates within the week. Anyway, but let me go through everybody, give you a chance to tell me what.
Doctor, I don't understand this presidential debate that you said. Can you say it again? Are you interviewing them or something?
Yeah, we are bringing them on the show. I have some moderators with me, and we announce all the details from Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Igbo Basic, what did he say? Quickly, 2 minutes, everybody.
Yes, I've seen a quintessential Peter Obi, true to his nature. He doesn't insult anybody. He simply, that's who he is. That's the character that Nigeria needs moving forward. All in all, I think the stage is set. They have all spoken the best of their abilities. It's for Nigerians to actually, for once, take the opportunity that is in front of us as Nigerians for the first time, like a phoenix that comes in once in a blue moon. That's what Peter Obi represents. And for everybody else, like what I saw yesterday on Tinubu's visit to Osun, anybody who sees a dead man walking, I'm sorry to say this, and then you're standing behind him with your titi, it's so disgusting. It's unfortunate. We should change that mindset and know that this is our chance as Nigerians to do it right. And if we don't, the rest is history. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody can predict what will happen. And for the presidential debate that you talked about, there's another group who said they're doing something, I think in Michigan or something of that nature, where they have a Tiku, but those are representations because I see representatives coming along. It will be great that His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi and Atiku, and of course I'm almost sure, that Mr. Jagabon himself may not want to show.
We don't know.
But this is a chance for them to talk to the world from the comfort of their homes. And that would be great for us to hear from them once and for all. So I look forward to that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether to call you Mr. Rudolph. I won't, or Dr. Doritis. At least you are not a fake doctor. This one is a nickname. But we are very appreciative for the work you've been doing. Please continue to do that great job.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Is it Doctor
And bless us all. Paul, I'll be hanging on you and the religion issue because we suffer the same fate.
All right.
Time.
Paul,
Big time.
1 minute.
Doctor, I don't really have much to say. I think I've said everything that I want to say. So, like you always say, what keep you awake and everything. I feel so bad for Emefiele, the way he's punishing Nigeria. He's using himself as a guinea pig. Nigeria will never forgive him. And it's so bad the way the country is today. I feel for people don't understand. Even my pain with this thing is that the people who are suffering it, you know how painful it is, doctor. When I see an Igbo man who is going through this pain of currency, they'll say, now good for Tinubu, you know, go see money. You, the Igbo man, are you to go through the pain? You understand? When I see other tribe, they say, now good, but every one of us is going. Tinubu is not suffering it. Nobody is suffering it, but Nigeria is going through the pain. Do you know how much Agbero deliver to Tinubu on a daily basis? It's enough. And the same Agbero, they will campaign for Tinubu so that they will remain in power and everything. The surrogates will bring money. If Atiku win, if the other people win, they'll still put a phone through. They'll still send this money back to CBN if they truly have money somewhere. So Nigeria, please let us wake up. Let us do things a little bit abnormal. We've been doing things more normal, and it makes us abnormal people. So let's go abnormal, whether it will make us for once become a normal people. That's my
Thank
take.
you. Thank you, Paul. Not by power, Yanis.
Oh, okay. I think I just want to make some comment about Kayode Ogundamisi's earlier interaction with you. I didn't get the chance to watch it before I got on the show. I came in late. While Obi was on, because I've listened to Obi's interview before, I just used the opportunity to glean a little bit from what he's saying. I think he is still one of those people that have refused to understand that there is a paradigm shift that is happening in the Nigerian political space. You know, something just have to happen once for it to happen. Yes, we've never seen such a phenomenon before in Nigerian political in Nigerian politics, but it is happening, and it might just be the trigger for a revolution that would change the country, whereby Nigerians of all walks of life, not based on two tribes ganging up, against the rest of the country for their own specific benefit, but Nigerians from across the country, youths, especially angry youths, not angry Yoruba youths or angry Igbo youths, angry Nigerian youths coming together. Of course, the foundation of that is the NSAS protest. That anger is still on. The anger of obedience is not really the anger of any particular group. It's the anger of a Nigerian generation that have been disenfranchised, that have been dehumanized and traumatized by poverty, by lack of job, by insecurity, and all whatnot that has bedeviled the country. So we should see the Obi revolution for what it is a pan-Nigerian movement. And people who are stuck in the old ways, they're going to fight it. But if it's an idea whose time has come, nobody can stop it. What do I say to my fellow Igbo people? I say, be patient, be tactful. You see, Obi taught me a few things tonight about the way he answered. Yes, we tend to be a bit emotional. Could be a hangover from the Civil War trauma. We tend to be very quick on the draw. We also tend to sometimes see the rest against us. Yes, one thing is this: if Obi wins and he turns the country around, it will benefit everyone, and more so us, because the Igbos are spread, like I made that point yesterday, we are spread all over the country. A development that is evenly spread, we are going to be the tribe that benefits most, because if it's happening in the north, we're there. If it's happening in the east, we're there. In the west, we're there. So it's an opportunity for us to respond civilly to people who are trying to agitate us, because they know what they can say and get us agitated, and then we answer back, and then they say, you see, we said it, obedience are very aggressive. Igbo people are, that's how you people are. Again, what I'll tell Nigerians is, if Obi becomes the president, it doesn't mean that every Igbo man you don't hate, or every Igbo man you hate and you don't like is going to be in Aso Rock. It's going to be Obi in Aso Rock. I'm not going to be there. That Igbo man that sold spare parts to you that was fake, or medicine to you that was fake, and the one you like and the one you don't like, they're not going to be in Aso Rock. So you can't spite the spare parts dealer who cheated you or who did so and so to you by not voting Obi. So think about your country, think about what you stand to gain if Nigeria actually works. And I think for once Nigeria can work. And we've seen a man that have talked the talk and he's walked the walk in the past. The Bible says, if you're diligent in little, then you will also be diligent in much. He's been diligent in the state, and we'll believe that he's going to be diligent in the context of the entire Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Not by power. Lubisi.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Well, Obi has used the opportunity Arise TV gave him in that interview to equally endear himself further to the hearts of Nigerians. He has remained constant in his comments and the way he plans to lead the country if elected president. And he has remained clear on what he wants to do. He answers questions the right way, despite the fact that Ruben made some comment. I know Ruben, the way he asked questions about Tinubu and Erufai's comments, and even the issue of defection by some party members in Ekiti or Bauchi State or Jigawa. See the way he answered it. He remains focused on the people. His mind is how to bring Nigeria out of the woods. So I think every time he talks, Nigerians know, they see a clear difference. Those people who want to be really objective, they see a clear difference of somebody who really has Nigeria at heart, who wants to make things better. And I'm happy that
he has clarified what he meant by his position on the Naira note. Some may think he enjoys what he saw, what everybody is seeing, the hardship people are facing. No. But he's only asking people to be patient and equally calling on CBN and the banks to do more. We've had stories of how some of these bank managers were distributing money to people who they are close to, or people who are their real customers, or so, leaving the ordinary people. So CBN knows what to do. They should enforce the rules to ensure that people get their money. So I think, looking at it generally, the tag of trying to label will be somebody who is not serious or who will not get any vote. It's not selling. Many people know that he will do well. And he has been, the people who know him from his private sector life before he came into government, says that this is the man. He has not changed. He remains constant. And that is a mad difference between him and others.
All right. Thank you, Ndubisi. The promise.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Watching that interview, you can see, we can all see a man who is resolute in what he wants to do. You can see a man who is empathetic. You can see a man who is passionate, about the country, and who feels the pain of the people, who feels the pulse of the people. And the way he has answered those questions, obviously, even though it was meant to aggravate or maybe try to agitate him, but then he's been very tactical and very wise. That man is full of wisdom in answering and dealing with issues, and that's the sort of person we need to steer the affairs of our country. And I just wish that Nigerians, just see the light. The light is there. But some people who choose to be cynical, just close their eyes and then go for whoever, whatever. But we know that this is the right time. This is the right opportunity for us to make a change, and then see the route that we all look for, hope for. If we can, Nigerians can wake up and do the right thing. I'm sure that this is the opportunity for us to turn Nigeria around, and I hope that we all see that and do the right thing.
All right. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody who joined us today.
Then, Doctor, I have one short question. I know it's been a long time. Obi used to be the chairman of Fidelity Bank, and I heard that he is a majority shareholder of Fidelity Bank and some other bank. How come we are not seeing some of this difference in terms of, say, oh, Fidelity Bank, you go there, you get money? You understand? As somebody who has majority shares there, push that. You understand? Why is it that we get one problem, we punish everybody in all ramifications? You won't hear that, oh, Mobi sells fuel, Total don't sell, or GTB is giving, Zenith Bank is not giving. But we just get the same pain in everywhere. How about that?
That's a good point. I don't know where he is, or whether he's still the chairman. I don't know. But thank you, everybody, for joining us. Those that watched at home, those that were commenting, I really appreciate all your time. Igbo Basics, thank you. Paul, thank you. Not by Power, thank you. Ndubisi, thank you. The Promise, thank you. And we'll see you again next Saturday and Sunday. Enjoy your week. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rudolph. You know what that "not by power" means if you translate that to Igbo.
My Igbo has some problems.
Okay.
Your Igbo doesn't have any problems, Rudolph.
Igbo Basic, can you give us Igbo Basic?
You have stayed too long overseas.
I will throw you a curveball. I'll be
Oh, okay.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.